the 120th year of the Great Xia calendar, winter. At the northern territory of the Binding Prince's mansion, snow was falling wildly. In the morning hall, 9 black lacquered coffins were lined up side by side. My father, Prince Binding Xiaozhan, and my 8 older brothers had all died in battle at Yinmen Pass. I knelt on the cold mat, my head about to explode. 2 streams of memories intertwined wildly. One was me, the chief instructor of the modern Chinese Special Forces, codenamed King of Hell. The other was the original owner of this body, the 9th son of the Binding Prince's mansion, a frail and sickly scholar. Damn it, I had transmigrated. And damn it again, I had transmigrated as the only surviving male heir, starting off with hellish difficulty. My sisters-in-law knelt before the coffins, their pure white mourning robes barely concealing trembling, delicate shoulders. In the midst of this sorrowful atmosphere, a sharp voice pierced the silence. An imperial decree has arrived. A pale-faced eunuch, clean-shaven, stormed in arrogantly with 12 imperial guards. I glanced over. These guards stood loosely spaced, their aura unsteady. They were far from elite. The eunuch cleared his throat and read aloud. The entire household of the Binding Prince, loyal martyrs all. Henceforth, Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards Li Mu shall temporarily take command of the Binding Army and oversee the defense of Yinmen Pass. Boom. The bodies of my father and brothers were barely cold, yet the Emperor's knife was already stabbing at us. My eldest sister-in-law, Lu Hanyin, suddenly lifted her head, fury burning like a flame in her phoenix-like eyes. The eunuch wasn't done. With a sardonic tone he added, "Furthermore, His Majesty, taking pity on the lonely widows, hereby decrees that they shall return immediately to the capital with us, where the Ministry of Rights will properly arrange them. Arriving in the capital will surely be their blessing." The word arrange was laden with contempt, a heavy insult. I clenched my fists inside my sleeves, nails digging into the palm. When the birds are all caught, the good bough is put away. This was an attempt to uproot the entire Xiao family. Outrageous. Eldest sister-in-law Lu Hanyin suddenly stood up, her hand already pressing on the hilt of her sword. "My husband and father-in-law are barely cold in their graves, and you eunuchs dare to spread poisonous words here? Do you think the Xiao family has no one left to stand against you? If you want to seize military power, you'll have to step over my dead body first." 4th sister-in-law Zhongli Yan's fiery temper flared. She grabbed the wooden flagstaff from the mourning banner and struck the ground fiercely, cracking the bluestone floor. Clang, clang, clang. The prince's personal guards drew their swords in unison, pointing them at the imperial guards. The imperial guards were startled back half a step by this murderous aura. The eunuch's face turned pale and blew repeatedly. You want to rebel? This is an imperial decree." At this critical moment, the long-silent Grand Dowager Empress Shaoqin rose and slammed her dragon-headed cane hard onto the ground. Thud! The whole morning hall instantly fell silent. Her deep eyes like an ancient well fixed firmly on me. "Xiaochun, from today onward, your 8 sisters-in-law are entrusted to you." My brain buzzed. What? I had you marry them to expand the Xiao family's branches and continue the ancestral line. I want you to shoulder 9 households on one shoulder. A thunderclap. The whole morning hall seemed frozen midair. Damn, this old lady was even more ruthless than me, the king of special forces. The original occupant of this body couldn't even run 800 meters without stopping 3 times. Now I was supposed to take care of 9 households? They probably wanted me to go down with those 8 cheap older brothers. Grandmother, what nonsense are you talking about? Eldest sister-in-law Lu Hanyin's pretty face turned deathly pale, veins bulging on her hand gripping the sword. This insults the memory of our late husbands. Forcing her to marry this feeble, sickly man was worse than dying bravely at Yinmen Pass by 10,000 times. That's right, Grand Dowager Empress. Are you losing your mind? 4th sister-in-law Zhongli Yin threw down the mourning banner's staff, placing her hands on her hips, her almond eyes like knives slicing through my delicate frame. Him? A weakling who falls at a gust of wind, not even fit to carry my 4th brother's shoes. Rude words, but not without reason. Many present shared this sentiment. The first 8 sons of the Xiao family were brave warriors on the battlefield. I, the 9th son, was frail and sickly, always immersed in calligraphy, a black sheep in the martial Shao family. Second sister-in-law Shin Jingshu, from a scholarly Jiangnan family, frowned deeply, soothing while holding the trembling eighth sister-in-law Shaolinger. Her gaze landed on my back, flickering with puzzlement. Strangely, little ninth brother seemed steadier today than usual. Fifth sister-in-law Wenruyu's beautiful eyes gleamed with cold rationality. Her fingers tapped rapidly in her sleeves like calculating on an abacus. The Grand Dowager's move was to shamelessly bind the external powers behind these 8 women, their military factions, alive or dead, onto the sole, surviving male heir. To gamble the Shao family's last flicker of hope with the honor of these 8 women. At this realization, Wenryu looked toward grandmother for the first time with deep caution. Oh my, what an eye-opener today. The eunuch finally found a chance to speak again, curling his fingers with a mocking smile. The elder brother is dead, the younger brother takes the wife. Such an ugly scandal spreads to the capital. No doubt the entire court will drown in spittle. His cloudy eyes were lecherous, shamelessly scanning the delicate curves of the sisters-in-law. Fuel on the fire, a bare-faced humiliation. Lu Hanyin trembled with fury, about to explode, but then she saw me. 9 young master, kneeling on the ground like a quail, slowly stand up. I brushed off the non-existent dust from my knees, straightened my wide mourning robes. The movements were deliberate, yet bore a calmness utterly at odds with my frail appearance. The spirit hall fell into an inexplicable silence for a moment. I ignored the sisters-in-law and did not look at the old lady, but walked straight toward the eunuch. Step by step, everyone held their breath. I stood before him, half a head taller. He was rattled by my gaze, barking fiercely but weakly. What do you intend to do? Our family represents His Majesty. I didn't answer, but after a brief pause, I spoke. Eunuch, this imperial edict, it was drafted by Chancellor Qin Song, wasn't it? The sneer on the eunuch's face instantly froze. His pupils shrank sharply. You slander. The imperial edict is the emperor's golden word. How dare you make wild speculations? The more he raged, the more hollow he seemed. My last sliver of doubt vanished. Emperor Qingping was naturally suspicious, yet deeply concerned with appearances. He would never have done something so ruthless, seizing power and raiding a family before a father and brother's bodies were even cold. Such poison and haste could only be the work of Chancellor Qin Song, who treated the Shao family as a thorn in his side. The emperor's tacit approval, the chancellor's execution, a perfect show of collusion between ruler and minister. Whether I'm bold or not, we'll discuss later. My eyes remain steady. I'm just curious. Chancellor Qin is well-read. How could he draft an edict riddled with traps and full of flaws? Flaws? Insolent whelp, daring to disparage the imperial edict. Not disparaging, just pointing out facts. I raised a finger and quickened my speech, each word a nail. First, under Xia law, if a first-rank official dies for the country, their family must observe strict mourning for 100 days, and no military affairs are to be discussed during that period. Eunuch, your forceful seizure of the military token today aims to implicate His Majesty as unfilial and unjust. Do you want him to carry the eternal infamy of being cruel and ungrateful? Xia ruled by filial piety. This was ironclad law. The eunuch's face instantly drained of color. I allowed no respite, raising a second finger. Second, my late father's military token was bestowed by the late emperor himself. Seeing the token is like seeing the sovereign. To retrieve it requires 3 documents: the new emperor's handwritten note, official Ministry of War paperwork, and the Privy Council's transfer order. Tell me, eunuch, did you bring even one of these? The eunuch was struck like lightning. He had none. In his hand was only a vaguely worded edict hastily concocted by the chancellor, exploiting loopholes. Third, I stepped forward forcefully, eyes sharp as blades. The edict commands the 8 sisters-in-law be taken back to the capital and arranged by the Ministry of Rights. Is this a grant of residence and title, or a secret imprisonment in the palace, to be devoured by the wolves of the court? Why won't the edict speak clearly? When the day comes for His Majesty to find a scapegoat, whose head will bear this black mark? Yours, or Chancellor Qin's precious one? 3 accusations in a row, each more piercing than the last. Every word invoked rituals, rules, and His Majesty. This was not reasoning. It was roasting the eunuch alive. I, I. The eunuch staggered, shaken to the core, almost collapsing to his knees. He was just a messenger dog, unwilling to die for his master's conspiracy. The entire spirit hall was deathly silent. Was this still the 9 young master who blushed at strangers? First sister-in-law Lu Hanyin and fourth sister-in-law Zhongli Yan's beautiful eyes widened. Their anger and contempt melted into pure shock. Fifth sister-in-law when Ru Yu stopped mid-motion. She realized she had completely misjudged him. This young uncle was not a lamb, but an awakened wolf. The Dowager Empress's cloudy old eyes flashed unprecedented brilliance. Her tightly clenched knuckles whitened on her cane. This dormant young dragon of the Shao family had finally opened his eyes amid the bloodshed. Killing intent in my eyes slowly withdrew. To deal with such a bully pretending to be a tiger, you first break the spine, then offer a way down. I actually took a step back and bowed deeply to the eunuch. Eunuch, please understand, we have no intention to defy the edict. It is just that the edict conflicts with the law in many respects, and we fear offending imperial grace. My tone suddenly softened, and the eunuch seized the lifeline. Then, according to 9 young master, what should be done? A faint curve appeared at the corner of my mouth as I revealed my true intent. We are willing to comply with the order. However, as the family is freshly bereaved, we earnestly request to observe the mourning period of 100 days. After that, whether transferring the military token or sending the sisters-in-law to the capital, the entire Shao family will cooperate without objection. Reasonable and airtight. It saved face for the emperor and upheld the rules. Most importantly, it turned the deadlock of immediate execution into a living move of discuss after 100 days. Those 100 days would be the Shao family's only chance to catch their breath and turn the tide. The eunuch's mind raced. He thought the proposal brilliant and hurriedly lifted his posture. What 9 young master says has some merit. After 100 days, we hope you behave accordingly. With that, he flicked his whisk and dare not look at me anymore, retreating hastily with the imperial guards. A catastrophe that could have destroyed the Prince of Jinbei's entire household was effortlessly averted by my few words. Only after the eunuch's figure disappeared into the wind and snow did everyone in the mourning hall gradually awaken from their daze, gasping for breath, looking at me with unprecedented shock and unfamiliarity in their eyes. The gaze of the elderly dowager, Lady Shao Qin, remained fixed on me. With a hoarse yet trembling voice, she slowly spoke. "Chener, come here." The wooden doors of the mourning hall were shut by the guards, blocking out the last sliver of daylight. The shadows of 9 black lacquered coffins twisted and stretched under the eternal lamp, like 9 mountains pressing down on one's heart. Grandmother dismissed everyone. In the vast mourning hall, only the 2 of us remained, along with 9 departed souls. She sat on the Grand Counselor's chair, her hands clasped atop the dragon-headed cane. Those cloudy yet eagle-sharp eyes scrutinized me inch by inch, as if trying to see right through this usually timid little grandson. In my mind, the tactical battlefield of the King of Hell spun wildly. Target, Lady Shao Qin. Status, extremely fatigued, grieving, desperate. She is gambling. Our only chip, me, is either scrap iron or a sharp blade. Thud. The dragon-headed cane struck heavily on the ground. Lift your head. Grandmother's voice was hoarse, laced with the fierce aura honed from decades of ruling this prince's residence. Earlier, I pressured you in front of everyone to shoulder the burden of 9 houses alone. What do you think of that? Speak honestly. If there's even a single lie, I would rather beat you to death right now. A faint smile tugged at the corner of my mouth as I stepped forward, meeting her gaze directly. Grandmother, your grandson wants to ask just one question. Do you still trust human hearts? Grandmother trembled all over, her pupils contracting sharply. What do you mean? I mean this. Your move was clever, but also cruel. My voice echoed cold as a surgical blade through the empty mourning hall. Fathers and brothers died in battle. The 300,000 Jinbei troops are now leaderless. To the imperial court, the Shao family is a grave threat. To the noble houses, it's a toothless, fattened prey. I pointed toward the door, each word a dagger to the heart. The 8 sisters-in-law, supposedly one family, are in truth representatives of 8 different factions. The eldest sister-in-law's backing is the Minister of War. The fifth sister-in-law is supported by the wealthiest man in Jiangnan. The seventh even has foreign bloodline. When a great building is about to collapse, how long can solidarity last among enemies alike? Once the emperor's decree arrives, with high office and rich rewards promised, or marriages arranged and changed, I stepped closer, my eyes flashing like lightning. Who can keep the promises made inside this morning hall? If they remarry, they will take away the Shao family's last resources and the army's loyalty. The Prince of Jinbei's residence will truly become an empty shell. How dare you? Grandmother exploded with fury, striking the cane hard enough to crack the stone floor. They are all good wives of the Shao family. How dare you speculate so? Grandmother, I'm not speculating. I'm respecting human nature. Facing survival, loyalty is an extremely costly luxury. I advanced instead of retreating. That is why you forced me to shoulder the burden of 9 houses. Disregarding ethics and honor, even ignoring being scorned by the whole world. You use marriage alliances, the roughest rope, to tightly bind the 8 sisters-in-law and all their backing forces to this sinking ship of the Shao family. If I hadn't stepped forward just now, you would have gone through with this marriage, even if it meant carrying the insult of being an old fool. Because only then would the Shao family have a chance to survive. Boom. Grandmother stared at me in stunned silence, her old eyes first filled with extreme shock, then turning into a raging tide. The deepest, most sinister calculation she hid was laid bare under the sunlight. Clack, clack, clack. She gripped the cane tightly, knuckles white, chest heaving violently. After a long time, she slumped back into her chair, exhaling a long breath of foul air. 2 trails of old tears slid down her wrinkles. Heaven has eyes. Genre, perhaps there is still hope for our Shao family. Her trembling hand reached inside her cloak, producing a pitch-black token. It was forged from celestial mysterious iron, stained with generations of the Prince of Jinbei's blood in dark red models. A single ancient seal character, Shao, was carved on the front, radiating the fierce spirit of swords and horses. This was the Shao family head's token, the only command order that the 300,000 Jinbei troops recognized. Holding this token, you will control the treasury, finances, and personnel of the prince's residence with a single hand. Among the Jinbei troops, my Shao family disciples and loyal officers treat this token as they would their commander. She paused, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Your 8 sisters-in-law are all proud and ambitious. The eldest sister-in-law is resolute. The 4th is hot-headed. The 3rd is deep and mysterious. Whether I can bind them with honor or truly win their hearts depends on your own ability. I reached out to take it. Just as my fingertips touched it, grandmother's hand suddenly pulled back, staring fixedly at me. Chun'er, the glory of the Shao family, the lives of 300,000 soldiers, the futures of the 8 sisters-in-law, that heaviest burden in this world. It all rests on your shoulders alone. Can you bear it? I didn't answer, instead reaching out and grasping the token firmly. Cold, piercing, heavy. The chill crept from the palm of my hand deep into my bones, as if I could hear the thunderous neighing of 10,000 horses. My knuckles turned white as I gripped the token tightly in my palm. I lifted my head, and there was no trace of weakness left in my eyes. Grandmother, please watch over me. From today onward, I will shoulder the responsibilities of the Shao family. The 300,000-strong northern town army, I will command alone. Those 8 sisters-in-law, no matter if they are fiery steeds from the heavens, I will tame each one. I turned to face the 9 coffins, my voice ironclad. If within 100 days, I cannot pull the Shao family out of the mire, if those who harmed my father and brothers are not made to pay blood for blood, then I, Shao Chun, will bring my head forth for judgment. The wind and snow intensified. Outside the prince's mansion, a black carriage swiftly headed toward the northern town army camp, 30 miles north of the city. The driver was my eldest sister-in-law, Lu Hanyan. She had changed out of her plain white mourning clothes and donned dark red soft armor, with the long sword red sleeve hanging at her waist and a white silk band wrapped around her head. The heroic spirit of a warrior woman from the family's gate could hardly be concealed. Yet at this moment, her face was as cold as ice. Humph! The carriage stopped on a snowy slope. She spoke coldly through the curtain. 9th brother, Ahead is the northern big camp. If you turn back now, there's still time. I lifted the curtain, wrapped in a thick fox fur coat, warming my hands over a small hand stove. This body was truly weak. Only a little exposure to the wind, and I felt a coldness seeping through every bone joint. I must get my second sister-in-law to prepare some potent medicines. Otherwise, before the king of hell shows his power, I might die of frostbite halfway. What a joke that would be. Eldest sister-in-law thinks I shouldn't go? I asked calmly. It's not that you shouldn't go, it's that you don't deserve to, Lu Hanyin said sharply, like her sword. The camp is garrisoned by the elite black armor cavalry and assault corps. Each of their generals crawled out of a pile of the dead. They only respect the strong. She took a deep breath. With the commander dead in battle, morale is bound to be chaotic. You carry grandmother's token, but to them, it's nothing more than a chicken feather pretending to be an imperial order. What matters most is not embarrassing the Shao family. Eldest sister-in-law is right. I nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, in my current state, I do look like a joke. Lu Hanyin was stunned. But I shifted tone, a cold light flashing in my eyes, a hint of amusement curling my lips. Eldest sister-in-law, do you believe that sometimes to kill, you don't need a sword? And to tame beasts, you don't need a whip? Let's enter the camp. Lu Hanyin gritted her teeth and muttered a curse under her breath about damned fools who won't listen to reason. Drive on. Northern Town Army, Northern Big Camp. The place that once waved bright banners was now shrouded in a deathly oppressive silence. White mourning flags hung at the gate. Patrolling soldiers had red-rimmed eyes. The commander was dead, the vice-commander annihilated. For an army, it was as if the sky had fallen. Who goes there? Unauthorized entry will be met with lethal force. A dozen strong crossbows were instantly raised. It's me. Lu Hanyin stood atop the carriage shaft and shouted fiercely. The gate's sergeant recognized her, and his eyes flashed with respect, quickly replaced by grief and anger. Young madam, the generals are all waiting inside the central command tent. Everyone says the court is sending eunuchs to seize power, and the brothers aren't having it. We want to revolt against this damned Xia dynasty. Nonsense, Lu Hanyin scolded, but her tone betrayed her powerlessness. The carriage smoothly entered outside the central command tent. Before entering, the sounds of smashed cups and bowls and loud, coarse shouting came from inside. Fuck. The old prince was a hero all his life, and now wrapped in horsehide. The court dares to seize military power? I'm done. We're revolting. Let's head back to the capital and ask that dog emperor if he still has a conscience. The military spirit truly was in disarray. I raised the curtain and stepped down. I wasn't wearing armor, still in thin mourning clothes, like a little lamb wandering among a pack of fierce, battle-ready wolves. Young Master Ninth? That sickly bookworm. What's he doing here? Whispers swirled around me, filled with disdain. I straightened my sleeves and made a polite gesture to Lu Hanyin to enter. Inside the tent, a strong stench of alcohol mingled with the smell of blood hit me. Around a dozen burly generals sat in a circle. The floor was littered with broken wine jars. When they saw Lu Hanyin enter, they bowed with fists clasped. Young madam. But as their gazes landed on me, the respect vanished instantly, replaced by blatant contempt. A burly man with a full beard, the leader of the assault corps, Lei Lai, flopped back into his chair and snorted coldly while raising his wine bowl. Oh, isn't this the ninth master? Instead of staying safely in the study, what's he doing in our camp? This man was known for his temper, one of the old prince's most loyal subordinates. Because of his loyalty, he despised me, the good-for-nothing ninth master. Lei Lai, show some respect. Lu Hanyin frowned. Respect. Lei Lai slammed his bowl down heavily, eyes bloodshot, shouting. The old prince and 8 young generals all died in battle. The court is clearly out to destroy the Shao family. What else does this kid know besides writing poetry and painting? Can he fight on the front lines? Can he lead us to take revenge? Get back to the northern prince's mansion. Get out. Other generals joined in the jeering. The fierce aura that emerged from the sea of corpses and blood was enough to terrify any ordinary person. Lu Hanyin's face darkened, just about to draw her sword, but I gently pressed her shoulder. Sister-in-law, let me handle this. I stepped forward toward Lei Lai. The battlefield simulation in my mind activated at full power. Target, Lei Lai. Personality: rash, loyal. Current state: extremely grieving, self-loathing, intoxicated. Weaknesses: absolute loyalty to the Xiao family, hatred toward cowards. Tactics: psychological warfare first, using violence to counter violence. I stood right in front of Lei Lai, only about a foot apart. Lei Lai glared with bulging eyes. What are you staring at? Believe it or not. I. Smack. A crisp slap echoed within the large tent. Everyone was stunned. Lu Hanyan's mouth formed an O shape. I slapped Lei Lai's face. You. Lei Lai suddenly stood up violently, like a mountain pressing towards me. How dare you hit me? I'm hitting you, you worthless scum. My voice rose sharply, drowning out his roar. I didn't back down an inch. Instead, I stepped forward, my eyes burning with a ghostly fire. The look of someone who had truly killed and seen blood. My father and brother's bones haven't even cooled yet. And what are you doing here? Drinking? Going crazy? Cursing? Is this the Jinbei army that terrifies the Black Wolf tribe just by name? I don't see any desire for revenge here, just cowardice. Useless trash. Nonsense. Lei Lai trembled with rage, his hand on his sword hilt. I'm not afraid to die. I'll go fight the Black Wolf tribe to the death. Fight to the death. I sneered, looking like you do now? Charging forward to get yourself killed? If you die, who will guard Yinmen Pass? Who will protect the countless homes behind us? Who will avenge my father and brothers? Dying is loyalty? That's the act of a coward. A true warrior grits his teeth and swallows his pain, wipes away his blood, and keeps holding his sword. As long as there's breath left, he must bite off a chunk of the enemy. I grabbed Lei Lai's collar. Though much weaker, the sheer momentum in that instant forced the 9-foot-tall giant to bend his waist subconsciously. Lei Lai, look at me. Have all the Xiao family people died? I am still here. I, Xiao Chun, am still here. As long as I am alive, the banner of the Jinbei prince's mansion will never fall. If you still consider yourself one of the Xiao soldiers, then pull yourself together, sharpen your blade, and wait for me to lead you in killing. If you think you're useless, then get lost now. The Jinbei army doesn't keep spineless cowards. Silence. The entire tent fell into a deadly quiet. All the generals stared blankly. Could this really be the 9th young master? This ruthless spirit was identical to the old prince's in his youth. Lei Lai's chest heaved violently, the drunkenness and savage glare fading slowly, replaced by shame, shock, and a flicker of rekindled flame. I released my grip and pulled out a piece of black iron token from my breast pocket, raising it high. The character Xiao gleamed with a chilling light under the dim lantern. The Jinbei king's order is here. All generals, obey the command. Clatter. Lei Lai was the first to react, the iron tower of a man collapsing to one knee, eyes red-rimmed. Subordinate Lei Lai salutes the young marshal. Salute the young marshal. Salute the young marshal. Dozens of generals knelt together. The dull clash of their armor hitting the ground sounded like an ancient oath was being awakened. Lu Hanyan stood aside, her sword hand trembling slightly. The disdain in her eyes vanished, replaced only by shock and a trace of confusion. How deep was this little uncle's hidden strength? Everyone rise. My voice broke the silence, the fiery momentum from before fully restrained, returning to a calm as still as a deep well. As if the madman who slapped the 9-foot giant and called the fierce soldiers cowards moments ago was just an illusion. Young Marshal. Lei Lai raised his head fiercely, the handprint still visible on his beard-laden face, his bell-like eyes blazing with unprecedented fire. He slammed his fist heavily against his breastplate. Subordinate is guilty. Please punish me, young marshal. Please punish me, young marshal. The other generals shouted in unison. Punish. My gaze swept over everyone. My father and brother's vengeance hasn't been fulfilled. The Great Wall in the northern border is not yet held. I don't have time to play this game of punishment with you. My soldiers, they can die on the battlefield. They can bleed, but they must never kneel as cowards. Stand up. Yes, sir. The group stiffened, each standing straight as a spear that had rediscovered its direction. The atmosphere in the tent completely shifted. The earlier kneeling was allegiance to the Jinbei king's order, but now standing carried a newfound respect, even awe, for me, the man. I didn't seize the moment for a speech, only silently appraised these top warriors of Great Xia. as if inspecting my weapons. After a while, I gave the first order since taking command of the royal decree. Deliver my orders. From today onward, I am moving into the northern camp. For 1 month, I will dine and lodge together with all the officers and soldiers. You eat what they eat. You sleep where they sleep. You train as they train. Within the camp, there is no young marshal. There are only your comrades. Xiao Chun. Silence. If the earlier thunderous command was shocking, then this order sounded like nothing but sheer absurdity to the assembled generals. No way. The first to jump up in opposition was Lei Lai, who had just been convinced by me. His face was flushed red with urgency, his broad hands waving like fans. Young Marshal, this absolutely won't work. Your health. He wanted to say, your body is as fragile as paper, but caught himself just in time. The camp is full of tough men. It's freezing cold. They eat coarse hardtack and sleep in drafty barracks. Worst of all, during drills, several new recruits end up collapsed after a single round of exercises. For you, this was a death sentence. General Lei is right, another officer quickly added. Young Marshal, you are the backbone of the Northern Army. You absolutely cannot take such a risk. Please, young Marshal, think twice. We swear to oppose this. This time, it wasn't provocation, they were genuinely worried. Lu Hanyan's face drained of color instantly. She rushed over to me, her voice low and urgent, her phoenix-like eyes full of disbelief. Ninth brother, do you know what you're saying? This isn't the rear courtyard of the prince's mansion. You'll die if you do this. I knew she understood more than anyone just how brutal the Northern Army's training was. It was a skill bought with lives. Not to mention my sickly body. I'd be gasping for breath just after running 1,000 meters. Even she would collapse from exhaustion after a day of drills. Seeing her anxious expression, I cursed inwardly. Damn it. Of course I know I'm going to die. This rotten body struggles just to run a kilometer. But the word retreat doesn't exist in my vocabulary. If I don't squeeze every drop of potential from this battered body, what right do I have to command this pack of wolf kings? I roughly shoved her aside, my eyes like knives as I coldly swept over the generals. Do you think I'm messing around? That murderous aura surged forth again. I strode up to Lei Lai and looked him straight in the eyes. Lei Lai, you just said I couldn't lead you in revenge, right? Lei Lai's lips twitched, but he dared not speak. You're right. My voice was soft, but each word hit like a hammer. A general who hasn't bled with his men, eaten and slept with them, has no right to command them to charge. I turned toward everyone else, my voice suddenly rising sharply. I want to know the limits of my soldiers, what their strengths are, and more importantly, they need to know me. They must see for themselves whether their future commander, who will lead them to tear through the Black Wolf Tribe's king's court and twist the enemy's heads off to use as chamber pots, is nothing but a coward hiding in the back, spinning empty words. I, Xiao Chun, am willing to go to hell with them, and dare to lead them back from hell, fighting all the way. These words were like burning oil poured into the generals' hearts. I scanned the room, then slowly spoke the words that froze the entire tent. Who is responsible for training the recruits? A capable officer hesitated, then stepped forward with a salute, reporting to the young marshal. It is me, Zhao Hu. Good. A cruel smile curled at the corner of my mouth. From tomorrow morning, I am just another ordinary recruit under your command. You must impose the strictest standards on me, or face military punishment. Boom. Everyone inside stopped thinking. Lu Hanyan stared at me as though I had lost my mind. Zhao Hu's legs went weak, and he stammered. Yo, young marshal, this simply cannot be. Someone will die. Why? My eyes darkened. Has my order lost its power? No, no. Zhao Hu's cold sweat poured down. Lei Lai, who had remained silent until now, locked his bull-like eyes tightly on me, his chest heaving violently. From these weak scholar's eyes, he saw something only seen in the old king's eyes before, that ruthless determination that would crush everything, even oneself, to achieve the goal. Roar! Lei Lai suddenly howled at the sky, ripping off his cloak to reveal muscles of steel, his eyes blazing red. Damn it! If the young marshal isn't afraid to die, what the hell are we afraid of? He turned to the generals. Issue the order. Starting tomorrow, all officers of captain rank and above in the northern camp will join the young marshal in training the recruits. Anyone who dares slack off, I'll be the first to twist his head off. With the young marshal. Let's do it. Willing to suffer and endure alongside the young marshal. The entire tent surged with the spirit of battle. Watching that scene, a satisfied glint finally appeared in my eyes. From this moment on, I had truly hammered the first nail into the hearts of this ironclad army. I said no more, nodded once, and turned to leave the tent. However, just as I lifted the curtain and stepped out into the icy snow, a wave of dizziness hit the back of my head like a hammer. Everything went black, the world spun violently. The breath I had barely held tightened, and my strength was instantly swallowed like a dam breaking. My knees buckled, and I was about to collapse in front of everyone. A warm, strong hand caught my arm in a flash. It was Lu Hanyan. Most of my weight pressed down on her, and the face that had been so domineering just moments ago was now as pale as paper, a thin thread of blood seeping from the corner of her clenched mouth. Sister-in-law. I leaned on her shoulder, my voice weak but carrying an authoritative tone. Don't let them see. Her delicate body trembled, and she glanced back once. The officers inside the tent were still caught up in their excitement. No one noticed the unusual scene at the entrance. She turned back and looked at this fragile man in her arms, someone who seemed ready to shatter at any moment, but whose eyes still burned fiercely. The strategist who had sparred verbally with the army inspector at the morning hall. The commander who had asserted his authority with a single palm in the main tent. Now this boy leaned on her, barely able to stand. The three shadows intertwined wildly in her mind. What on earth does this man want? Are you crazy? She bit her teeth and lowered her voice, one hand wrapping around my waist, the other supporting my arm, almost carrying my entire body on her slender frame. Half dragging, half carrying, she brought me into the nearby young marshal's tent. Is it worth risking your life just to win a fleeting argument? I no longer had the strength to speak. My lungs felt stuffed with burning coals, every breath tasting of iron and blood. In my mind, the King of Hell's war map blazed with red alerts. The body was collapsing. This body was nothing but a pile of rotten wood. Back when I was the King of Hell, fully armed, I could march 200 kilometers nonstop for 3 days and 3 nights, joking foully with comrades all the while. Now, after spouting a few harsh words, I was weak to the point of near shock. Lu Hanyan almost threw me onto the bed. Cough, 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 cough. I curled up on the tiger skin mattress, coughing violently, each spasm feeling like it might rupture my internal organs. Seeing me like this, her anger inexplicably dissipated by more than half. She turned to pour water, but my hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. Absolutely, don't call the military doctor. I gasped. Military doctors are talkative. If word gets out, the newly appointed young marshal collapsed right after firing off threats. The troops will fall apart. At a time like this, you still care about face? She laughed angrily. This isn't about face, it's about morale. I held on tightly to her cold wrist. Help me. Go to the palace and find second sister-in-law. She blinked slightly. Second sister-in-law Shin Jingshu was from the prestigious Shin family in Jiangnan, with unrivaled medical skills, known in the army as the Hua Tuo reincarnate. Just you wait. If you die, I'll line you up right next to your 8 brothers. She spoke the harshest words but turned and moved as swiftly as the wind. Less than a burning incense stick later, the tent flap was lifted again. A breeze carrying the scent of medicine and wind-driven snow slipped in. Shun Jingshu entered, clad in a plain green robe, draped in a fox fur cloak, carrying a sandalwood medicine box. Her steps were calm like a clear spring under the moonlight. Second younger sister, come quickly. 9th brother suddenly turned like this. Lu Hanyan pointed at the bed. Shin Jingshu said nothing, sitting straight at the bed's edge. She glanced at my face, and those smiling eyes tightened slightly. 2 fingers, white as jade, touched my pulse points. The tent was so silent that the only sound was the cracking of the oil lamp's flame. I tried to open my eyes and look at her. In my memories, this second sister-in-law was always quiet and gentle, like a Jiangnan ink painting. But under the rapid analysis of my King of Hell war map, I keenly caught the flicker of surgical sharpness in her eyes. This woman was not simple. After a long moment, she withdrew her hand, pulled out a roll of silver needles from the medicine box, moving so fast she was almost a blur. Shoo, shoo, shoo. 3 silver needles pierced precisely into the biwei point on the top of my head and the temples, penetrating about 3 millimeters into the flesh. A chill burst into my nearly exploding head, the excruciating pain miraculously eased by more than half. Ninth brother's mind and spirit have been overtaxed, triggering an old congenital ailment, Shin Jingshu said calmly. Simply put, your brain's running too fast for this broken body to keep up. A chill ran through my heart. What a second sister-in-law. She saw through the essence at a glance. Then, he has to participate in new recruit training tomorrow. Lu Hanyin grew anxious. That's a death sentence. Shen Jingshu turned her head, her gentle eyes staring at me with extraordinary seriousness. Ninth brother, with your current condition, even running 2 laps around the parade ground could kill you instantly. My suggestion is to return immediately and rest at home. What if I don't go back? I leaned on the pillow, my voice weak but as hard as stone. Not going back. She chuckled lightly, laced with icy mockery. Then I'll prepare a golden Namu coffin for you. Your 8 brothers' coffins are still in the mourning hall. You want to join them as the 9th. Her words were cruel to the extreme, unlike the usual indifferent second sister-in-law. I, on the other hand, smiled, blood staining my lips from coughing. I propped myself up and looked straight into her eyes. Second sister-in-law, I know you have a way. The Shun family's 13 ghost needles can snatch people back from the king of hell. Can't you cure a little weakness like this? Shin Jingshu's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Who told you that? Her voice turned cold. The secret technique of the Shun family is passed down to sons, not daughters. She had learned it secretly. Even her deceased husband was unaware. How could the 9th younger brother, who spent all his time in the study, know? Actually, I didn't know either. It was just now that the tactical sand table deduced it from her acupuncture method and the peculiar medicinal scent on her body, combined with the Jianghu rumors from the original owner's memories. How I know is not important. I took a breath. What matters is that the Shao family can't do without me right now. If I go down, what will the sisters-in-law do? What about the soldiers? Shin Jingshu stared at me intently for a long while. This usually shy younger uncle, who always blushed around people, was frighteningly strange tonight. His eyes were like those of a lone wolf, wounded yet still baring its teeth. After a long time, she sighed softly, the chill fading away, and she returned to the gentle and dignified second sister-in-law. She took a jet-black porcelain bottle from the secret compartment in the medicine chest, poured out a dark red pill about the size of a longan, exuding a bloody smell, and brought it to my lips. This is the bone-penetrating pill, a medicine for tigers and wolves. For 12 hours, you won't feel fatigue or pain, and your strength will double. But once the effect wears off, the pain will double in return. Moreover, every time you take it, it permanently drains your lifespan. When Lu Hanyin heard draining lifespan, her face went pale, and she reached out to stop me. I suddenly stretched my neck and, swallowing hard, took the pill directly. 9th brother. Lu Hanyin cried out in shock. I closed my eyes, feeling a surge of burning lava rise in my abdomen. Within a few breaths, my heavy body that felt like lead was once again filled with strength. When I opened my eyes, the bloodshot had receded, replaced by a wolf-like clarity. Thank you, second sister-in-law, for your support. Is it really worth exchanging your life for a day of strength? I didn't answer. I threw off the covers, got out of bed, and put on my shoes, no longer showing any trace of illness. I walked to the entrance of the tent, lifted a corner of the curtain, and let the wind and snow pour in. Second sister-in-law, eldest sister-in-law. I faced away from them, my voice calm. If I don't do this, the Shao family will be completely buried under this endless snowstorm. Better to live fiercely, even if it's just for a day, rather than live miserably and watch our enemies gloat. I'd rather choose the fiercest fire, even if it only burns for one day, to burn at dawn. A proud curve tugged at the corner of my mouth. Draining life, so what? At least, I, Shao Chun, will die standing, not live kneeling. Before dawn, just past the first watch. The long winter night in the northern border seemed endless. Outside was pitch black, the cold wind wrapped in scattered snowflakes, whipping against the tents with crackling sounds. Bang, bang, bang. The muster drum exploded, tearing apart the silence before dawn. Lei Lai's loud voice roared, "Get your ass up." The young marshal commands a muster in the training ground at 15 minutes past the first watch. No breakfast for latecomers today. I had not slept all night. That bone-penetrating pill was overwhelmingly powerful, making me as excited as if I had swallowed 2 caddies of burning coal. In my mind, I repeatedly rehearsed the day's training plan more than a dozen times. I put on the simplest soldier's leather armor. Cold and stiff, it rubbed against my skin. No fox fur, no stove, only a standard long knife. When I stepped out of the tent, quite a few people were already standing sporadically on the training ground. The soldiers huddled their necks, sleepy-eyed, grumbling. Gather this early? Are they crazy? I heard the ninth young master is coming. Probably just going through the motions. Wait for it. He'll show up bundled in 3 layers of cotton clothes, say a few pretty words, then go back inside to warm himself. The murmurs abruptly stopped, because they saw me walking over. My thin leather armor looked empty in the furious wind, but I walked steadily, my back straight as a spear. The torchlight cast shadows on my pale face. My eyes were cold as the black ice of the northern sea. Lei Lai, Zhao Hu, and others had arrived early. Seeing how I was dressed, Lei Lai's eyelids twitched violently. Ewing Marshal, are you really wearing this? The wind will cut right through. Enough nonsense. I strode to the very front and edge of the new recruits formation. Zhao Hu, step out. Zhao Hu shuddered and ran out. Reporting, sir. Start as we discussed last night. I fixed my gaze forward. Treat me like a newbie, not the young marshal. If I find you slacking, I'll strip you naked and feed you to the wolves outside Yanmen Pass. Zhao Hu swallowed hard, his scalp tingling, and suddenly turned around yelling. Everyone, warm up. Run 20 laps around the training ground. No finishing means no breakfast or lunch. 20 laps. 1 lap was 2 li. 20 laps was a full 40 li. For these fresh recruits, it was a matter of life and death. 20 laps? Coach Zhao has lost it. This will kill someone. Complaints just started when I dashed off like an arrow released from a bow. I kept a near-perfect steady pace, each step thudding heavily on the frozen ground. Seeing this, Lei Lai dared not hesitate. What the hell are you staring at? The young marshal's running. As long as your legs aren't broken, keep running. He kicked the dawdling recruits behinds and charged out with a group of captains. At first, everyone thought I was just putting on a show, that I'd probably fake some distress and collapse after running 2 or 3 laps. Who in the entire army didn't know that the 9th young master had to gasp for breath every few steps? But 3 laps passed, 5 laps passed, 10 laps passed. I wasn't fast, but like a precision machine, I maintained a steady rhythm. No pauses, no staggering, not even a change in the swing of my arms. Only Lei Lai, who was right behind me, could hear my breathing. It sounded like a broken bellows, each inhale marked by a sharp hiss, each exhale accompanied by a stifled groan, an agonized cry from my severely oxygen-deprived lungs. Sweat streamed down my forehead, freezing before it could fall, forming icicles on my eyebrows and eyelashes, making me look like a white-browed demon emerging from the ice and snow. Young Marshal, take a break. Lei Lai leaned closer, genuinely afraid I might suddenly collapse on the training ground. I didn't even lift my eyelids. All my willpower was focused on the frantically flashing red, tactical map in my mind. Heart rate, 185. Body temperature, 39.5 degrees Celsius. High-risk buildup of muscle lactic acid. Warning, bodily functions have reached the brink of collapse. Immediate cessation advised to avoid irreversible damage. I screamed in my mind, shut up. I knew the bone-penetrating pill was mercilessly overdrawing on my life. But I had to finish the run. This was not just running. It was using my life to inject backbone into this collapsing army. I wanted to show these 30,000 soldiers of the Jinbei army that not a single son of the Shao family was a coward. 15 laps. A large group of new recruits collapsed, lying in the snow like cut wheat, wailing. Even the veterans who had been watching stopped laughing and stood solemnly at the sidelines, eyes full of reverence. 18 laps. My legs felt like lead, my throat filled with the metallic taste of blood, and my vision darkened intermittently. A hand reached out beside me, trying to support me. It was Zhao Hu. Get off. I squeezed out the 2 words through clenched teeth, flung him off violently, my body shaking fiercely, nearly falling over. Yet with superhuman willpower, I forced myself upright. My feet carved 2 deep furrows in the ground as I kept moving forward. The last 2 laps. Tens of thousands of soldiers were deathly silent. The world seemed to hold only my solitary figure and the terrifying sound of my gasping breath. When my foot crossed the finish line, I didn't collapse with a thunderous fall like everyone expected. I planted both hands firmly on my knees, my body bent like a drawn bow, gasping heavily like a dying whale. The steam rising from my body in the bitter cold formed a white mist around me, cloaking me like a demon god. But I was still standing, my legs trembling like sifted grain, but standing firm. Lei Lai was the first to rush over. This iron-willed man's eyes reddened unexpectedly. "Young Marshal." I slowly raised my head, my face covered in ice crystals and bloodshot veins, but I forced out a smile more unbearable than tears. Using the last ounce of strength, I clearly asked, "What's for breakfast?" At that moment, Lei Lai felt that this fragile, ill-looking young marshal before him was fiercer than any warrior he'd ever known. Breakfast? Hearing those 2 words, Lei Lai instinctively wanted to slap himself. Breakfast in the northern camp? Was that even edible? They set up a marching pot in the snow, cooking a millet porridge so thin you could see your reflection in it, mixed with some blackened dried vegetable leaves. A basket nearby was piled with black steamed buns, frozen hard as stones in the cold wind, hard enough to kill a dog without exaggeration. This was the current rations of the Jinbei army. The Imperial Army's pay had been withheld by Prime Minister Qin Song for 3 whole months, and the supplies delivered were all stale rice and moldy flour. I said nothing, grabbed a chipped, cracked bowl, and silently joined the queue for food. When my turn came, the mess cook's long-handled ladle trembled like sifted grain, his face full of difficulty. Young Marshal, you'd better go to the Central Command tent. The First Lady left you some minced meat porridge. Serve the food." I passed him my bowl, voice cold as iron. The cook dared not argue. Shaking, he ladled a scoop of clear broth, then picked out a steamed bun that looked less black and stuffed it into my bowl. Carrying my bowl, I walked to the wall and sat down heavily in the snow. Soldiers around me stole glances, their expressions complicated. That black bun in their hands, normally hard to swallow, suddenly felt even rougher on the throat. I picked up the bun and bit down hard. Hard. Cold. Coarse. The musty flavor mixed with wheat bran and grit, my teeth crunching noisily. The hell map, in my mind, instantly popped up streams of data. Food analysis. Black steamed bun. Approximate 150 g. Ingredients. Inferior flour, wheat bran, sand. Extremely low calories, negligible nutrition. Long-term consumption will cause soldiers' physical strength to drop by 30%, endurance by 50%, and increase night blindness and septicemia incidence by 80%. It wasn't the soldiers who were inadequate. The logistics were rotten to the core. An army that couldn't even eat to fullness. How could one talk of morale? How to speak of combat effectiveness? Expressionless, as if chewing delicacies instead of sand, I silently tore the bun into pieces and soaked them in the watery porridge. I gulped down the broth and grit in one breath. My stomach felt as if a block of ice had fallen into it, but the medicinal power of the piercing bone pill was still at work, suppressing all discomfort. To train an army of tigers and wolves, mere mental adrenaline wasn't enough. We needed flesh, fat, and oil. We had to give these men the strength to fight desperately. Where would the money come from? The court was no hope. That old fox Qin Song would rather see the Jinbei army starve to death at Yinmen Pass. My gaze pierced through the morning fog, locking onto that slender figure patrolling the camp in the distance. Fifth sister-in-law, Wenryu. Today she wore a crimson-purple silk jacket and skirt embroidered with delicate patterns, draped in a silver fox fur cloak. Even in this muddy military camp, she radiated an aura of wealth. Holding a thick ledger, she was cross-checking with the quartermaster, her brows furrowed tightly. Her mood was clearly foul. I scraped the bottom of my bowl clean in a few bites, stood up, and strode over. Fifth sister-in-law. When Ryu turned around, seeing me covered in mud, my mouth still stained with kanji, her peach blossom eyes flashed with undisguised surprise before masking it with a professional smile. "Oh, if it isn't our great hero, ninth brother? How is the plain military fare treating you compared to the sumptuous life at the prince's mansion?" The sting in her words could kill. I pretended not to understand, pointing to the soldiers crouched with their necks hunched, gnawing on black steamed buns. Fifth sister-in-law, is this the logistics you're in charge of? The smile on Wenryu's face vanished instantly. Her gaze turned icy cold. Ninth brother, are you here to accuse me? I want to ask you, how does a clever housewife cook without rice? The court has cut off grain supplies, and the quality of food keeps declining. The only reason they get hot meals daily is because the prince's inner treasury is forcibly propping it up. 300,000 mouths. Do you know how much that consumes in a day? If you have the means, conjure some silver out of thin air. Her heart was boiling with immense resentment. Sister-in-law, I'm not blaming you. I looked at her, my tone terrifyingly calm. I want to talk business with you. Business. When Ryu's mouth curled into a mocking smile, as if hearing the most ridiculous joke. Ninth brother, you know how to do business? Besides wasting money on poetry and wine, what else can you do? I will make your money multiply. Every coin of your dowry will turn into tenfold or 100-fold profit. I stepped forward, lowering my voice. Fifth sister-in-law, have you ever heard of war bonds? When Ryu froze, her calculating mind racing. What bonds? Simply put, we treat the upcoming war as the greatest business venture in the world. My eyes blazed with a desire to take control. We have no money, but wealthy merchants in the world do. We use the 100-year reputation of the Jinbei prince's mansion as collateral to borrow money from them to fund the war. If we win, we pay back with cattle, sheep, minerals, and spoils from the Black Wolf troops, with interest. That's what bonds are. When Ryu's breath hitched. Ninth young master, this is just wishful thinking. Who would lend money to a deteriorating Shao family? It's like throwing silver into water. A deteriorating Shao family. I sneered. That's just now. I'll make them believe the Shao family is still the Shao family. Good idea, but our biggest problem is the grain shortage. To make people believe in us, we must solve this first. All credit is built on military strength. Ninth young master, you can't not understand that, right? Confidently, I pulled a wrinkle-worn sheet of coarse hemp paper from my pocket and handed it over. On it was a meticulously drawn schematic filled with pipes and containers. What's this? When Ryu was drawn to the plans. The first capital to kickstart this huge business. I said faintly, it's called a distiller. It can refine the worst, sour, murky wine in the army into a nectar fiercer than a blade and warmer than fire. I call it burning knife. Fifth sister-in-law, you understand better than I do. In the frostbitten north, a glass of strong liquor like this can trade for how much cattle and sheep? How much gold can it leverage? So will you take this deal? Strong liquor. When Ryu's pupils constricted sharply. In the north, strong liquor was not just a drink. It was life. Hard currency, even harder than gold. She suddenly looked up, fixing me with a scrutinizing gaze for the first time. Ninth brother, if what you say is true, this is indeed the fastest way to raise money now. She suddenly smiled, a mixture of shock, admiration, and excitement. Tapping my chest gently with the ledger, she said, I'm in. But business among kin requires clear accounts. Take out costs. I want 30% of the profits. Sister-in-law, I don't even want 10%. The money is more useful in your hands than mine. I only need the soldiers to have meat on their plates and strength to kill enemies within a month. When Ryu paused, then laughed so heartily it seemed to shake every branch, as if she'd heard the sweetest words in the world. Good. Strength for every man to kill. Her eyes sparkled, finally revealing an authentic, alluring smile. Deal. As long as you make the burning knife, don't say meat. Even if you want dragon meat from the heavens, sister-in-law, we'll get it for you. Night deepened. The clamor of Beidang had long since quieted, leaving only the faint sound of soldiers' armor rubbing and the sharp patter of wind and snow striking the tents. Inside the young marshal's tent, the lamps burned brightly. I lay curled up on the cold bed, a shrimp thrown into boiling water. The medicinal power of the bone-piercing pill was retreating in the cruelest way. The violent strength that had sustained me through the 40-mile run, intimidating the generals, deflated instantly like a punctured balloon. In its place came a backlash of pain 10 times, 100 times greater than normal. Damn! I squeezed out the word through clenched teeth, veins bulging on my forehead, beads of sweat mixed with blood rolling down, then evaporating in my abnormal fever. Pain. Not the gratifying pain of blade or axe, but an acid ache burrowing from the marrow between my bones. It felt like millions of ants gnawing my marrow, every nerve ending screaming. My lungs were like a broken bellows. Each breath burned with excruciating agony, the thick metallic taste of blood nearly suffocating me. The king of hell's battlefield, in my mind, fell into chaos, red alarms flashing wildly. Then with a sizzling snap, it went totally black. This broken body couldn't even handle my brain's rapid calculations anymore. Am I going to die right here? No. I am the king of hell. I'm the one who makes others die. No one will make me die. With all my strength, I bit down hard on my own arm, teeth sinking deep into flesh, trying to drown one unbearable pain with another. Blood dripped from the corner of my mouth onto the tiger skin mat, spreading a small patch of dark red. Just as my consciousness was about to be swallowed, the tent flap was gently lifted by a slender hand. A faint medicinal fragrance mixed with cold air wafted in. Shen Jingshu entered quietly, carrying a bowl of hot medicinal soup. Behind her were Lu Hanyin and Wen Ruyu, their faces full of anxiety. As the three stepped in, they were shocked by what lay before them. The man who stood like a demigod on the training ground during the day now trembled helplessly in pain like a fragile infant. His pale face was drenched in sweat and blood, his mouth biting desperately into his own arm, his entire being exuding the despair of impending death. Ninth brother. Lu Hanyin shouted in alarm and tried to rush forward, but was held back by Shun Jingshu's outstretched hand. Don't touch him. Shun Jingshu's voice was calm, though her eyes were grave. She walked to the bedside, set the medicine bowl on the table, looked down at me, and asked quietly, "Do you want to continue?" Lu Hanyin and Wen Ryu froze. At this moment, she was still asking, "Second sister, you have to find a way to save him." Lu Hanyin's eyes reddened with urgency. Wen Ryu frowned as well. Though she was shrewd and calculating, seeing my wretched state tightened her heart. This little uncle had just painted for her a vision that could overturn the commercial landscape of the Northern Territories. He couldn't just die like this. I slowly loosened my jaw, leaving a row of deep bite marks on my arm. I lifted my head, my eyes bloodshot and tortured by pain, staring fixedly at Shin Jingshu. "This means nothing to me." My voice was hoarse beyond recognition, each word strained from my throat. Compared to our hatred with father and brothers, compared to the survival of the entire Xiao family, what is this little bit of suffering? Shin Jingshu remained silent. She knew that any comfort was powerless in front of such will. I gasped a few breaths, the agony making my body convulse again, yet I still locked eyes with her, my gaze carrying an unnegotiable plea. "Second sister-in-law, I need a method that can completely change my constitution. Relying on medicine to maintain strength is not a long-term solution. Next time, I might not be so lucky." I knew clearly that this time I was holding on half thanks to the bone-piercing pill and half thanks to the unbreakable, inhuman will of the king of hell. But this body was too weak, like stuffing a fighter jet engine inside a tractor shell. Just running today nearly shook the shell apart. The next time I really went to battle, sword and blade, life or death at every turn, I would never allow my frail body to cause any mistake. I need a body that can keep up with the soul of the king of hell. Lu Hanyin and Wen Ryu looked at me as if I were mad. Almost dying, not thinking about survival, but wanting to become stronger? Shin Jingshu's pupils contracted slightly. She quietly looked at my face twisted by pain, eyes still burning with a mad flame. After a long moment, she sighed deeply, as if making an extremely difficult decision. "There is indeed one method I know." Her voice was soft, but fell like a stone into a calm lake. In the forbidden chapter of the Shun family's medical canon, there is an ancient formula. It does not cure illness, it changes fate. Changes fate. When Ruyu's eyes flashed with confusion, Shin Jingshu ignored her and stared at me, speaking each word deliberately. "This ancient formula is called the 9 Deaths Rebirth Soup. It will drain every ounce of potential from your body in the most ruthless and brutal way. Crush every inch of your muscles and bones. Burn every drop of your blood, forcing you to break and then rebuild through agonies of near death. If successful, your body will be reshaped and transformed, your entire meridian system opened, your chi and blood flowing like dragons, no longer shackled by innate deficiencies." Her voice suddenly turned cold as she said this. "But during the process, you will suffer pain 100, even 1,000 times worse than now. Historical records of the Shun family state that in hundreds of years, no one who tried this method succeeded. They either died in unbearable pain or had their will utterly destroyed, becoming soulless living corpses. No matter how strong the will, such inhuman torment will crush it. The tent fell into a deathly silence. Lu Hanyin and Wen Ryu both felt a chill rush from their feet to the crown of their heads, their body hairs standing on end. Pain 100 times worse than now. Becoming a soulless living corpse? This was no remedy. It was clearly an invitation to hell. The air inside the tent was suffocatingly heavy. Shen Jingshu's phrase, soulless living corpse, lingered overhead like a vulture, coldly scrutinizing each of us. Lu Hanyin's fingers clenched the hilt of the red sleeve, sword so tightly her knuckles turned blue, as if she wanted to draw the blade and sever this absurd proposal. When Ryu no longer mentioned that earth-shattering business deal, she bit her red lips hard, her face the purest expression of terror. All eyes turned to me. I didn't reply immediately. The searing bone-deep pain had just ebbed, granting me a moment to catch my breath. I gasped for air, my lungs rasped harshly. Sweat mixed with tears stung my eyes sharply, but I didn't even have the strength to raise a hand and wipe them. Slowly, I propped my upper body against the headboard. Every movement was agonizingly slow, joints creaking as if about to shatter. I even reached out to smooth my disheveled collar, holding on to whatever dignity I had left. Second sister-in-law. I spoke, my voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping. When can that soup be ready? Xiaochun. Lu Hanyin suddenly stepped forward fiercely, as if to shove me back onto the bed. Don't you understand? Second sister-in-law said it's 9 deaths and 1 life. You're just weak now. Take care of yourself properly, and at least you can survive. The Xiao family has already lost too many men. You can't be the last one to die. Survive. I slowly lifted my eyes, staring at my sister-in-law with eyes bloodshot red. My gaze was as calm and bottomless as a 1,000-year-old frozen lake. Like a dog chained in the backyard of the prince's mansion, watching you women storm ahead as cannon fodder, sacrificing your lives just to buy me a little more time to scrape by. Or just standing by helplessly, watching that old scoundrel Qin Song pick apart the bones of the Xiao family's loyalty one by one in the court as snacks to go with his wine. A bitter smile tugged at my scarred lips, tasting of blood. Sister-in-law, living like that is more painful than death. Lu Hanyin opened her mouth, but no words came out. I turned my head and fixed Shen Jingshu with a piercing gaze. Second sister-in-law, I will drink this medicine. Shen Jingshu looked at me, and for the first time, the gentle waters of her eyes roiled violently. She didn't try to persuade me, only nodded softly, as if she had long expected this. As a healer, saving lives is her duty. But she is also a daughter-in-law of the Xiao family. She understands better than anyone that what the northern garrison needs now is a wolf king who can tear enemies apart, not a watchdog hiding in its kennel and barking. Since it's decided, I will prepare it right away. Shun Jingshu's voice returned to the cold and calm tone of a medical professional. All the ingredients are in the pharmacy, but the 9 deaths rebirth soup is extremely violent. It must be bathed in continuously for 49 days straight. If interrupted even once, the medicinal energy will reverse course, sever all meridians, and even immortals can't save you then. I have one condition. I suddenly interrupted her. Shin Jingshu stopped. Speak. The treatment must take place every night after the hour of Hai and before the hour of Yin. My tone left no room for argument. Before dawn, no matter what kind of torments I endure, you must find a way to get me back on my feet, looking human enough to train at the drill grounds. Shin Jingshu's pupils contracted sharply. Her usual calm shattered. You're insane. This medicine is already a tiger wolf technique that defies heaven and fate. Spread over 12 hours, slowly simmered like a frog in warm water, there might be a glimmer of chance. You want to compress the power that can crush bones and burn blood into just 2 hours. She stepped forward and stared intently at me. That's not just double the pain. That's making you endure a whole day's torture in 2 hours. The medicinal force will burst like a breached dam, instantly destroying your body and will. You'll die from the pain. I cannot collapse. I pointed toward the pitch-black night beyond the tent, where tens of thousands of confused hearts slept beneath the stars. During the day, I am their young general. I had just let my bravado loose in the training ground, letting them catch a glimmer of hope. But what they would see first thing tomorrow morning was a useless wreck moaning in bed, being carried out. That small flicker of fire would be extinguished with a single piss. Morale is something that's as hard to gather as climbing to the sky, but it scatters in the blink of an eye. I propped myself against the edge of the bed, summoning every ounce of strength to stand. My legs shook like a sieve, but my spine stood straight as an unbreakable spear. I want them to see that I, Xiao Chun, am forged of iron. No matter what the night brings, once the sun rises, I must be the first to stand in the training ground. As for the pain, I curled my lips, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained white teeth, my expression fierce and defiant. As long as it doesn't kill me, I'll just treat it like a tickle. Silence engulfed the tent. When Ryu looked at this little uncle, who usually only read books and painted, and suddenly her throat went dry. She even forgot to breathe. She was used to making business decisions with risk assessments, but this man before her was gambling his very life as the only capital to bet on a future that may not even exist. This gamble had a 99% chance of death, with the reward being the entire Xiao family's rise. A madman. A complete, utter madman. All right. Shen Jingshu took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in her heart. She knew that no amount of persuasion would work now. She turned toward the door, walking with hurried steps, carrying an air of resolute coldness like the chilling wind by the Yi River. I'll prepare the medicine. Sister-in-law, fifth sister-in-law, get a large enough bathing tub and several big pots of boiling water ready. Remember, the water must be boiling, no hint of lukewarm. Also find a wooden stick, wrapped in clean soft cloth. What's that for? When Ryu asked instinctively, her heart already sinking with a bad premonition. Shin Jingshu didn't look back. Her voice was cold and sharp as ice. To bite on, so he doesn't gnaw off his own tongue when the pain becomes unbearable. Half an hour later, behind the screen stood a huge wooden tub, half a person tall. It was filled with a jet black and glossy liquid, like ink that refused to dissolve, or like a swamp on the edge of hell. On the surface floated the dried corpses of centipedes and scorpions mixed with strange herbs, bubbling and bursting violently as the charcoal fire heated it. An indescribable foul stench spread. It wasn't medicinal fragrance, but a mix of fishy sweetness, pungency, and rot that stung the nostrils, making them burn with just a single whiff. This is the 9 deaths to 1 life soup. When Ryu covered her mouth and nose, retreating repeatedly, her usually calculating pretty face turning pale. This was no medicine. It was clearly the most venomous curse brewed by the southern border witches. She even suspected that if a person jumped in, their bones would dissolve. Shin Jingshu stood by the tub, expressionless as she stirred with a long wooden stick. Sweat beaded densely across her forehead. Her arm trembled slightly. The toll on her spirit from preparing such fate-reversing medicine was enormous. "Get in," she said, laying down the stirring stick and turning to me, her voice void of any emotion. I had already removed my shirt. The originally fair and slender chest bore fresh red tears from running earlier and bloodied scratches from my desperate struggles. Under the dim light, this body looked fragile, as if it could be shattered by a gust of wind. I walked to the tub, glancing down at the roaring, swirling black liquid. A wave of hot steam filled with poison hit my face, stinging my eyes until tears welled. Without a moment's hesitation, not even a frown, I lifted my leg and stepped in. Asterisk sizzle. Asterisk. My body stiffened abruptly, muscles tensing like iron wires. In that instant, it felt like I wasn't entering water, but plunging into boiling lava, leaping into a pit filled with blades. The black liquid seemed to transform into millions of living parasitic worms, crawling madly into every pore. Each drop was like a poisoned file scraping, tearing, grinding my blood vessels, meridians, and bones. Pain. Unimaginable pain. It was as if every bone was being knocked apart inch by inch, and then welded back with a red-hot iron. Every muscle fiber torn open alive, salted with venom, and seared repeatedly with ghost flames from the netherworld. Ugh! I snapped my head back violently, veins twisting and bulging like writhing worms along my neck. My face flushed, turning a terrifying deep purple. I opened my mouth wide, trying to roar, the primal instinct of a living being inflicted by extreme agony. Smack! A hard wooden stick wrapped in white cloth was shoved violently into my mouth by a hand trembling but resolute. It was Lu Hanyan. She stood at the tub's edge, holding my shaking shoulders tight with both hands. Her proud phoenix eyes were bloodshot, and her voice sharp with order. Bite down. Xiao Chun, bite down for me. I bit down hard on the stick, my sharp teeth sinking into the wood with a crunch. My hands gripped the tub's rim. My nails dug in so fiercely they cracked, blood trickling into the grain of the wood, instantly swallowed and vanished by the overpowering potency of the medicine. When Ryu stood to the side, trembling uncontrollably all over. She had never seen anyone willingly walk into such a living hell and endure it without so much as a sound. That calculating mind had crashed for the first time. She couldn't compute how much a person's willpower was worth. This man simply could not be measured by common logic. Add fuel. Shen Jingshu's voice was as cold as an unfeeling executioner's. She stared intently at the change in my pupils, while when Ryu shouted, "Add more charcoal to the brazier." More. When Ryu's hand trembled, nearly knocking over the brazier. The water's almost boiling. If we add more, we'll cook him alive. If the medicinal power isn't heated to awaken its effect, it will backfire on his meridians. Add it. Shen Jingshu shouted fiercely. When Ryu grit her teeth and closed her eyes, then shoveled a handful of glowing red charcoal in. Boom. The water in the bucket roared even more violently. I convulsed fiercely in the water, like a dying fish thrown into a boiling pot. My skin turned red as heated iron, pores seeping blood mixed with black specks. That was the impurities in my body forcibly driven out by the medicinal energy. My consciousness began to blur. Everything turned blood red before my eyes. Buzzing roared in my ears. Memories flooded back of being confined in a water prison for 7 days and nights during the Special Forces selection at the King of Hell's court in my past life. Back then it was bone-chilling cold. Now it was burning fire. Countless voices screamed in my mind. Give up. Jump out, and it won't hurt anymore. But I gritted the wooden stick in my mouth, with only one thought left in my brain. I am the King of Hell. I've been to hell itself. This little bathwater means nothing. The revenge for my father and brothers isn't done yet. Even the King of Hell would have to get lost if he came here. Lu Hanyan pressed her hands hard on my shoulders. Her palms blistered and red from the heat, but never loosening her grip. She could feel just how horribly this body was being ravaged, and also that increasingly fierce vitality. It was a strength she'd never felt from this younger uncle by marriage. Manly, warrior-like, the indomitable king of wolves who would rather die than yield. After an unknown length of time, the medicine turned from thick ink black to gray water. The stench faded. I finally stopped convulsing, hung my head motionless, the wooden stick in my mouth bitten nearly in half. Shen Jingshu checked my carotid pulse and exhaled slowly. You made it through. Lu Hanyan and when Ryu both collapsed weakly to the ground. When Ryu rushed to the pillar and retched violently, that scene was 100 times worse than any bloody murder scene she had ever witnessed. At the third quarter of the hour, the assembling drum sounded. I sat up on the bed, movements a bit smoother than yesterday. Last night's hellish ordeal had been forcibly subdued by Shen Jingshu with ointments and acupuncture. My bones still throbbed faintly, but at least I could walk. Donning leather armor, hanging the long sword at my side, I pushed open the tent flap and stepped out. On the training ground, the soldiers looked at me without yesterday's contempt. Instead, their eyes held awe and caution. Yesterday's 40-li run, I had shown this group of veterans in the cruelest way possible that I was not here to collect honors. Lei Lai hurried forward. Young Marshal, how did you rest last night? Not bad. I nodded. What's the training for today? Zhao, who stepped up, report to young Marshal. Basic sword techniques and formation drill. Begin. I joined the ranks, standing at the very edge of the first row. Everyone, draw your swords. Clang. Hundreds of long swords shimmered coldly in the morning light. I drew my longsword too. It wasn't heavy, but for my weakened body, even gripping it was a strain. Chop. Swipe. Thrust. Each move was repeated over and over. The original owner had been sickly and never trained. I couldn't even hold the sword steadily. Yet I didn't stop, mechanically repeating until sweat saturated my clothes. my palms worn raw and aching. An hour later, Zhao Hu said quietly, "Young Marshal, your form is quite standard, but your strength is lacking. Don't rush." I nodded silently. I knew I couldn't rush, but time was exactly what I lacked most. Next came the formation drill. This was the trump card of the Northern Defense Army. I followed the movements while rapidly analyzing in my mind. The spacing between squads, turning speeds, signal methods, all could be optimized. But now was not the time to suggest changes. First, I had to blend into this army. The drill continued until noon. Everyone was exhausted, but not a single one complained, because that weak young marshal hadn't fallen out of formation. Lunch was still thin porridge and black steamed buns. I sat by the wall holding my bowl. Lu Hanyin came over and sat down, handing me a package wrapped in oil paper inside, which were several pieces of dried meat. "Eat. Your sister-in-law sent this through me," she said awkwardly. I picked up a piece and bit into it. Lu Hanyin watched me, hesitating before speaking. "You're working yourself so hard. What are you after?" "To survive." I swallowed the dried meat. "You'll die if you keep going like this. Without this, I'd die faster." I turned to stare at her. "Sister-in-law, how long do you think the Shao family can hold on now?" Lu Hanyin was silent. Father and brothers dead in battle, the court coveting us, enemies pressing at the gates. The court had only given the Shao family 100 days. "I know you look down on me, thinking I'm just a smooth-talking scholar," I continued. "But war isn't won with just passion. I have to make this army see that I'm not a coward hiding in the back. I have to bleed and sweat alongside them. Only then will they obey my orders. Aren't you afraid of really dying?" I smiled faintly. "I am. But compared to living like a loser, I'm more afraid of dying without meaning." I stood up and turned toward the training ground. The afternoon training was even harsher, weighted cross-country. Each person carried a 30-pound sandbag and ran 10 laps around the training field. I strapped on a sandbag too. I barely kept up on the first lap, started falling behind on the second, and by the third, I was dead last. Leilai followed behind me. "Young commander, rest a bit." I didn't answer, gritting my teeth as I pushed on. My legs felt like lead, my lungs burned fiercely, and my throat was heavy with the metallic taste of blood. But I couldn't stop. If I stopped, all my earlier efforts would be for nothing. When everyone else finished, I was still struggling through the final lap. No one laughed. Everyone watched quietly, their eyes full of respect. Step by step, I moved forward, vision blurring, only my ragged breathing filling my ears. When I finally crossed the finish line, the entire field erupted into thunderous cheers. "Long live the young commander." My legs gave way, and Leilai caught me. Zhao Hu approached. "Young commander, that's enough for today. You've done more than enough." At the hour of high, Shin Jingshu appeared punctually. The large wooden barrel was set up again, black medicinal liquid boiling and releasing a pungent smell. I stripped off my clothes, took a deep breath, and stepped in. Sizzle! The tearing pain came crashing back. I tensed instantly, veins bulging. Lu Hanyin shoved a wooden stick into my mouth and pinned my shoulders firmly. "Bite down." I bit hard, my teeth sank into the wood. Time passed, second by second. My skin flushed red, pores oozing blood mixed with black impurities. My mind started to skid, but I gritted the stick. If I fainted this time, I wouldn't wake up again. Finally, the liquid's color faded. Shin Jingshu exhaled. "Help him out." I collapsed to the ground, soaking wet. Shin Jingshu gave me a few injections and forced down a bowl of unbearably bitter tonic. "Tomorrow, we continue." Lying in bed, I gasped for air. The pain hadn't abated, but I had survived another day. 47 days left. Lu Hanyin sat by the bed, quietly asking, "Are you really not afraid of dying?" I opened my eyes and smiled weakly. "I am. But I'm more afraid of living like a dog." She fell silent. Suddenly, she began to understand this man a little better. He wasn't unafraid of death. He was just more afraid of losing. A new day. When I woke, my body ached less than yesterday. Though it still felt like a dozen bulls had trampled me, a faint spark of strength was growing in my muscles. This, 9 deaths to new life soup, was indeed formidable. On the training ground, soldiers stood in perfect ranks. Their eyes held genuine reverence when they looked at me. The first day's 40-mile run was shocking. The second day's weighted cross-country earned respect, and when I appeared on time for the third day, still throwing myself recklessly into battle, The doubts in everyone's hearts turned to complete admiration. This wasn't a show, it was a fight for life. "Young commander, want to watch us train today?" Leilai asked cautiously. "No need." I waved him off and stepped directly into the ranks. I knew clearly, this was walking a tightrope. If I showed weakness, everything I had built would collapse. Today was combat training. I was assigned to the attacking side. "Charge." I surged forward amidst the crowd. Bam! A wooden shield slammed hard into my chest, the huge force flooding my chi and blood, knocking me backward. Ju-di. Lu Hanyin stood on the command platform, her hand instinctively gripping her sword's hilt, almost ready to jump down. I hit the ground. My internal organs shifted out of place, and a metallic, sweetish taste flooded my throat. Damn it, this body's too weak. I bit my tongue hard, using the pain to suppress dizziness, pushing up to stand shakily on one hand. "I'm fine, keep going." The soldier who knocked me down turned pale. Young commander, I didn't mean to." "There's no didn't mean to on the battlefield. You did well." I wiped blood foam from the corner of my mouth and gripped the wooden sword again. Again, everyone was stunned. This was ruthless. Lu Hanyin, standing on the platform, watching me. This slender figure repeatedly struck down and standing up, covered in mud and blood, her eyes growing brighter. Her deeply rooted principles wavered for the first time. Maybe strength wasn't just about physical power. After the whole morning's training, I was nearly carried back to camp. My body was bruised and battered. I didn't have the strength to move a finger. Shin Jingshu came to tend my wounds, coldly saying, "If you keep this up, in less than 10 days, even the 9 deaths to new life soup won't save you." I know the situation clearly. I closed my eyes, my voice hoarse. "Second sister-in-law, is my body any better than yesterday?" Shin Jingshu's hand paused for a moment. She knew deep down I was speaking the truth. Under the dual stimulation of the 9 lives elixir and extreme pressure, this battered body was undergoing a miraculous transformation. The blocked meridians were being forcibly unblocked, and the atrophied muscles were reactivated. This was a mad gamble. The stake was life, and the reward was rebirth. Just then, the tent curtain was suddenly flung open, and when Ryu rushed in like a gust of wind. It worked. Ninth brother. It really worked. Shaking, she held a porcelain bottle in her hand. She pulled off the cork, and an intense aroma of wine instantly filled the camp. Overpowering, pure, like a blazing flame. "This is the burning knife Ninth brother talked about." Her eyes gleamed frighteningly. "I found the best brewmaster in the manor, and they rushed to produce this overnight according to your blueprints. At first, they said it was impossible, but they really turned the nearly spoiled, turbid wine into this nectar." She looked at me as if seeing a monster. "Try it." I gestured for her to taste it first. When Ryu took a small sip, huh? A fiery line blazed from her throat to her stomach, exploding into warmth that spread through her limbs and bones. "Good wine. Truly good wine." Her pretty face flushed. "Ninth brother, with this, we're set. Ship it beyond the pass, and those grassland people will exchange the finest warhorses, cattle, and sheep. Our military supplies will be saved." She understood all too well what strong liquor meant in the bitter cold northern frontier. It was not just wine, it was hard currency, it was life. "Fifth sister-in-law, this is only the first step," I said calmly. "Wine alone is not enough. We need a large enough plate to hold this overwhelming wealth." "A plate?" "Yes." I stared at her. "I want you to establish a trading company in the manor's name, called Northern Border Trading Company. Not just selling wine. We must control the entire northern border trade. Grain, cloth, salt, ironware. Everything must fall under our influence." "What?" When Ryu gasped. "Ninth brother, you're going to make enemies of the entire Northern Trade Guild. Their roots are tangled, and they even have high-ranking court officials backing them. That's why I need you, fifth sister-in-law." I spoke deliberately. "Your skills, your trade routes, your connections, combined with my burning knife and future war bonds, will be enough to pry open the northern border's fortune. I want those merchants to know that those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. I want their money willingly flowing into the pockets of the Northern Town Army, so our soldiers can eat meat every meal, wear new clothes every day, and have the strength to chop off the enemy's heads." When Ryu was completely stunned, She had always thought herself clever. But compared to this man lying in bed sketching such a grand blueprint, her little business savvy seemed like child's play. I didn't want to just make money. I wanted to forge an invincible army with money, to control the lifeblood of the entire northern border. All right. She took a deep breath, a fire ignited in her almond-shaped eyes like never before. Ninth brother, I'm on this deal. From today, when Ryu's dowry is your capital, Shaochun, whatever you want to do, sister-in-law will play to the end with you. She turned and walked away with swift steps. What's wrong with her? Lu Hanyan looked confused. Shin Jingshu sighed. She found something more interesting than making money. I smiled without saying a word. The fiercest stallion of interest, fifth sister-in-law, was now completely harnessed to my war chariot. Are you really going to do this? Lu Hanyan looked at me. You're going to wrestle with the entire Northern Trade Guild. Big sister-in-law, what is war fought over? At the end of the day, it's money and grain. I leaned against the headboard. If our soldiers can't even get enough to eat, how can they fight the starving wolves of the Black Wolf tribe? Rely on passion? Passion can't fill stomachs, nor can it block blades. Lu Hanyan had no retort. She knew the Northern Town Army's rations better than anyone. Even the dry provisions were mixed with sand, so hard they could bruise a man. But setting up a trading company and competing with merchants, that's not a soldier's way. She frowned deeply. What's a soldier's way? Watching your men starve to death, getting their heads chopped off by the enemy, then exchanging a few empty words like loyalty and valor are commendable in the court? I retorted bluntly. Big sister-in-law, times have changed. Surviving is the only rule. Lu Hanyan was left speechless. Shin Jingshu handed me a medicine bottle. This is the three treasures pill. It will restore some strength, but only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. You pushed yourself to the limit again today. Tonight's medicated bath will be more painful than yesterday's. Be prepared. I poured out a pill and threw it in my mouth, chewing and swallowing like a bean. I know. Second sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work. Shin Jingshu shook her head and turned to pack up the medicine box. She knew that once this man had made a decision, not even 10 oxen could pull it back. I took off my shirt, revealing my body covered in purple bruises, and stepped into the wooden barrel emitting black smoke. Zzz. A pain 100 times more intense than yesterday instantly swept over my body. If yesterday felt like shattered bones, today was pulverization. The medicine's power transformed into countless tiny needles as thin as ox hair, piercing each of my nerves, grinding minutely within my marrow and soul. I bit down hard on the newly replaced hardwood stick, cracking it with sheer force. My eyeballs filled with bloodshot veins, and a muffled roar escaped my throat. Sister-in-law Lu Hanyan and second sister-in-law Shin Jingshu pressed firmly on my shoulders from each side. I could feel the tremor under sister-in-law Lu's palm. Her eyes were filled with shock. This was a willpower transcending the limits of a martial artist. Second sister-in-law stared into my pupils, where only blood red remained. Fifth sister-in-law when Ryu stood to the side, her face pale. I knew she finally understood. A man who dares to bet his life and soul on the gambling table. What couldn't he accomplish? 7 days later. Clang. Wooden swords clashed on the training ground, sparks flying everywhere. An old veteran from the storming camp's tiger mouth trembled violently, staring at me in astonishment. Just a week ago, one strike from him would have thrown me flying, but now I firmly blocked his heavy, powerful blow. For 7 days, I appeared unshakably on the training grounds, running, carrying weights, sparring, missing nothing. Old wounds remained unhealed as new ones were added. Yet everyone in the northern camp could see that their young commander was visibly growing stronger. What was once a frail body had been tempered into refined steel by scorching fire, and my gaze became increasingly sharp like that of an eagle. During these 7 days, the biggest change besides me was the camp's food. Fifth sister-in-law when Ryu spared no expense, rapidly producing the first batch of Burning Blade liquor. The moment this strong spirit hit the black market outside Yinmen Pass, it stirred a colossal storm. Grassland merchants and tribal leaders drank it down, eyes reddening. This fierce north, where water turns to ice, a sip of strong liquor drove away the cold and ignited their fierce courage. Prices soared, from a jar of liquor exchanged for 3 sheep to 1 for a fine warhorse. When Ryu's business talent fully exploded, She established the Northern Border Trading Company, continually transforming the money earned into grain, lamb, medicine, cotton clothes, weapons, flowing like a river into the northern camp. Soldiers ate meat twice a day, black steamed buns swapped for white flour mantu, worn leather armor replaced by gleaming iron armor. The battle cries on the training field grew louder day by day. That noon, fifth sister-in-law when Ryu suddenly threw open the tent curtain and rushed in, her face like frost. Ninth brother, trouble. I had just finished drills, having second sister-in-law Shin Jingshu massage me with medicinal wine. What happened? The carriage team of our trading company was robbed at the 30 Li Inn outside the city. All the liquor was taken, over 10 men were injured, and shopkeeper Wang even broke a leg. Reported to the authorities? What use is that? The prefect of Yinmen Pass is Prime Minister Qin Song's protege. The reply was that horse bandits robbed the road. We're just out of luck. Horse bandits. My eyes narrowed. Who in the northern border dares to touch the convoy of the Jinbei prince's mansion? Not horse bandits. Fifth sister-in-law handed over intelligence. It was the Sihai Tong Trading Company. My people saw their insignia with their own eyes. Behind them is Minister of Revenue Zhou Bapi, who monopolizes the liquor and salt in Yinmen Pass. Our Burning Blade liquor broke their monopoly. They're desperate and reckless. Second sister-in-law frowned. They dare to deal such a heavy hand to people of the prince's mansion? They calculated that we wouldn't make a big deal. Fifth sister-in-law's eye sharpened. The court is watching us now, and mobilizing the troops would give Qin Song the perfect excuse to accuse us of wielding military power for personal gain. So they think we'll just bite the bullet. I curled the corner of my mouth. Ninth brother, give me 50 elite storming soldiers. I'll personally lead the team to smash their signboard. If something happens, I'll take full responsibility. Fifth sister-in-law, sending the military to smash a trading company is just handing the knife over to Qin Song. I shook my head, throwing the intelligence aside and slowly standing up. After 7 days in purgatory, my body emitted a cracking cascade from my joints. Then what? Just let it go. In my dictionary, there is no such word as let it go. I stepped in front of her, revealing a cold, playful smile. Fifth sister-in-law, have you forgotten? In the eyes of the world, I am still that useless ninth young master, who can only compose poems and write couplets. When Ryu was momentarily stunned, I lowered my voice. My father and brothers died in battle, and a grief-stricken, reckless playboy's son, with a few servants, smashing the shop that robbed his goods, seeking justice. Isn't that very reasonable? I lightly patted her shoulder. Since they want a show, I'll give them a grand one. But I'm afraid they won't be able to afford the price of this performance. Both when Ryu and second sister-in-law were dumbfounded. Ninth brother, you're not feverish, right? Fifth sister-in-law instinctively reached out to check my forehead, but I calmly dodged her hand. Wide awake, very much so. I put on a coarse linen robe to cover my scars and deliberately tied my belt slowly. Fifth sister-in-law, think about it. What do all the officials and generals at court see when they look at me? A sickly weakling with no strength, a useless man who only knows how to play with words. My father is dead, and 8 older brothers too. My temperament changed completely, becoming strange and violent. Isn't that perfectly normal? Second sister-in-law immediately understood. Ninth brother, you're planning to use this image as a disguise? Not just a disguise, it's also a talisman, I said. If we move even one soldier, within 3 days Qin Song will have his impeachment accusing us of the crime of maintaining a private army laid on the emperor's desk. But me, an uneducated ninth son, taking a few household men to demand justice after our caravan was robbed. That's just a childish stunt. Qin Song can only scold me as a shameless brat at worst. He can't find any real evidence against the prince's mansion. Fifth sister-in-law's eyes lit up instantly. That calculating mind of hers raced. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Using the most lowly means to unravel the most sinister political trap. This was the art of using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. She looked at me, her eyes filled with pure admiration for the first time. But your body, second sister-in-law couldn't help worrying. Who said I'm going to act? I smiled slyly. I'm just a weak scholar. My job is words. The fighting, naturally, will be done by the household men. I turned and left the tent. Fifth sister-in-law, Immediately find out which is the largest Sihai Tong shop at Yinmen Pass and give me a map of the location. Also, get ready the inventory list for that batch of stolen wine. Value on top. You know what I mean. I understand. We'll make sure they pay through the nose. Inside the camp tent of the shock troops, Lei Lai was wiping his massive, door-sized greatsword bare-chested. Seeing me come in, his big hand pounded twice on his breastplate with a bang. Young Marshal, just say the word if you need anything. Lei Lai, I'm borrowing a few people from you for a fight. A fight? His eyes brightened. He stood up straight with a snap. How many do you need? Our shock troops, 5,000 brothers are at your disposal. I don't want soldiers. I shook my head. I need household men. 20 of them, who don't look like soldiers, more like thugs and ruffians. Lei Lai was completely dumbfounded, scratching his bald head. Thugs and ruffians? I patiently explained. The kind of vicious slaves who guard the prince's mansion. No murderous looks, but a roguish swagger that bullies and intimidates ruthlessly. You mean 20 tough guys who can fight but also pretend to be sycophants? Something like that. Lei Lai's eyes flickered. He slapped his thigh. Got it. Our soldiers might lack in other areas, but fighting we have no problem. Acting like bootlickers, that we'll have to practice. Half an hour later, 20 burly men stood awkwardly outside my tent. Their stout muscles bulged tightly beneath rough, blue-gray short tunics, looking every bit like a gang collecting protection money. I changed into a snow-white brocade robe, silver-trimmed cuffs, holding a white jade folding fan in my hand. Once we leave the camp gate, you're no longer the Northern Garrison Army. You're bullies working for the prince's mansion. If anyone shows cowardice or fails to act right, you'll come back for 20 army canes each. Understood, ninth young master. The 20 men shouted in unison, shaking the entire tent with their voices. I frowned. No, household men don't shout like that. Forget it, I'll teach you on the way. With a flick of my fan, let's go into the city. Follow me, time to get justice. At the city gate of Yinmen Pass, the cold wind swept dry grass spinning on the cobblestone road. I shook my fan, watching the 20 tall men marching proudly and in perfect step before me, the corner of my mouth twitching against my will. Stop, stop. I snapped shut the fan with a clap and pointed at Lei Lai. Commander Lei, are you going to war or inspecting troops? Chest so puffed up, worried no one knows you belong to the shock troops. Lei Lai's short tunic made him look like a black bear dressed in children's clothes. He scratched his bald head with an aggrieved face. Young Marshal, we always walk like this. If we don't keep our backs straight, it's a disgrace to the Northern Garrison Army. Wrong. I knocked his hard chest muscle with the fan. Today you're not the Northern Garrison Army. You're vicious slaves and bootlickers for the Northern Prince's mansion. Do you know what a bootlicker is? The 20 cold-blooded men exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. I sighed. These straightforward soldiers, sending them to die is easy, but to make them act is harder than climbing to the heavens. Watch carefully, I'll only demonstrate once. I took 2 steps back, and my tall figure suddenly collapsed. One shoulder higher than the other, feet stepping as if on cotton, swaying unsteadily. My eyes lost their sharpness, becoming vague and vacant. I gave Lei Lai a sidelong glance, my lips curling into a faint cold smile. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyeballs out for marbles. Now scram. At that moment, a flicker of surprise flashed in Lei Lai's eyes, as if the iron-blooded young marshal who had just led them running through the snow had suddenly transformed into a spoiled second-generation brat rotten to the core. Can you feel it? I instantly reined in my expression. It has to be that I'm the greatest in the world cocky attitude. Shoulders slouched, eyes fierce and greedy, whistling at the young lady, glaring back at whoever displeases you. Lei Lai, you try it. Lei Lai took a deep breath, bent his waist suddenly, swung his broad hands like fans, muscles bunching together as he let out a grunt resembling constipation. What are you looking at? Watch out, Enough, enough. I rubbed my temples in pain. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you're about to wrestle for the latrine. Mimicking the form isn't enough, so at least capture the spirit. Remember this, no matter how big a mess you make today, even if the sky falls, this young master has your back. Just unleash that unreasonable fire I want to see. Yes, sir. The crowd answered in unison. Don't yell yes. Keep your stance relaxed. I barked. They quickly scattered awkwardly. Although they still carried a bit of the elite guard vibe, at last they looked more like a band of hooligans. Into the city. I flicked my folding fan and led these bad slaves, swaggering toward the city gate. Inside Yinmen Pass, the city was a world apart from the desolate camp outside. Shops lined both sides of the street with endless hawking voices, bustling as lively as anywhere in Jiangnan. Yet my sharp eyes spotted many ragged beggars by the roadside, and from their frail frames, it was clear they were injured veterans discharged from the army. Meanwhile, the merchants in fine silk and brocade looked on them with disgust, ordering their servants to shoo them away. The mansion's wine and meat rot while frozen bones lined the streets. A chill spread deep in my heart. Soldiers at the front bled and fought desperately, while parasites behind the lines lived in luxury. This was the reality of Great Xia. Young master, that three-story red building ahead is the Sihai Tong headquarters in Yinmen Pass, Lei Lai whispered as he approached. I glanced up. Impressive. Carved beams and painted rafters, a gilded plaque, two imposing stone lions guarding the door, rows of hardened guards with fierce eyes. It was obvious they were well trained. Compared to this den of decadence, our northern town prince's residence, draped in white mourning banners, looked like a run-down temple. So this is the place robbing my wine. I curled my lips. Such a nice building. It's a pity not to smash it for show. I straightened my collar. My eyes instantly grew murky and wild. My face twisted into the madness of someone who lost their whole family. Let's go. Follow me, young master, to reclaim our goods. As we reached the door, two guards stepped forward, blocking our way. Stop. What business do you have? Before I could speak, Lei Lai strode forward and gave one a huge slap. Smack. The slap was held back 90%. Yet the guard still spun 3 times like a top before falling with half a face swollen like a steamed bun. Blind dog eyes. Didn't even ask who my young master is. Lei Lai shouted fiercely, feeling exhilarated from bullying the weak. The remaining guards' faces turned pale, drawing their swords. How dare you cause a scene at Sihai Tong? Onlookers whispered. Isn't that the 9th young master of the northern town prince's mansion? Shoo. I heard the prince and the 8 generals just left. The 9th young master is mentally unstable from the shock. My madness deepened, and I stepped onto the stairs, towering over them. Tell your shopkeeper to come out. My cartload of rare wine was borrowed by your men from the 30 li supply. Borrowed things don't get returned. Footsteps echoed inside the hall. A fat man in a silk robe with mustache-shaped sideburns appeared. Small beady eyes scanned me. This was Qian Wansan, the shopkeeper of Sihai Tong's Yinmen Pass branch. So it's you, 9th young master. Qian Wansan greeted with a forced smile. Not at the mansion keeping vigil over the old prince? Running wild here. Less talk. I pointed my folding fan at his nose. Where's my wine? What wine? Young master must be remembering wrong from grief. We at Sihai Tong never touched your wine. He presumed I wouldn't escalate the matter. The northern town prince's mansion was destined to fall after the autumn harvest. As long as he denied it, it would remain a murky mess. Deny it. I smirked, glancing back at Lei Lai. He says they didn't take it. What do we do, young master? I closed the fan and uttered one word. Find. How to find? Demolish this building. Search every brick and tile. If you can't find it, dig 3 feet deep beneath the foundations. Qian Wansan's face changed. Xiao Chun, you dare. Smash it. My roar drowned out all other sounds. 20 elite soldiers from the assault battalion lunged at the hall like tigers. Crash. Lei Lai kicked over the large blue and white porcelain vase at the door, shards flying like white rain. "Io, my antique from the previous dynasty." Qian Wansan screamed. Stop. Mutiny. The response was an even more intense sound of smashing. The brothers of the vanguard camp, once on the battlefield killing machines, had now transformed into a demolition team, targeting the expensive items. Jade artifacts, calligraphy and paintings, rosewood tables and chairs. Nothing was spared. One soldier tore down a renowned calligraphy scroll, wiped his shoe on it, and stomped on it fiercely. Stop them. Beat them to death. If anything happens, I'm responsible. Qian Wansan was frantic. The guards of Sehaitong, having been accustomed to bullying, charged forward swinging their knives and clubs. Well, come on. Lei Lai laughed heartily, reaching out to grab the back of the steel blade slashing toward him. What? The guard was shocked. Get lost. With a flick of Lei Lai's wrist, the guard was thrown flying along with his blade, crashing into a counter and fainting on the spot. Not even on the same level. The vanguard camp were men clawing out from piles of corpses. Dealing with these guild guards was like strong men beating kindergartners. In an instant, the hall was strewn with wounded and wailing men, while my 20 servants hadn't even scratched their skin. I shook my folding fan, standing at the doorway, my mind rapidly running through the scenario, not calculating enemy casualties this time, but the value instead. Blue and white vase, 500 taels, destroyed. Rosewood chair, 80 taels, destroyed. A cold smile crept onto my lips. Fifth sister said the batch of burned knives taken plus losses totaled around 3,000 taels. This amount is not enough. The interest is too low. There were no guards left standing in the hall. Qian Wansan was cornered against the wall, his brocade robe soaked in cold sweat, legs trembling. Don't act recklessly. I'm an official under Minister Zhou of the Ministry of Revenue. Sehaitong is registered with the court. You're committing treason. Treason. I stepped over the shards of porcelain, lifted his chubby chin with the folding fan. I'm only here to find my lost wine. If you don't give it back, I'll get it myself. If some bumps and bruises happen, how is that treason? That wine isn't even in the shop. Oh, then you admit to taking it. Qian Wansan nearly slapped himself. Looks like there's nothing on the first floor. Lei Lai, check the second floor. If none there, then the third floor. Turn it upside down. No, please. Qian Wansan completely broke down. Both the second and third floors held precious items entrusted by high officials and nobles. If smashed or sold, he would be ruined. Ninth young master. Master Xiao. Qian Wansan dropped to his knees, clutching my leg. Don't smash anymore. Let's talk this out properly. I looked down at this once arrogant shopkeeper with utter disgust. Cowardly toward the weak, greedy for profit, only begging for reason when a knife was at his throat. Talk properly? I leaned close to his ear. When you stole my wine and injured my men, why didn't you think of talking properly? Cold sweat dripped from him. He was speechless. Too late. I kicked him over. Keep smashing. If I don't hear the sound of 10,000 taels of silver today, no one is allowed to stop. 10,000 taels? Qian Wansan's eyes rolled back, nearly fainting. At that moment, orderly footsteps and the clang of armor sounded outside the door. Everyone, stop at once. A large number of city defense troops in black and red armor poured in, their long spears gleaming coldly, instantly encircling Lei Lai and the others. Leading them was a tall, burly officer with a face full of scars, Zhao Gang, commander of the Yanmen Pass city defense troops, loyal to the prefect, a planted nail in the northern border by Chancellor Qin Song, who often took bribes from Sehaitong. Smashing and looting shops broad daylight. Is there no law? Zhao Gang glared at me. Seize them all. Kill anyone who resists. Qian Wansan rushed to him like finding his father. Commander Zhao, save me. This Xiao Chun has gone mad. Zhao Gang kicked him aside coldly and looked at me. Young Master Xiao, attacking shops is a capital offense. Even if Old King were alive, he wouldn't allow your recklessness. Lei Lai and the others clenched their fists, muscles taut. At my command, they could tear these soldiers apart. The vanguard camp saw them as strong men who had never tasted blood. The tension was palpable. But suddenly I burst out laughing so hard I doubled over, nearly tearing up. Capital offense? Law? Commander Zhao, don't scare me. I pointed my folding fan at him. My father and brothers died for the country. The Xiao family is a family of loyal martyrs. My fifth sister makes some wine business to support the household. The trade caravan was robbed. People beaten until crippled. I went to report to the officials. They ignored it. I came to reason with this black market shop. They wanted to break my legs. And now you bring soldiers to arrest me without asking questions. Zhao Gang. Whose law is this anyway? The law of the great Xia, or your own Zhao Gang's law? Or that old thief Qin Song's law? Presumptuous. Zhao Gang was terrified at the mention of old thief Qin Song. Insulting court officials is an aggravating offense. Seize him. Shut his mouth. The soldiers around hesitated. After all, this was the only bloodline of the northern town king's mansion. The Xiao family's century-long prestige was ingrained in everyone's bones. I want to see who dares move. Lei Lai stood like an iron tower in front of me, murderous aura erupting, causing several city defense soldiers to instinctively step back. If anything happens, I take responsibility. Move in. Zhao Gang's face flushed purple. Just then, I suddenly pushed Lei Lai aside and collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Ouch! Zhao Gang is trying to kill someone. The city guards are killing people. I rolled around on the broken porcelain shards, deliberately letting the sharp fragments tear through my brocade robe, blood staining the fabric bright red. I'm done living. Father, brother, you just left, and these people are already bullying the Xiao family. That scream was utterly pitiful. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Zhao Gang's hand froze on the sword handle, his entire body dumbfounded. Is this the ruthless character who had just been shouting fierce insults at the Prime Minister moments ago? Now he had turned into nothing but a street hooligan? Lei Lai and the others were also stunned. Has the young marshal taken this act too far? I didn't care. If I was going crazy, then I'd go all the way. Zhao Gang, you want to kill me, right? Come on. Slash me here. I tore open my collar, pointed at my neck with red eyes and roared. Besides, I've lived enough. If I die here today, let the whole world see how you drove loyal men to their deaths. Zhao Gang's veins bulged. He had seen bravery and recklessness, but never someone so shameless despite their noble status. If the only son of the northern town king died by his hand here in the Sahaitong shop, the recently pacified 300,000 northern town troops would definitely mutiny. Even the man sitting on the dragon throne would have to consider if he could withstand such tremendous fury. This wasn't throwing a tantrum. This was blackmailing with one's life. Ninth young master, please get up. Let's talk this through. Zhao Gang forced himself to suppress his anger. I won't get up unless you hand over the thief who stole my wine and compensate me. This, Zhao Gang looked at Qian Wansan. Commander Zhao, don't listen to his nonsense. We really didn't take his wine. Qian Wansan stubbornly insisted. You didn't take it? I abruptly stopped rolling and took out the delivery list that when Ryu had prepared, holding it high. I have evidence. 500 barrels of top-grade Xiaodao alcohol. 50 taels each. A total of 25,000 taels. Robbed by your Sahaitong people at San Shilapu. 50 taels a barrel? Qian Wansan's eyes nearly popped out. What kind of wine is that? Made of gold? Isn't that just ordinary? Halfway through, Qian Wansan suddenly clapped his mouth shut. I leapt up with agility completely unbefitting an injured man. Ordinary what? How do you know it's ordinary wine? Didn't you say you'd never seen it before? Qian Wansan's face turned pale. Commander Zhao, did you hear that? He's confessing without being accused. I turned and stared coldly at Zhao Gang. We have witnesses, evidence, and testimony. Are you here to enforce the law, or to cover for him and push me, the victim, to death? Zhao Gang fixed his gaze on Qian Wansan, as if he wished he could slash this fool in two. Arrest me? He wouldn't dare. Arrest Qian Wansan? That would cut off his financial source and offend Minister Zhou. Ninth young master, maybe this is a misunderstanding. Let's put today's matter aside for now. I promise to investigate thoroughly. Investigate? By the time you finish, it'll be too late. You have to pay today, not a single tael less, or I'll smash myself against this pillar. I gestured as if to slam myself into the massive pillar. Stop him. Zhao Gang was terrified out of his wits. The scene grew chaotic for a moment. I suddenly stopped and looked at the overwhelmed Zhao Gang with a cold smirk curling at the corner of my mouth. The time was ripe. Today I wanted not just money, but to put on a show for everyone. If you want me to stop making a scene, fine. I tidied my bloodied yet still noble-looking clothes. Commander Zhao, if you want to protect him, I'll give you face. Zhao Gang breathed a sigh of relief. But the wine is gone. The money must be compensated. According to Great Xia laws, stolen property must be repaid threefold. 3 times 25,000 taels is 75,000 taels. Add in psychological damages, lost work wages for my brothers, and this outfit. Round it up to 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels. Why don't you go rob instead? Qian Wansan screamed. I'm robbing right now. My gaze was icy cold. Don't want to pay? Everyone, look. They're pushing loyal men to their deaths. Seeing me about to crash into the pillar again, Qian Wansan completely lost it. Fine, fine, but the shop doesn't have that much silver on hand. Write an IOU. I pulled out paper and pen from somewhere and tossed them in front of him. Stamp it and press your fingerprint. Deliver it to the Northern Town King's mansion within 3 days. If you're one tail short, I'll come with a coffin to your door to mourn." Under Zhao Gang's murderous gaze, Qian Wanson trembled and tearfully wrote the IOU for 100,000 taels. I picked up the IOU, blew on the ink, and flicked it satisfiedly. "Why didn't you just be straightforward earlier? You forced me to lose my temper." I pocketed the IOU and smiled at Zhao Gang, cupping my hands. "Commander Zhao, thank you for delivering justice. I'll invite you to drink another day." With a wave of my folding fan, I called out, "Brothers, that's a wrap. Let's go home and eat some meat." Lei Lai and the others struggled to hold back their laughter as they flanked me, strutting out of Seheitong. Behind us, Zhao Gang smashed the rosewood table with his sword. "Commander, are we just letting them go like this? What else? You want to go catch them?" Zhao Gang ground his teeth. Not far past Sihai Pass, I turned the corner to make sure no one was following. The madness on my face vanished instantly. Leaning against the wall, I let out a long breath, my face even paler from the blood loss earlier. "Young Marshal, are you all right?" Leilai looked at the blood on my clothes with concern. "Just a surface wound," I waved my hand. "Young Marshal, where to next?" "Back to camp." I shook my head, my gaze drifting toward the bright and noisy part of the southern city, the biggest den of vice in Yinmen Pass, the drunken, immortal pavilion. An aristocratic playboy has to play the full set. I curled the corner of my mouth. "Let's go to the drunken, immortal pavilion. I heard they just got a new top courtesan. This young lord must pay his respects." Night fell, and the drunken, immortal pavilion was ablaze with lights. This 3-story brothel was the most luxurious den of decadence in the Northern Territory. Red lanterns hung thick beneath flying eaves. I stood at the entrance, looking up at the gold-lettered sign, a playful smile crossing my lips. "Young Marshal, are you really going in?" Leilai lowered his voice, his rough face full of unease. This guy killed without blinking on the battlefield, but walking into a brothel made him more uncomfortable than a charge. "Late Commander scared?" I glanced sideways at him. "I'm not scared. Just think this place isn't suited for us." "Not suited?" I laughed. "I'm a playboy. You're just nasty lackeys." "A playboy who doesn't visit brothels. What kind of playboy is that?" "Remember, today we cause as much trouble as we want." "Understood." 20 men shouted in unison. I pressed my forehead. "Lower your voices. You're servants, not at a rally." At the door, the grinning pimp circled his triangular eyes nervously as he looked at us. These guys radiated violent energy, unlike ordinary playboys. He plastered on a smile and stepped back. "Gentlemen, please come in." I strode straight into the main hall. Strings and flutes played melodiously, mixed with the scent of makeup and alcohol. The moment we entered, the noisy chatter immediately quieted. "Isn't that 9th young master of the Northern Defense Prince's manor? That sickly wimp. The prince just died and he's already out at brothels." Whispers blossomed all around. I ignored them and caught sight of the madam in a pale yellow dress by the stairs, Madame Huang. "Oh, 9th young master, what a rare guest." She twisted her waist, approaching with a smile more flattering than the pimp's. "Special rooms upstairs, at your service." I flicked my fan and pointed upstairs. "I heard you've got a new top courtesan, Miss Hongxiu. She's the headline act, skilled in qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting." But her expression shifted. "Tonight the entire place is booked by the county prefect's son, young Master Zhao." I smiled. "Perfect. I'm just here to stir things up." "That's not according to the rules." "Rules?" My voice suddenly grew sharp. "Today I'm here to smash the rules." The entire hall fell silent. Madame Huang's forehead broke out in cold sweat. One side was the county prefect's son, the other the Northern Defense Prince's house. Neither was someone to provoke. "9th young master, this way, please," she said, forcing a smile as she led us. Outside the private room on the 2nd floor, before we even knocked, coarse laughter spilled out. "Hongxiu, have a drink with me. I'm not really good with wine." "Cut the crap. It's your luck I favor you." Smash. The sound of broken porcelain, then a startled cry from a woman. My gaze darkened, and I kicked the door open. Boom. Wood splinters flew. A fat man in a brocade robe was roughly holding a woman's wrist, force-feeding her alcohol. A shattered blue and white porcelain wine jug lay on the floor. The fat man turned sharply, his face turning iron blue when he saw me. "Xiao Chen." Xiao Ming recognized me. "Back in Yinmen Pass. I was something of a household name. The reason was less noble, a sickly wastrel. Young Master Zhao, what fine taste. I glanced at the woman, just over 20, in a pale blue long dress, delicate features, her wrist red from being grabbed, terror on her face. Mind your own business. Zhao Ming dropped her wrist and stood up, a mountain of a man over 8 feet tall. I booked the whole place. Heard there's a new top courtesan, so I'm here to take a look. I sat at the table, ignoring his furious expression. Xiao Chun, don't go too far. I got here first. First, I smiled coldly. There's no first or last here, only who's stronger. You think you're still ninth young master? Your father's dead, your brother's dead, you're a lost dog. The temperature in the private room plummeted at those words. Lei Lai and the others stepped forward in unison. I raised my hand to stop them. My smile vanished. My voice dropped to a whisper. Say that again? You're a lost dog, Zhao Ming shouted, trembling with feigned bravado. I said nothing. With one grab, I yanked him by the collar. He was pulled forward violently, his face smashing onto the table. Bang! Cups and dishes scattered, wine and broth spilled all over him. You dare hit me? He covered his face, disbelief written all over his features. I'd only dirty my hands for someone worth it. I wiped my hands with a handkerchief. I'm in a good mood today, just schooling you a little. Next time I hear your nonsense, it won't be so easy. I turned to the woman, voice gentle. Don't be afraid, miss. I'm not a bad man. From my pocket, I pulled out a silver ingot and placed it on the table. Tonight, this place is on me. Madam Huang, prepare the food and drink. Madam Huang was already scared stiff. Why yes, I'm going now. Zhao Ming got up from the ground, his eyes full of venom. Xiao Chun, just you wait. This isn't over. He spat out these harsh words and scurried away in defeat. The private room quieted down. I sighed softly. Miss, there's really no need to be afraid. Though I am a playboy, I'm not the type to bully a woman. The lady in the red sleeves looked up, a flicker of doubt flashing in her clear eyes. She looked at me, clearly sensing that I didn't have the aura of an ordinary playboy. Thank you for saving me, ninth young master, she said, her voice crisp like spring water. No need to thank me. I came today because I have some questions for you. Please go ahead, young master. This drunken, immortal tavern, isn't it an enterprise of the Four Seas Trading Association? The woman in red was evidently taken aback. I narrowed my eyes. This expression alone was enough to confirm it. The drunken, immortal tavern was also under Zhou Bapi's control. No wonder Zhao Ming could act so arrogantly here. She took a deep breath and lowered her voice. As you say, young master, not many people know about this. How did you? I have my ways, I interrupted her. Since you know all this, you must not be an ordinary courtesan, right? Her expression changed slightly as she took half a step back. I am only an entertainer. An entertainer who knows the owner? Who understands the connection between the Four Seas Trading and the county governor's office? I may be a playboy, but I'm not a fool. She bit her lip into silence. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the door, and Aunt Huang brought in wine and dishes with an attendant. Leave now. I want to talk alone. I waved them off. The door closed again. I poured a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. Miss, I only want to know, aside from selling wine and smiles, what else does the drunken immortal tavern sell? The lady in red suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with terror. The Four Seas Trading Association has operated in Yinmen Pass for years. Could it really have such power by merely doing business? The county governor, the city defense commander, even the minister of revenue in the capital, they are all backing it. Without some shady dealings behind the scenes, I would eat my folding fan. Her face grew paler and paler, her fingernails digging sharply into her palms. If you know all this, why come and ask? I want to confirm whether the Drunken Immortal Tavern is a relay station for Four Seas Trading's intelligence. Her whole body trembled. In her eyes flashed fear, struggle, and a hint of relief. Young master, you have sharp eyes, she forced a smile. This is indeed the largest intelligence stronghold of Four Seas Trading in the Northern Territories. A sharp light flashed in my eyes, just as I thought. For a merchant group like Four Seas Trading to monopolize northern business in a few years, it would have been impossible without an intelligence network. What role do you play inside? I'm a mole placed here, specially tasked with extracting intelligence, she said tremulously. Over the years, Countless military and commercial secrets have been transmitted from here. Since you're part of Four Seas Trading, why tell me all this? Aren't you afraid I'll expose you? She looked up, a trace of resolve in her eyes. I am afraid, but I fear living my whole life in this pitch-dark hell even more. 3 years ago, my family was ruined and I was sold here. The Four Seas Trading Association coerced me with threats and bribes. Today, young master has stood up for me, so I want to take a gamble. If you save me, I'll tell you all the intelligence I know. My mind raced. Half-truths, half-lies, but her desire to break free from Four Seas Trading was genuine. Someone who holds the inside information about Four Seas Trading's intelligence network would be invaluable to me. Prove your worth first. How large is Four Seas Trading's intelligence network in the Northern Territories? There are 37 outposts across the entire Northern Territory. Tea houses, inns, pawnshops, all are involved. The moles are spread across every social stratum. Where is the intelligence consolidated? At the Yinmen Pass County Governor's Office. Zhao Defeng filters the information, and every half-month, dedicated writers send reports swiftly to the capital. My eyes flashed cold light. Are there insiders within the Northern Garrison Army? Her expression changed. Yes, I don't know exactly who, but the old prince and several young marshals' movements are all under Four Seas Trading's control. I clenched my fists fiercely. The deaths of my father and brothers definitely involved foul play. Do you know who the insider is? No, only the upper echelons know such coarse secrets. I was silent for a moment. Final question. Who is the true master behind the Four Seas Trading Association? The candle flickered. Her face was pale, and her eyes burned with a desperate madness. On the surface, it's the Minister of Revenue, Zhou Bapi. But he's only the wallet and scapegoat. The real master. Her fingernails sank deeply into her palms as she squeezed out. Is the current Prime Minister, Qin Song. Bang! The wine cup in my hand was crushed by sheer strength. Porcelain shards pierced my palm, and blood dripped from between my fingers onto the rosewood table. Damn, it really was that old bastard. This answer had been rehearsed 1,000 times inside my mind's war game. It was the only option with a 99% probability. But hearing it with my own ears, the overwhelming hatred mixed with icy intent made my heart clench sharply. The current Prime Minister had put his hand into the heart of the Northern Garrison Army. The 50,000-strong army where my father and brothers perished was nearly wiped out, and I refused to believe there was no traitor leaking military secrets. Qin Song, you old bastard, to eliminate political opponents, you actually wagered the safety of the entire northern region. Are you sure? I slowly loosened my grip, letting the bloodied porcelain fragments fall softly, my voice chillingly calm. Hong Xiu forced back her fear, speaking rapidly. I'm 80% sure. All the intelligence is compiled by Madame Huang, sent through secret passages to the study of Prefect Zhao Defeng, then transcribed into books. Every half-month, someone from the capital fetches them on a fast horse. I overheard Madame Huang drunk once say that the Prime Minister cares for the northern border's military plans and grain supplies more than his own backyard. The Prime Minister. I murmured those two words, sneering coldly. You tell me all this. Aren't you afraid I'll use it against you once I'm done? My gaze locked on her like a hawk's. Her whole body trembled, but she didn't shy away, her voice both mournful and resolute. Since I've spoken, my fate is in your hands, young master. To rot here is death. Taking a gamble might be survival. I believe in the northern pacifying prince's mansion, full of loyalty and honor, and it would never ally with traitors. She took a warm little copper key from her clothes, hands shaking as she placed it on the table. This is my token of allegiance. There's a secret compartment in Madame Huang's bedroom on the 3rd floor, hiding an account book. It records all illicit transactions between Sihai Tong and the Yanmingwen officials over the past 3 years. Every single entry involving the city defense commander Zhao Gang is detailed clearly. She begged, young master, find any excuse today to redeem me. Even if I must serve as a firewood girl in the prince's mansion, it's better than this living hell. I can't take you away now. I shook my head. The light in her eyes dimmed instantly. You leave, and shortly after the accounts go missing. A freshly redeemed courtesan and a deadly ledger. How long before they link you and me together? Then not just you will die, but my northern pacifying prince's house will suffer as well. What should I do then? Stay. But staying here is a certain death. No, I lifted her chin, enunciating sharply. From now on, you don't serve Sihai Tong anymore, but me. I'll give you scraps of intelligence to report. Continue to stay undercover and help me gather information. When the time is right, I'll personally pull you out of this swamp. How will we communicate? On the 1st and 15th of each month. I'll come to support your performance. I curled a rakish smile. There will be a way to pass messages. I picked up the key, weighed it in my hand, and then put it back down. Keep it safe. From this moment on, nothing has happened. Hong Xiu nodded tremblingly. She knew there was no turning back. It's late. This young master should be going. I flicked open my folding fan and restored my careless swagger, then yanked open the door and shouted to Lei Lai and the others. Brothers, we're leaving. Miss Hong Xiu is truly worthy of her reputation. She served me to absolute satisfaction. Next time, call her again. Lei Lai and the others looked at each other puzzled, but still responded loudly. Just as we were about to go downstairs, a large group blocked our way. At the front was the scurrying Zhao Ming, flanked by over 30 stick-wielding retainers, all fierce and menacing, crowding the staircase until no water could seep through. Xiao Chun, don't you dare leave. Zhao Ming held his swollen face, pointing at me with venomous hatred. If I don't break your legs today and make you kneel and kowtow to me, my name Zhao will be written backwards. I looked at Zhao Ming and his 30 retainers blocking the stairs. Instead of flinching, I smiled. There's nothing like a prey walking right into your hands. Exhilarating. What's this, young Master Zhao? I slowly walked over, fanning myself. I kindly spared you once, yet you bring men to block me. Biting the hand that feeds you? You hit me, and you have the nerve to talk about biting the hand that feeds? If you don't kowtow 3 times today, this won't end. Kowtow. I tilted my head. Are you sure? Of course. Brothers, attack. Break his legs, and make him crawl back to the Northern Prince's mansion. Over 30 retainers raised their sticks to charge at me. Lei Lai and the others tensed like tigers ready to pounce, waiting for my command. I raised my hand to stop them and whispered to Lei Lai, what do you think my status is now? A wayward heir. Right. I spun abruptly, pointed directly at Zhao Ming's nose, and shouted, Zhao Ming, you bastard. So what if your father is a prefect? My father is the Northern Pacifying Prince. Your father governs a single district. Mine guards the entire northern border. Dare you lay a finger on me? Believe it or not, I'll have my sister-in-law lead troops to burn your family home to the ground. My shout was thick with power, audible throughout the entire drunken immortal tavern. The guests downstairs exchanged glances. Is this still that sickly 9th young master? I heard after the prince died in battle, his mind became unstable. Zhao Ming trembled with rage. You dare insult me? Insult you is nothing. I'm going to beat you too. I stepped forward and grabbed his collar, pulling him sharply. His bulky body flew off balance and crashed face first onto the ground, landing in a heap. Is that all? I looked down at him arrogantly. The prefect's son can only manage this? Stop standing there. Attack him. Zhao Ming shouted to his men on the ground. Lei Lai and the others could no longer hold back. Like tigers leaping from the mountains, they charged forward. This was not even a battle on the same level. The Vanguard Battalion had fought their way out of battlefields. Dealing with these bullies who preyed on the weak was nothing but a dimensional strike. In less than a tea break, over 30 lackeys lay writhing on the ground in agony. I walked up to Zhao Ming and crouched down. Do you still want me to kowtow to you now? Zhao Ming looked at the pile of bodies and was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Chun, my father is the prefect. If you dare lay a hand on me, my father won't let you off. Prefect. I smiled and stepped on the back of his hand. Today, you'll learn that here at Yinmen Pass, no one from the Junbei Prince's mansion lets you bully them. I'm sorry. 9th young master, spare me. I was blind to see your greatness. Zhao Ming utterly broke down, kowtowing like a pestle pounding garlic. I withdrew my foot and wiped my shoe sole with a handkerchief. Next time I hear you spouting nonsense, it won't be so simple. Striding down the stairs with Lei Lai, my smile vanished as coldness took over my face. Just as we left drunken immortal pavilion, rapid footsteps echoed, sounded behind us. A middle-aged man in black hurried over, respectfully cupping his hands. 9th young master, please wait. I am Zhang, the clerk of the prefect's office. My master specially sent me to invite you to the prefect's residence to apologize in person. I smiled. Having beaten the small fry, the big fish appeared. With prefect's sincerity, it would be rude if I didn't go. I turned to Lei Lai. You guys return to camp first. Tell fifth sister-in-law, I might be late coming back tonight. Young Marshal, this looks like a Hongmin banquet. Then let's see what dishes the prefect has prepared. Following Clerk Zhang into the prefect's residence, the estate was vast, with pavilions and towers radiating opulence. While walking, I memorized the guards' positions, patrol routes, and blind spots. The King of Hell tactical sand table was rapidly running. Approximately 40 guards. Optimal escape route. Climb over the East Garden Wall to reach the City Defense Army camp. With this, even if it was truly a Hongmin banquet, I could confidently leave unscathed. In the main hall, a man around 50 with a long beard, dressed in an official robe, and with a gentle face but sharp eyes, rose and cupped his hands respectfully. It was Zhao Defong, the prefect of Yinmen Pass. Ninth young master, your honorable presence humbles us. Prefect, you're too polite. I must apologize for offending your son today. I beg your forgiveness. Children are childish. Come, please have a seat. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhao Defong suddenly changed tone. Ninth young master, you're smart. You know the predicament of the Jinbei prince's mansion now. Instead of clinging to a sinking ship, it's better to make plans early. He lowered his voice. I have some connections with Minister Zhou in the capital. If you're willing to serve under Minister Zhou, endless wealth and glory await. I understood at last. Today's invitation was not to apologize, but to recruit. I appreciate the prefect's kindness, I said, downing my cup. But I was born a Shao and will die a Shao spirit. I will never betray my family in this life. The smile on Zhao Defong's face froze. The Jinbei prince's mansion is already a spent force. Why sink together? Sinking, I smiled. The Jinbei prince's mansion isn't a ship, it's a mountain. Even if the sky falls, this mountain will not collapse. I stood and took my leave. Just as I reached the gate, Zhao Defong spoke coldly from the stairway. Ninth young master, Yinmen Pass is not peaceful. It's best to be cautious when going out alone. I glanced back with a faint smile. My life is tough. Even the King of Hell can't take me away. The night was deep, the streets deserted. I didn't go straight home, but slipped into a small alley. Suddenly, the sound of breaking wind approached. I twisted my body sharply. A crossbow bolt grazed my shoulder and lodged in the wall. Finally couldn't hold back? I turned around. A dozen masked men in black, wielding steel blades, surrounded me. Kill him, the leader ordered coldly. Though this body was weak, my past life's battle instincts as the King of Hell drill instructor remained. Using the alley's narrow terrain, I dodged constantly. A blade slashed. I slipped aside, grabbed the attacker's wrist, and rammed his head into the wall, knocking him out. A sneak attack from behind earned a swift elbow to the face, blood spraying. But there were too many black-clad men. This body's stamina couldn't keep up. My movements gradually slowed. Damn, young Marshal. Lei Lai charged in with 20 Vanguard brothers, eyes bloodshot. How dare you touch my young Marshal? You're asking for death. Like a tiger into a flock of sheep, the Vanguard battalion quickly laid out the attackers in less than a tea break. I stepped on a black-clad man's chest. Who sent you? He gritted his teeth, refusing to answer. I crushed his fingers underfoot. The prefect. The prefect ordered us. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. Sure enough, it was Zhao Defong. I crouched slowly, took out a silk handkerchief to clean my fingers. The smile on my lips deepened, but in my eyes was eternal ice. Young Marshal, what should we do with this bastard? Chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Lei Lai held his blood-dripping battle blade, his killing intent unwaning. The man in black was so frightened his eyes rolled back and his crotch was soaked. I frowned and took 2 steps back. It's such a waste to chop him up. Then what does the young Marshal mean? I closed my folding fan, tapping the fan ribs on my palm. Since the prefect sent people to remind this young master, wouldn't it be rude if we didn't give a little something in return? I looked at the pile of corpses, my gaze sharp. Clean up the bodies, find a cart, and take this live one along to the back gate of the prefect's residence. Lei Lai's eyes suddenly lit up. Young Marshal, you mean? Keep it quiet. Don't startle the townsfolk. Hang a sign on the captive with 8 characters. What 8 characters? Reciprocity is a virtue. The future is long. Lei Lai gave me a thumbs up. Brilliant. Worse than chopping up that old dog. That'll really make him suffer. Zhao Defeng, you want to play dirty? Then this young master will play right back. Tomorrow morning, when you open the back gate and see this grand gift, your expression will be unforgettable. After dealing with the scene, I quietly returned to the northern camp. As soon as I entered the central camp tent, a chill swept over me. Sister-in-law Lu Hanyin stood clad in dark red armor, hand resting on her sword hilt, her phoenix-like eyes fixed on me. Behind her, fifth sister-in-law, when Ruyu wrapped in a fox fur coat, smiled softly, but her eyes were cold. Oh, ninth young master is back. When Ruyu's voice was soft and honeyed, but laced with venom. I heard you were quite the hero tonight, smashing Seheitong, lighting up the courtesan, and even becoming the prefect's honored guest. I immediately put on a rakish smile and stepped closer. Sister-in-law, fifth sister-in-law, waiting up so late for me? It's freezing. I'd hate for my little brother to catch cold. Stop grinning like a fool. Lu Hanyin snorted coldly, drawing her sword half an inch with a sharp clang. You stink of blood. I can smell it from 3 yards away. I sighed and put away the smile, signaling Lei Lai to step back. On my way back, Zhao Defeng sent assassins after me. What? Both women's faces changed instantly. Lu Hanyin stepped forward and grabbed my shoulder, inspecting me carefully. Where are you hurt? That Zhao Defeng dares touch the Shao family's people. I'll gather the troops and flatten his prefecture's mansion right now. She turned to fetch her spear, rage bursting like a lion ready to pounce. Sister-in-law, calm down. I grabbed her wrist. Lei Lai took care of the assassins. Zhao Defeng dared attack, because we've hit a sore spot. We can't be reckless now. When Ryu grabbed her other hand. Sister-in-law, ninth brother is right. Storming the prefect's mansion now plays right into Qin Song's hands. Her eyes blazed with fury. But this score is noted. If anyone touches ninth brother, when Ryu will bankrupt herself to make Zhao Defeng pay. Seeing my sisters-in-law concerned so sincerely warmed my heart. In my past life, I was an orphan raised in the cold, ruthless environment of special forces. Never once did I experience being unconditionally protected by family. Don't worry, sisters-in-law. I smiled confidently. Tonight, I already sent Zhao Defeng a big gift. He'll like it. Lu Hanyin took a deep breath and sheathed her sword. If you're fine, then get inside. Second sister is waiting for you. Tonight's 9 deaths revival decoction dose is doubled. The words dose doubled made my face twitch. That bone-deep, grinding pain, as if being crushed in a millstone. It makes even a strong man's scalp crawl, just remembering. But I know this is the only way to become stronger. Yes, I'll obey sister-in-law's orders. At dawn the next day, just as the sky began to turn pale, I opened my eyes. Last night's endless purgatory torture had come again. The black medicinal liquid mixed by Shun Jingshu grew stronger each day. That pain crawling from the cracks in my bones, threatening to shatter my soul, was enough to break even the toughest men. But I endured. I could clearly feel clogged meridians being forcefully flushed and expanded by the medicine. Frail muscles and bones repeatedly shattered and rebuilt, generating a weighty, iron-like toughness. Damn, this hurts like hell. I cursed inwardly but smiled. I sat up, clenched my fist, and an audible heavy crack broke through the air. I moved my shoulder, joints crackling. Though my entire body ached as if falling apart, the newborn strength bewitched me. The 9 deaths revival decoction treatment had entered day 11. If I held on longer, I would have a body worthy of the King of Hell's soul. Wearing standard soldier's leather armor, I stepped out of the tent into the biting wind. But at the training ground, something felt off. Usually at this hour, soldiers were sparse and sleepy-eyed. Today, tens of thousands stood stiff as pine trees, their eyes bearing not just reverence, but something else. A mixture of excitement, worship, even a hint of fanatic idolization. Young Marshal, good morning. Young Marshal, you were damn awesome last night. Several veterans grinned broadly. One even exaggeratedly shrugged his shoulders up and down, winking and making faces as if saying, I've mastered the essence of that move from the young Marshal. I was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood. The scene from yesterday at the Drunken Immortal Tavern and the county governor's gate had already spread throughout the entire camp. Lei Lai strode over, his beefy face full of smiles, not a hint of worry left. Only proud glory, as if sharing in the honor. Young Marshal, I told the brothers about your glorious deeds yesterday. His eyes twinkled, and his saliva flew as he spoke excitedly. The brothers all said it was so satisfying. Following a commander like you is really thrilling. I twitched at the corner of my mouth. You big mouth. Didn't I tell you not to go around blabbing? He couldn't hold back. Lei Lai leaned over again like a thief, lowering his voice. Young Marshal, I thought about your lazy donkey rolls move all night. Damn, it really works. It made the Commander Zhao's face turn green with anger. Teach me, will you? Get lost. Top secret move, only for internal use. I was too lazy to bother with him, turning to look at the soldiers who were already lined up. Zhao Hu, what are we training today? Zhao Hu sprinted over, his eyes trying to smile but too afraid to, his face flushed red. Reporting to the young marshal, weighted charges and coordinated defense. Begin. The atmosphere of today's training was clearly different. The soldiers were pumped up like they had been injected with adrenaline, their shouts shaking the sky. Their eyes no longer looked at me just as a comrade-in-arms commander, but as the backbone who could vent their frustrations and restore their standing. The northern garrison once held an extraordinary position at Yinmen Pass, but old Lord Wang's strict discipline never allowed meddling in local profits, and we had to endure the harassment from civil officials and wealthy merchants. Yesterday, I told everyone in the most brazen and unruly way. People from the Shao family are not to be messed with. Halfway through the drill, a luxurious carriage stormed wildly into the camp. When Ryu jumped down from the carriage, her fiery red dress covered by a snow-white fox fur coat, dazzling like a raging flame. Without even greeting anyone, she rushed straight to my tent. I finished training and stepped into the tent, seeing her pacing anxiously, the silk handkerchief in her hands nearly crushed. Sister-in-law, what's the emergency? I grabbed the water bag and took a big gulp. She spun abruptly, eyes reddened, voice trembling. Ninth brother, you're incredible. Are you a god descended to earth? She pulled out a thick stack of silver notes from her bosom, hands shaking. 100,000 taels. A full 100,000. That old fox Qian Wansan had his people deliver it to the mansion early this morning. I counted it 3 times, not a single note missing. The messenger's face was white as a corpse, begging you for mercy. Her beautiful eyes shone terrifyingly. She looked at me not like a brother-in-law, but as if gazing upon a walking mountain of gold. This is just the beginning. I calmly took the silver notes and casually placed them on the table. Sister-in-law, half of this will be reinvested into Shadaozi production. Within a month, I want to monopolize the entire black market in the Northern Territory. The other half will be converted into grain and meat, so my soldiers will forget what hunger feels like. No problem. When Ryu now obeyed my every word. Yet as she calmed down, she frowned again. Ninth brother, after suffering such a big loss that shook the 4 seas, Envoy Zhou and Chancellor Qin Song definitely won't let it go peacefully. What's the plan next? I smiled. The corner of my mouth curled into a sly arc. Do nothing. The air in the tent seemed to freeze. Ninth brother, are you running a fever? When Ryu reached out to feel my forehead, Zhao Defong must be sharpening his knives. Shouldn't we take this opportunity to expand our armory instead of sitting back and waiting to be slaughtered? I pushed her hand aside. Sister-in-law, you're good at business, but let me handle psychological warfare. I walked over to the Northern Territory map. What Zhao Defong and Qin Song fear most is not me smashing their shops and robbing money. It's not knowing what other tricks I have up my sleeve. If I keep provoking them, I'll only fall into their trap because they are already ready for us. I suddenly turned back, my gaze sharp as a blade. But if we know it's them and do nothing, living it up day by day, what will they think? They'll believe we still have backup plans and are plotting something. Fear comes from the unknown. Let them guess, panic, and disorder themselves. We will only focus on one most important thing. What's that? I lowered my eyes to my still pale slender hands and slowly clenched my fists. To forge this cursed sickly body into a killing steel blade. In the days that followed, the northern camp witnessed a spectacle called madness. At the 3rd quarter of the hour of the tiger, my thin figure appeared punctually in the training grounds. From lagging behind to leading the entire army, From gasping for breath after 100 sword swings to wearing 30 pounds of iron armor and swinging the sword 2,000 times without changing expression. On the 20th day, I collapsed during the weighted cross-country run, nose bleeding uncontrollably. After waking, I drank a bowl of ginseng soup, got up, and completed the remaining 5 laps. The entire camp fell silent, only the heavy breathing in the wind and snow. Day 35. The medicinal broth Shun Jingshu prepared had turned a dark red, infused with venomous centipedes and scorpion poison. Each night, the suppressed low growls echoing from the tent sent chills down the spines of the guards. The next morning, I appeared punctually as usual, but my gaze grew colder and my aura more perilous. Day 48. A blizzard. The world was engulfed in white, the fierce wind carrying snow like blades cutting across my face. The training ground was deserted. Even the elite vanguard camp cowered inside their barracks seeking shelter. Only I stood, bare-chested, in the heart of the storm. Heat radiated from my body, melting the falling snow before it could touch my skin, turning it into mist. The King of Hell tactical sandbox in my mind ran wildly, simulating the maneuvers of elite special forces from my past life. The medicinal energy accumulated over 48 days surged within me like a raging river breaching its final dam. Young Marshal, has he gone mad? Leilai murmured, trembling as he leaned against the window. Don't speak if you don't understand. Junior brother is training, Lu Hanyin said from behind him, gripping the window frame so tightly her knuckles whitened. As a martial arts expert, she distinctly sensed the transformation in my aura, not the oscillation of inner strength, but a pure, primal awakening of the flesh itself, like a slumbering beast revealing its fangs. Day 49, Deep Night. Inside the central command tent, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Shin Jingshu's forehead was slick with sweat as she stared at the huge bathtub before her. The medicinal liquid inside shimmered an eerie blood red. The ultimate form of the 9 Deaths revival elixir, rebirth through fire. Junior brother, this is the last trial. Shun Jingshu's voice trembled. They call it bone shattering and reforging. The medicine will penetrate your marrow, utterly destroying your fragile bones, and then rebuilding them. The pain even surpasses death by 1,000 cuts. 3 ancestors of the Shao family attempted it. 2 died in torment within the tub. 1 went mad and bit off his own tongue. Are you truly ready? I slowly removed my clothes. 49 days of hellish training had defined every muscle with razor-sharp precision, each tone holding explosive power like a taut bowstring. Countless scars gnashed like wild beasts in the candlelight. Second sister-in-law. I turned my head, eyes devoid of fear, only a trembling calm. Do you know about an eagle? At 40 years old, its claws grow old, beak lengthens and curves. It can either wait to die or fly to a cliff top and slam its beak against the rock until it falls off and is replaced by a new one. Then it plucks out its old nails and feathers. 150 days of agony before rebirth and another 30 years of life. I smiled with a mad arrogance that looked down upon the world. If beasts dare to trade their lives, why shouldn't I, Shao Chun? With that, I stepped into the scalding, blood-red medicinal liquid. Ah! The moment I entered the water, a death throes roar erupted from my throat. Pain. Countless blazing hot steel blades stabbed and scraped at my body beneath the skin and over my bones. Tens of thousands of venomous ants burrowed into my marrow, voraciously gnawing away. I bit down hard on the cork stick, veins bulging on my neck, my body convulsing violently in the liquid. Hold him down, Shin Jingshu shouted. Lu Hanyin and Wen Ruyu rushed forward, pressing firmly on my shoulders from both sides. Junior brother, hold on. Lu Hanyin's eyes glistened with tears. My consciousness blurred, the mental tactical board's alarms blared. Pain nerves overloaded. Heart rate 220. Shock protection recommended. Disable the pain shield. I roared in my mind. I can't faint. If I pass out, my will weakens, the medicine goes out of control, and I'll be ruined. I must stay conscious to watch these fragile bones be shattered and slowly reforged into steel. I am the King of Hell, the Shao family's vengeance still unfinished. Time seemed to stretch into a century. Just as my soul was about to burn to ashes, a sudden crisp crack rang inside me. A cool current rose from my dantian, coursing through every limb and bone. The tearing agony receded like a retreating tide, replaced by an unprecedented comfort. That was power. Pure, fierce, and unending power. Clang! I shot up abruptly from the water. The blood-red medicinal liquid had become clear and clean water, all energy utterly consumed by me. Lu Hanyan, and when Ryu stepped back in shock, staring blankly. My skin gleamed with a healthy bronze hue. The sickly pallor was gone entirely. Most astonishing were my eyes, deep as an abyss, flashing with electric light with every blink. Junior brother, you. When Ryu covered her mouth, unable to believe it. Is this still the sickly weakling who gasped after a few steps? Clearly, he had become a brand new war god. I looked down at my hands and slowly clenched my fists. The overwhelming sense of control filled me, making me want to howl to the heavens. Finally, I had returned. Inside the central command tent, absolute silence. I faced away from the tent's entrance, standing in front of the northern border map. 49 days of hell had shattered and reforged every inch of my bones. Now, I could clearly hear the blood rushing within me, like an awakening subterranean river of molten lava. I slowly raised my left hand, fingers spread wide toward the void, commanding my will, and suddenly clenched tight. Bang! A muffled bang, a sound not of cracking joints, but the explosive collapse of the air in the palm, instantly squeezed out by an invisible colossal force. Lu Hanyan, who was just wiping her beloved sword, red sleeve, suddenly froze in mid-motion. She looked up at me. It was still the same Xiao Chun, yet at this moment he resembled a pitch-black spear about to pierce the heavens, his aura no longer gloomy, but iron blood-hot and tangible. What is this aura? A turbulent storm swelled within Lu Hanyan's heart. She had trained in martial arts since childhood and reached the technique realm at 16. Her father, Lu Jinshan, was a grandmaster at the peak of will, and her father-in-law, the Northern Pacifier King, was on the threshold of the legendary divine realm. Yet the aura emanating from me made her feel an unprecedented strangeness and fear, not the oppression of cultivation, but a more primitive, purer sense of danger. Sister-in-law. I finally turned around. When I met her gaze, Lu Hanyan's pupils shrank sharply, and her hand gripping the sword unconsciously tightened. Those eyes were as black as an abyss. Every blink seemed to flash thunder and churn a sea of blood. Under my stare, she felt like she was locked onto by a prehistoric beast, her muscles tense in an instant, and her internal chi ran uncontrollably. This was instinctive defense. Transmit my military orders. My voice wasn't loud, but was startlingly clear. Immediately issue the highest level Black Feather Order. Summon all commanding generals of the Western, Southern, and Eastern camps, and lead their personal guard troops. They must assemble at the Northern Great Camp's parade ground before noon tomorrow. What? Lu Hanyan was utterly stunned, disbelief filling her phoenix eyes. Black Feather Order? Ninth brother, you're crazy. She stepped forward sharply. Do you even know what the Black Feather Order means? It's the highest military command only the Northern Pacifier King is authorized to issue when the dynasty's survival is at stake and enemies besiege the city. Since the founding of the kingdom, it has only been issued 3 times, each time leaving rivers of blood. There's no excuse. You're reallocating troops privately. This is tantamount to rebellion. What would the court think? She grew more agitated as she spoke. Besides, those old generals have followed the late king through dozens of years of life and death battles. They are iron-blooded veterans who only recognize military merit and strength. Why should they listen to you, a 20-year-old weakling who can't even tie a chicken's wings? Halfway through, she suddenly stopped, realizing she had misspoken. Sister-in-law is right. I nodded, my tone frighteningly calm. They've always thought of me, Xiao Chun, as a waste, haven't they? That's exactly why I want them to come. My voice suddenly rose sharply. Let them see with their own eyes whether the waste 9th young master is fit to command the 300,000-strong Northern Pacifier Army. I will publicly announce tomorrow, before all 300,000 troops, a matter concerning the life and death of the Shao family and the future of these 300,000 brothers. I took a step forward, closing the distance to less than a foot, looking straight into her eyes. Sister-in-law, the deaths of father and my older brothers were no accident. The court's executioner's sword hangs over our heads. Qin Song despises the Shao family so much he wishes to root us out entirely. And what about the Northern Pacifier Army? The 300,000 troops are scattered across 4 camps, each operating independently. The old generals, proud of their merits, hold the military power. Such a Northern Pacifier army is nothing but a pile of loose sand. My voice became sharp and cutting. When father was alive, he held them down with prestige. Now who will restrain them? You or the grandmother? Lu Hanyan was speechless. Since the death of the late king, the camps had long been paying lip service while disobeying orders. Therefore, I will integrate the Northern Pacifier Army. I enunciated every word, not by prestige, nor by status, but by strength, using absolute strength to silence and subjugate all. And one more thing, I added without leaving room for argument. Send word to the royal mansion. Grandmother and all the sisters-in-law must be present at the ceremony before noon tomorrow. Lu Hanyan swallowed hard. Have you really thought it through? Once the Black Feather Order is out, the entire Northern Territory will shake. The court over there. The court. I laughed, laced with scorn. Sister-in-law, what do you think if our Shao family rebels? The executioner's sword is already at our necks. Shall we kneel and be slaughtered, or let them see the sharpness of the Shao family's blade before the beheading? Moreover, I shifted tone. By issuing the Black Feather Order, I'm officially declaring a discussion on northern defense and the threat posed by the grassland Black Wolf tribe. This is the Northern Pacifier Army's duty, and the court cannot raise objections. Lu Hanyan blinked in surprise, then understood. Indeed, with a legitimate reason, it's not considered a private troop transfer. The Black Wolf tribe is naturally the Northern Pacifier Army's watch target, making it rightful and just. But those old generals, if they rise in rebellion on the spot, your authority as young commander, I trust they won't dare. I cut her off, my smile filled with absolute confidence, as if looking down on everything. Go tell them, tomorrow at the 3rd quarter of noon, in front of the general's platform. Those who don't show up, my voice dropped icy cold, piercing like a blade, will be executed. One word, like the eternal cold ice from the depths of the 9 hells, froze all her thoughts. There was no murderous aura, no roar, only the cold, bloody law that brooked no denial. Her whole body trembled violently, taking a step back to reassess me. This man was serious. He truly would kill. And now, he had the strength to do it. After a long silence, she finally spoke, her voice hoarse. You have changed. Have I? I smiled and walked back to the map, turning my back to her. Maybe. But, sister-in-law, in this world, the only way not to change is to meet a dead end. Lu Hanyan was silent for a moment, all her doubts caught in her throat. She didn't say another word, suddenly turned around, lifted the curtain, and rushed out. Lei Lai. Her cold and resolute roar echoed out, startling countless crows perched atop the camp. Messenger, prepare the highest-grade fire dragon steeds. 800 miles with urgency. Issue the Black Feather Order from the young marshal. Summon all commanding generals from the western, southern, and eastern camps, lead their personal guards, and gather at the northern Great Camp's training ground before noon tomorrow. Anyone disobeying will be beheaded. Yes. Lei Lai's deafening roar thundered through the camp, followed immediately by hurried footsteps and neighing horses. The entire northern Great Camp instantly erupted in fervor. What? The Black Feather Order. Fuck, the highest military command. The last time it was issued was 10 years ago when 300,000 cavalry surged south across the grasslands. What is the young marshal planning? Could the Black Wolf tribe be attacking again? Countless soldiers surged out of their barracks, the training ground ablaze with torchlight like a forest. Inside the main military tent, I slowly returned to the map, my eyes resting on the northernmost point, Yanmen Pass. Father, older brothers, watch us from the heavens. I murmured. The old era of the Northern Garrison Army dies with your sacrifice. And a brand new era, one that belongs solely to me, Shao Chun. I clenched my fist sharply, a cold glint flashing in my eyes. Starting from 3/4 past noon tomorrow, before the assembly platform, I will cement the first cornerstone with the blood of those who resist. The night was deep and dark. 3 fire dragon steeds shot off like meteors, racing west, south, and east. The next day, the rear courtyard of the Northern King's mansion. Inside the accountant's chamber, the sound of the abacus clicking like heavy rain suddenly stopped after a single announcement. With a loud slam, fifth sister-in-law when Ryu's hand dropped the purple sandalwood abacus to the ground. What did you say? Ninth brother issued the black feather order, calling all commanding generals and personal guards from the other 3 camps to the northern great camp. She jumped up fiercely, her peach blossom eyes wide and round. Has he gone mad? If he can't suppress those arrogant soldiers and fierce generals, the last shred of the Northern King's mansion's prestige will be utterly destroyed by him. The little maid knelt trembling in fear. When Ryu took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and grabbed her cloak. Prepare the carriage. I'm going to the Northern Great Camp. On the training ground. Boom. A 300-pound stone lock crashed to the ground, cracking the earth and stirring a cloud of dust. Fourth sister-in-law Zhongli Yin stood bare-armed, steam rising from her body. Upon hearing the news, she wiped the sweat from her brow, her eyes flashing with wild fervor. Good kid. Balls of steel, she laughed loudly. Have been holding back for so long. Finally not playing the scared turtle? The black feather order. Heh, now that's Xiao family spirit. Let's go to the Northern Great Camp. If those old bastards dare to rebel, my drum and urn gold hammer will just give their bones a good cracking. In the secret chamber of the Wind Whisper Tower, third sister-in-law, Su Mei's reaction was chillingly calm. Under the dim candlelight, she pinched a secret letter between her fingers. In an instant, the paper turned to ash. Zhao Defeng has already made a move, and Qin Song's informants are scouting the Northern Great Camp. She squinted. Ninth brother choosing this moment to strike. Is it to assert authority or to reshuffle the cards? She stood up, her sleek black attire outlining a predatory figure like a leopard. I commanded. Spread the word throughout the Wind Whisper Tower. All secret guards mobilize. Seal off a 10-mile radius around the Northern Great Camp. Anyone approaching will be executed without mercy. Carriages and fast horses poured out in a steady stream, rushing straight to the Northern Great Camp. At this time, the air over the training ground seemed to freeze into blocks of ice. Black masses of heads swarmed. Commanding generals of each camp arrived with their elite guards. 40 to 50,000 fierce soldiers gathered together, their murderous aura so thick that not even birds dared fly overhead. Yet beneath this deadly atmosphere simmered obvious resentment and restlessness. Bang! A horsewhip struck a wooden stake by the camp gate, splinters flying. Zhao Taizhan, commander of the western camp, face flushed red, veins bulging, dismounted heavily with armor clanking. This veteran, who had fought alongside the old lord for 30 years, now roared like an enraged lion, pointing at the main military tent. Where's Xiaochen? Where's that little bastard? I'm drilling the wedge formation, the key tactic against the Black Wolf tribe. He summons me with a black feather order. If it's for some petty bullshit, I'll whip him to death myself for the old lord today. Lei Lai forced a broad smile as he approached. General Zhao, please calm down. Calm down, my ass. Zhao Taizhan shoved Lei Lai aside. A kid who only knows how to read sour poetry and stroll through pleasure houses understands nothing of military affairs. The Black Feather Order is a joke in his hands. Li Hu, commander of the eastern camp, came forward with a sullen face. Old Zhao is right. Our northern garrison army is a great wall built of flesh and blood. When did it ever let a frail scholar tell us what to do? These old generals had all clawed their way out of death's grasp. The prince and 8 young marshals had died in battle, fueling their burning anger. They feared entrusting this century-old honor to a useless commander, lest it be buried in the grave. Lu Hanyan stood below the platform, her hands gripping her sword hilt until white-knuckled, but she held back. I told her long ago, no matter how the sky falls, she must wait for me to come out. Enough with the bickering. Second sister-in-law Shin Jingshu stepped down from the carriage, her face pale, but her eyes exceptionally bright. Uncles, all of you have watched Ninth Brother grow up. Since Ninth Brother is wielding the highest-level royal decree, he must have his reasons. Even if you don't believe him, do you not believe the Empress Dowager? Zhao Taizhan snorted and slammed his helmet on the ground. Fine, for the Empress Dowager's sake. I want to see what kind of nonsense this Xiao Chun can come up with. If he can't say anything sensible, Then today I'll personally teach this unfilial grandson a lesson. The sun rose higher, and more people gathered at the training ground, but the atmosphere grew quieter. All eyes fixed on the Grand Master's chair draped with white tiger fur. That was where the Father King once sat, the sacred pedestal of the Northern Garrison Army. The Empress Dowager has arrived. The crowd naturally parted. The grandmother, clad in a first-rank official robe, leaning on a dragon-headed cane bestowed by the late emperor, walked out of the carriage with the support of Eighth Sister. All hail the Empress Dowager. Tens of thousands knelt, armored plates clashing like thunder. Rise, grandmother said, taking her seat and sweeping her gaze over the resentful old generals. Taizhan, your temper hasn't changed one bit since the old days. Zhao Tieshan's old face flushed. He cupped his fists and bowed. Empress Dowager, it's not that old Zhao is ignorant. It's just that ninth young master. He hasn't even killed a single chicken before. Never led soldiers before. He can learn. The Empress Dowager tapped her cane. Genre was scared out of his wits the first time he went to battle, too. There's no time. The court's knife is on our necks. The Black Wolf troop is sharpening their blades beyond the pass. What we need is a leader like a wolf, not a student. The Empress Dowager went silent, her knuckles whitening on the cane. Doubt gnawed at her too, placing the Shao family's century-old honor and the lives of a lonely clan on my shoulders. Can this child really pull it off? And at that moment, I stepped forward. Thud. The first step sounded like a heavy hammer striking each person's chest. Thud. Thud. I threw aside the heavy tent flap. The wind halted. Zhao Tieshan's jaw dropped wide enough to fit 2 eggs. Who the hell was this sickly ninth young master? I wore the black iron swanee armor, once worn by my father, weighing 60 jin, clinging to me like a second skin. My hair was tied back with a straw cord. The pale sickness that once showed on my face was gone, replaced by the harsh resolve carved like axe blows and a chilling, killing intent. In my mind, the tactical war map of the underworld spun wildly. Target: Northern Garrison's elite 53,200 troops. Morale extremely low. War weariness 60%, anger 30%, disdain 10%. Key figure: Zhao Taizhan, hot-tempered, blindly loyal, admirer of strength. Tactic: use absolute force to intimidate the high command. Employ ultimate empathy to stir the ranks below. A cold smirk curved my lips. Step by step, I climbed the general's platform. Passing Zhao Taizhan, I paused, glanced at him. He swallowed the curse on his tongue, cold sweat pouring down instantly. I planted myself in the center of the platform, knelt on one knee before grandmother. The clinking of armor echoed sharply. Your grandson, Xiao Chun, has kept you waiting. Grandmother's hand trembled violently on her cane, her cloudy old eyes instantly filling with tears. Just like Genre, I stood, turned toward the ranks below, both hands gripping the railing, looking down on this army of 40,000. 10 breaths of silence, harsher than any roar. Ninth young master, Zhao Taizhan suddenly stepped forward. You gathered us just to show off your new outfit? The Western Barracks brothers have training. They don't have time to play house with you. Yeah, this is nonsense. Voices of doubt and complaints buzzed like flies. I smiled coldly. Playing house. I used the diaphragmatic voice training from my past special forces. My voice rolled like muffled thunder, booming over the training ground, drowning out all the noise. Zhao Taizhan, do you think I'm joking? I suddenly drew the broad saber at my waist, cold light flashing. Look at yourselves now. Head bowed, faces yellow and gaunt. This is the so-called world's finest northern garrison? I see not wolves, but a flock of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. A bunch of useless cowards who just complain and wait for death. Boom. The crowd erupted. What did you say? Xiao? Don't think just because you are the commander we're afraid of you. I was killing men before you even had teeth. This was exactly what I wanted. Angry, I suddenly dropped the smile, voice low and hoarse. Good. I know you haven't received your pay for 3 months. The crowd fell silent. I know you eat stale rice and even moldy rotten vegetable leaves. I know your cotton coats have long hardened, cold wind biting through your bones. I pointed to an old soldier in the front row with hands full of festering frostbite. I know you have wives and children at home to support, but you can't send them a single coin. I know you watch your comrades fall one by one in battle, yet the court's compensation money is nowhere to be seen. One by one, with each "I know," the angry faces gradually stiffened, then turned confused, and finally morphed into grievances. The cold wind howled. Many old soldiers' eyes reddened, biting their lips hard. I took a deep breath and shouted with all my strength. "I just want to ask you one thing. Are you feeling wrong? Feeling wrong?" That shout was like thunder, striking tens of thousands of numb hearts violently. An old soldier in the crowd had his cloudy eyes instantly redden. He thought of the crying baby at home, of his wife's letters repeatedly asking about the military pay. This 7-foot-tall man who never flinched even when cut on the battlefield now trembled violently in his shoulders. Zhao Tieshan's purplish face lost all color. As the commander of the Western Great Camp, was he not feeling wronged? When he asked the governor for provisions, he was stonewalled. An urgent blood letter covering 800 miles sank without a trace. He was more wronged than anyone. I tell you, I feel wronged too. I slammed my fist on the stone railing. My father, the northern Xiao Zhan, guarded the Great Xia's borders his whole life and died finally on the battlefield. All 8 of my older brothers died beneath the Yinmen Pass. Not even a single intact body could be found. The men of the Xiao family poured out every last drop of their blood. And what did we get in return? A death order trying to seize my family's military power. A bunch of wolves eyeing my 8 widowed sisters-in-law, trying to parcel them off like goods. 30,000 of you fine men, unable even to have one full meal. Why? I shouted to the sky in rage. Why must the heroes who defend the homeland go hungry, while the parasite scum in the capital feast in silken robes? Why? Roar. Why? I refuse to accept this. Damn them all. Tens of thousands of iron-blooded men cried like children, cursing with the crudest language, unleashing all the pent-up resentment that had long accumulated. I stood silently, letting this wave of grievance sweep across the military training ground. It's better to vent than to block. Only after emptying their poison could we fill them with something new. After a long while, the noise gradually subsided. The soldiers, eyes red and gasping, no longer looked numb but were rekindled embers. Their gaze toward me had completely changed. Before, I was just a respectable young master. Now, I was one of them, someone who could speak for them and understood their pain. Shouting slogans is useless. I returned to calm. From this day onward, I, Xiao Chun, take command of the northern commander of the garrison. I promise you 3 things. I raised my first finger. First, from this month, everyone's pay will be doubled. Compensation for fallen brothers will be increased tenfold. Money, I'll find a way. Even if I have to rob or sell off the prince of the town's mansion. Private properties. An uproar broke out below, then burst into wild joy. Second, I raised the second finger. The rations of the northern great camp will be the standard for the entire army. Meat in every meal. New clothes for everyone. We'll fatten you up, strong enough to chop off enemy heads. Roar. Meat. For rugged men, nothing was more tempting. Third, I raised the third finger, my voice suddenly cold, filled with killing intent. All the enemies who killed my father and brothers, all the parasites who skimmed your pay, all the scum who rode high over our northern commander of the garrison. I will lead you all, one by one, to personally rip their heads off. We'll offer their blood to our fallen brothers. Use their skulls as our chamber pots. Boom. Kill. 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 Long live the young marshal. Willing to die for the young marshal. The cries of tens of thousands soared to the sky, scattering even the clouds. At this moment, all rules and etiquette were cast aside. Whoever ensured they were well fed, got paid, and avenged their grievances would be their god. I raised my blunt sword, its blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. From this moment on, the soul of this army was firmly clenched in my hand. I slowly pressed down with my left hand. Miraculously, the noisy training ground fell into dead silence. Only the command flag tearing in the north wind. Tens of thousands of eyes no longer doubted, only burned with almost fanatical reverence, fixed on me. Just now we talked about money, about rations, about all these pent-up grievances. My voice held a trace of laziness, but every word was like shards of ice piercing the eardrums. Now, the reminiscing is over. It's time to talk about killing. Young Marshal. Zhao Taizhan stepped forward. You mean the Black Wolf tribe beyond the frontier? At your command. Old Zhao will lead the Western Great Camp to slaughter out there. We won't return without thousands of heads. No rush. A smirk curved my lips, but my gaze drifted over the rows of commanders before me. The wolves outside must be killed, but the fleas hiding in our coats, sucking blood on our wounds, must be killed even more. I suddenly stepped forward, stamping my blunt sword heavily on the stone railing. If it weren't for traitors undermining us, if my father had fought all his life knowing the northern border well, how would he have plunged headlong into the White Wolf Valley's ambush? If it weren't for an insider leaking information, how could my 8 elder brothers, each a man of unmatched bravery, and the Northern Iron Cavalry, peerless in all the land, have been besieged and slaughtered by a mere black wolf tribe, unable even to break through and send out a warning? Boom! My string of accusations struck the training ground like thunder from the heavens. All the generals turned pale, and then an uproar broke out. An insider? There's an insider in our northern garrison. Who would do such a traitorous deed that dooms our entire lineage? Zhao Tieshan's face flushed red, his eyes bulging as he pointed at me with a furious roar. Young Marshal, you can't speak so recklessly. Which one of the old brothers present here hasn't risked their lives for the old lord? You're throwing around baseless accusations of an insider. This is like stabbing everyone in their hearts with a knife. Where's the evidence? You want evidence? I sneered coldly. King of Hell tactical sand table, full power activated. Biometric panoramic scan in progress. The training ground before me instantly faded, transforming into a gray-white data model. Tens of thousands of beating hearts turning into countless red dots. Zhao Taizhan. Heart rate 110 loyal. Li Hu. Heart rate 105 loyal. One by one, green safety markers flickered past, until my gaze fixed on the front line of the Southern Camp Command Unit, the slightly plump, honest-looking man known as Uncle Qian among the troops, Qianjun. In my sand table's vision, this man glowed glaringly red, almost black with intensity. Target locked, Qianjun. Heart rate 142, extreme panic. Pupils dilated 35%, fingers shaking at high frequency, scanning escape routes every 0.5 seconds. Got you. I gripped my plain saber and stepped down from the reviewing stand. My iron war boots hammered heavily on the frozen ground. I strode straight through the crowd and stopped before Qianjun. Uncle Qian. My voice was eerily low. Are you feeling hot? Qianjun shuddered violently and forced out a smile more painful than tears. Yo, young Marshal, you must be joking. It's bitter cold today. How could this soldier possibly feel hot? Not hot. I grabbed his wrist and suddenly lifted it high. If not, why is your palm drenched in cold sweat? Sweat dripped down from his fingertips. I am feeling unwell. Unwell? Fine. I stepped closer. 3 months ago, the Black Wolf tribe launched a precise assault on our grain route, something only commanders and above knew about. Our army lost 30,000 shur of grain and over 800 men. 2 months ago, at the Battle of White Wolf Valley, my father suddenly changed the march route to strike the Black Wolf's left flank, a secret order known only to a handful of main generals. Yet the Black Wolf tribe lay a trap in White Wolf Valley, waiting for my father and brothers to fall into it. That day you, Qianjun, were in charge of mid-army communications. Who else but you could have leaked the message? This soldier is innocent. Qianjun collapsed to his knees, wailing and sobbing. Young Marshal, please see clearly. If I ever betrayed the Lord in the slightest, may heaven strike me with 5 thunderbolts. His pitiful crying quelled much of the soldier's fury below the stand. Last winter, General Qian gave his own cotton jacket to a frostbitten recruit. The year before, when my mother was seriously ill, it was General Qian who slipped me 5 taels of silver. Marshal, are you sure you're not mistaken? Zhao Tieshan's neck veins bulged with rage as he took a step forward. Xiao Chun, if there's no evidence, I, old Zhao, will be the first to reject this. If Qianjun is a traitor, I swear to die for my guilt. Li Hu also pressed down on his sword hilt. Young Marshal, there is no idle talk in the army. It risks breaking the morale of our troops. At the side of the stage, Lu Hanyan's palms were drenched in cold sweat, her delicate nails almost digging into her palms. Only in the shadows, Su Mei's lips curled into a sly smile. I remained calm, slowly adjusting my gauntlet before turning and nodding toward the side rear. Third sister-in-law, it's your turn. No sooner had I spoken, a shadow appeared like a ghost in the center of the reviewing stand. Clad in black leather nightwear, twin blades at her waist, her face covered by a black veil. Su-mei, leader of the Wind Whisper Pavilion. The moment she appeared, Qianzhen's cries abruptly stopped, his body trembling so slightly it was almost imperceptible. Qianzhen, Su-mei's voice was cold as ice. You disguise yourself to visit the drunken immortal brothel in the southern city 3 times a month, each time requesting a girl named Chuier, never staying overnight, only half an hour. Is that correct? I was just there to listen to music. Listening to music costs 100 taels per visit? The brothel's top courtesan only charges 50 taels a night. How much is your yearly salary again? Cold sweat soaked Qianzhen's back as he opened his mouth, but was unable to speak. Because you're not there to listen to music at all. Su-mei snapped harshly. You're meeting with our contact at the Four Seas commune, the brothel's Madame Huang, and selling out our Northern Army's intelligence. Boom. The training ground instantly erupted into chaos. Treason. That filthy dog who eats from our own pot. No wonder the Black Wolf tribe always finds our weaknesses. I didn't. You're framing me. Qianzhen screamed madly. Do you have proof? Without proof, you're slandering a loyal man. Proof. Su-mei pulled a blue cloth ledger from her bosom. The moment Qianzhen saw the book, his pupils contracted sharply. The color drained from his face. That was Madame Huang's secret ledger, recording all the dirty deals between him and Si Haitong. How could it be here? Su-mei opened the ledger, and her clear voice echoed across the muster ground. On the 7th day of the 3rd lunar month, Great Xia Year 119, received a gift from Commander Qian of Nanda Camp, containing the spring drill plan, along with 500 taels of silver. On the 23rd day of the 4th lunar month, with a schedule for troop rotation at Yinmen Pass, 800 taels. On the 9th day of the 8th lunar month, including a list of grain and fodder reserves, 1,000 taels. With each entry read, Qianzhen grew weaker and weaker. The soldiers listening below grew angrier and colder. In the winter of Great Xia Year 120, 3rd day of the lunar month, Su-mei paused, then lifted her eyes to lock onto Qianzhen, including the northern slope defenses of Yinmen Pass and the battle plan for the Northern Town King's surprise attack on the Black Wolf tribe's palace, with a transfer of 10,000 taels of silver. Dead silence. 10,000 taels of silver. With that very sum, he had sold out the soul of the entire Northern Town army. Qianzhen. I shattered the silence. This defense map is the last route chart my father and 8 elder brothers used before dying in battle. It's because of you that the Black Wolf tribe set an ambush 3 days early in White Wolf Valley. It's because of you that my father and brothers' 50,000 elite troops were nearly annihilated. It's because of you that my father and 8 elder brothers' bodies were never even recovered, trampled into mud by war horses. Qianzhen, you bastard. Can you sleep at night looking at the memorial tablets of those dead brothers? Silence. Tears silently streamed down the iron-faced man's cheeks. So the defeat at Yinmen Pass wasn't because we were weaker. It was because there was a traitor. I didn't mean to. I just wanted some money. Don't kill me. Qianzhen collapsed to the ground, muttering like a madman. Ah! Zhao Taizhan suddenly erupted with a beast-like roar, his eyes blood-red, and with a clang, he drew his battle saber. I'll kill you, you son of a bitch. Like a mad bull, he charged onto the command platform, his saber fueled by a lifetime of rage and regret, swinging hard toward Qianzhen's head. But just as the blade was about to fall, roar! A wild, insane beast's roar burst from deep in Qianzhen's throat. His slack body suddenly sprang up. He didn't block the blade, nor did he look at anyone. His target was clear from the start. The old lady wearing first-rank official garb seated to the side of the command platform, and beside her, the 8th sister-in-law, Xiao Linger, whom she protected. This was his last chance. If he could catch one of them, he could live. Qianzhen poured all his strength into his legs, like a suicide-dashing mad dog, hurtling straight at Xiao Linger. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. His ghostly claw-like hands were mere inches from gripping Xiao Linger's shoulder. Linger, protect the old lady. Lu Hanyan and the others' eyes were bloodshot. They drew their swords, but it was too late. Zhao Tieshan's saber sliced the air, his face blanching. It's over. Time seemed to slow infinitely. Xiao Linger's eyes widened in terror. She even forgot to scream. The old lady pulled her behind, raised her dragon-headed cane, her cloudy old eyes filled only with the resolve to die. At the last moment. And I, who had all along turned my back to this chaos, as if aloof and detached, moved. I didn't even turn around. My body, clad in dark iron swanee armor, just leaned back at an impossible angle. Then, like a poisonous dragon striking from its den, my right foot shot upward and backward in a lightning-fast kick. Unbelievably fast. Even masters like Lu Hanyin only saw a blurred black shadow. Bang! A dull roar, so deep it made teeth ache, exploded. Qianzhen's forward momentum stopped abruptly just half a foot from Xiaolinger. The madness froze instantly on his face. He struggled to lower his gaze. A black battle boot was deeply embedded in his chest. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp sound of shattering bones like popping corn echoed clearly across the field. His battle-hardened chest collapsed before our eyes, ribs all shattered. Ugh! Qianzhen spat a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, his whole body flying backward 7 or 8 meters like a broken sack, crashing heavily onto the blue stone steps of the command platform. Boom! Stone shards scattered as the entire blue rock step cracked with a spiderweb of fractures. Qianzhen lay in the center of the fracture, limbs twitching, leaking breathy, hoo-hoo sounds, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. He wasn't dead. I faced away from Qianzhen and slowly withdrew that kick. I could feel that his internal organs were now ground to mush by my single kick. One kick. Just one kick. This expert who fancied himself at the pinnacle of martial skill didn't even have the right to make me turn around. The entire Beidang training ground, with 53,200 soldiers, fell deathly silent. Zhao Taizhan stood frozen, holding his blade, his bronze-colored eyes wide as saucers, mouth open wide enough to fit a fist. He glanced at Qianzhen twitching in the pool of blood, then at me, and his purple-red face instantly turned pale. At the side of the stage, sister-in-law Lu Hanyin's hand trembled as she gripped her sword. She prided herself on her martial skills, but could she have dodged that kick? No. She couldn't even see it clearly. That was no longer martial arts. It was pure, crushing violence. The tens of thousands of soldiers below froze completely. After the silence, someone shouted first, "Long live the young marshal!" Boom! A deafening roar erupted like a mountain avalanche and sea storm, shaking the entire Yanmen Pass with a buzz. This was no longer resonance. It was the most primal, fervent worship of absolute power. I slowly turned around, the murderous aura on my face immediately receding, replaced by a gentle expression. I walked over to Sister 8, Xiaolinger, who was still trembling from the shock, and reached out to stroke her hair. Sister 8 scared? She stared blankly at me for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears, burying her head in my arms. I patted her back and looked toward the old matriarch. "Grandmother, are you all right?" The old matriarch looked at me. A complex expression flickered in her cloudy old eyes, ultimately transforming into relief and pride as she nodded firmly. "Grandmother is fine. Chinner, you've grown up." After comforting my family, my face hardened once again. I stepped forward toward Qianzhen, gasping for breath in the blood-soaked ground. Don't kill me." Qianzhen looked at my approaching battle boots with begging eyes. "I'll give you all the money, please." I looked down on him as if he were an insignificant ant. Without a word, I slowly raised my right foot. "No." I stomped down heavily. Crack. His chest completely caved in, the scream abruptly cut off. His eyes bulged wide, dying with unclosed eyes. I withdrew my foot and turned to face the entire army, my voice like a judgment from the abyss. "Pass down my orders. From today onward, throughout the Jinbei army, regardless of rank or position, anyone who colludes with the enemy, betrays the country, embezzles military funds, or flees the battlefield." I swept across the crowd, enunciating each word clearly. "Once proven, kill. Without mercy." The wind stopped, the shouts ceased. The 53,200 iron-blooded men stood like statues, eyes devoid of doubt, replaced only by bone-deep reverence and fear. Zhao Tieshan's hand gripping his blade trembled violently, the blade scraping against armor with a faint noise. He finally understood. I was no sickly playboy, but a ferocious tiger that crawled out of hell, disguised in human skin. Dong Dang's commander Li Hu's face darkened. He instinctively stepped back half a pace, no longer harboring any thought of resistance. At the side of the stage, Dowager Consort Xiao Qin's cloudy old eyes welled with two streams of hot tears, her lips trembling as she repeated, "Good, good, good." This was tears of relief, tears of pride. The Xiao family had successors. I scanned the soldiers below. My voice was quiet yet landed like a hammer on every soldier's heart. Qian Zhan, as commander of the Jinbei army, drawing the court's salary and commanding tens of thousands of soldiers' lives, yet conspiring with the enemy and selling military intelligence. In the Battle of Bailang Gorge, my father Jinbei King Xiaozhan, my 8 elder brothers, and 50,000 Jinbei brothers all buried their bones in foreign lands. All because this scumbag sold out our intelligence. What do you say? Should such a man be killed? Brief silence, then a volcanic eruption. Killed. Kill. 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 Skin him alive. I raised my hand to quell the uproar. My cold gaze swept over the row of silenced generals in front. Money is a good thing, but some money, stained with blood, must not be taken. I said this casually, but the faces of over a dozen generals instantly turned pale, cold sweat dripping down, legs trembling weakly. King of Hell tactical sand table activated. Biometrics scanning, targeting high-risk individuals. All their heart rates, adrenaline levels, and muscle tension were displayed clearly on the sand table, leaving no place to hide. I know some of you have taken money that shouldn't be taken. My voice was a devilish whisper. But my father and brothers have just died in battle. The Jinbei army cannot afford turmoil. I, Xiao Chun, am not a man who kills recklessly. So, I'm giving you a chance. Within 3 hours, anyone who has dealt with the 4 Cs, accepted illicit money, or leaked military secrets, must voluntarily come to the Central Army camp to confess to Lei Lai and hand over your ill-gotten gains. I swear before heaven, past offenses will be forgiven. Your rank will be stripped, but if you make merit in the future, reinstatement is not impossible. Struggle and hope flickered in the eyes of those dozen or so men. But my tone shifted abruptly. Of course, you may also gamble on me not finding you. A cruel smirk curled on my lips as I glanced sideways at Su Mei, the black-clad beauty next to me. But let me be clear. If after 3 hours, I still see any one of your names in my third sister-in-law, Su Mei's Whispering Tower records, your end will be 100 times more miserable than Qian Zhan's. I will make you suffer every torture imaginable, unable to live or die. In the end, your names and crimes will be carved onto stone tablets, so that your families and descendants bear the shame of traitors for generations to come. Killing someone was not enough. They had to punish their very souls. On one side was cleansing their sins through meritorious service. On the other, living worse than death with eternal infamy. Which to choose? Even a fool would know. Lei Lai, I commanded sharply. At your service, Commander. Lei Lai knelt on one knee, his voice like a booming bell. Drag Qianzhen's corpse outside the camp gate. Prepare 5 horses and execute the punishment of dismemberment in front of the entire army. Dismemberment. Everyone present gasped sharply. Yes, sir. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Lei Lai's eyes as he grabbed Qianzhen's ankle and dragged the body off the platform like a dead dog. A long trail of blood stained the bluestone steps as the soldiers stepped aside automatically, their eyes filled only with satisfaction. Traitors deserve death. Avenging the prince. Amid the thunderous roars, I slowly turned around. The training ground fell silent once more. My gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on the old general still frozen in place, sword raised. Zhao Taizhan. 3 words, heavy as 3 mountains crashing down. 53,000 pairs of eyes fixed sharply on the commander of the western camp, Zhao Taizhan. His burly frame stiffened like a weathered statue aged 1,000 years. The heavy battle sword in his hand, as weighty as Mount Tai, made his arm tremble violently. If Qianzhen is a spy, I, Zhao Taizhan, am willing to die to atone. His earlier words now seared his soul like a red-hot iron brand. Clang! The sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. His mighty frame seemed drained of all strength. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, the old general who had never bowed his back knelt heavily before me. Boom! His knee struck the bluestone floor, spiderweb cracks splintering outward. Commander! His hoarse voice was filled with regret. This humble soldier was blind, mistaken in judgment, nearly causing disaster. I have shamed the old prince, betrayed the commander's trust, and dishonored my 50,000 comrades. He drew a short dagger from his waist, raised both hands above his head, the blade poised against himself. This humble soldier has no face to live on. Commander, please take my head, to uphold military law. He closed his eyes, tilted his neck, and prepared to take his own life. Commander, think twice. Li Hu was the first to react, falling to his knees. General Zhao was momentarily confused. His loyalty to the Shao family can be sworn to by heaven and earth. Please show mercy. General Zhao bears 37 scars, all bloodshed for the Shao family army. He does not deserve death. A dozen senior commanders knelt together, pleading. Judge of the Underworld Tactical Simulation activated. Target, Zhao Taizhan. Loyalty, unchanged. Plan 3, attack the heart, reforging the army's soul. Success rate, 99%. Locking an optimal solution. In a flash, I made my decision. I stepped down from the platform, each step of my boots sounding against the bluestone slabs, as if stamping on the heartbeats of everyone present. I did not take the dagger. Instead, I bent down and picked up the heavy, sturdy battle knife he had thrown to the ground. A fine blade. I held the hilt out before him. Zhao Taizhan blinked in confusion, not seeing the blade's edge but the familiar, weathered hilt carved by the years. Want to die? My voice was icy cold. Is death the end of all? Do you think dying means loyalty? Means atonement? Nonsense. Only cowards do that. Zhao Taizhan trembled all over, staring at me blankly. I looked down into his worn, weary face and spoke slowly. Zhao Taizhan, you're old. Those words struck his heart like a hammer. Yes, he was old, his hair white, back bent. Yet my next sentence struck his soul like lightning. But this knife, is it still sharp? Still sharp. Zhao Taizhan suddenly lowered his head to look at the battle knife that had accompanied him for 40 years. The blade bore countless battle scars, but the edge still gleamed cold and menacing. A surge of silent, burning blood erupted from his parched heart in an instant. Old. Yes, he was old. But as long as this blade remained, as long as he could still hold it, he was still Iron Mountain Tiger. Roar! With a suppressed beast's roar bursting from his throat, his cloudy old eyes reddened with bloodshot veins, his whole body seeming to regain 20 years of youth. He sprang upright, his body as straight as a mountain, holding the blade high above his head, facing the sky and roaring. Sharp. Commander, report. This blade of mine is still sharp. It can still kill. It can still drink blood. He turned and knelt deeply again, sword tapping the ground with a metallic sound. I, Zhao Taizhan, swear to heaven. I am willing to fight for the commander for another 30 years. Wherever this blade points, I will die without hesitation. A satisfied curve finally tugged at the corner of my mouth. The Northgard Army's fiercest old blade was now firmly in my grasp. The training ground erupted with fervent shouts louder than ever before. Long live the commander! Long live the old general! Fight! 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 At this moment, the army's soul was completely reforged. I no longer looked at Zhao Taizhan and turned to face the 50,000 troops. After killing the traitors and subduing the veteran generals, the real rewards came next, the moment to decide the future of the 300,000 northern garrison troops. Lei Lai, at your command, General. From today onward, you shall remain the commander of the northern camp. Understood, General. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the young marshal. Lei Lai bowed his forehead to the ground with a loud thud. Li Hu, at your command, General. You shall remain the commander of the eastern camp. Thank you, young marshal. Li Hu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Finally, my eyes fell on Zhao Taizhan, who had just stood up. His expression was complicated as he knelt down on one knee once again. Zhao Taizhan, you shall remain the commander of the western camp. Zhao Taizhan lifted his head sharply, his tiger-like eyes full of disbelief. He had openly defied me, nearly causing disaster, yet I hadn't even stripped him of his rank? Young marshal, I am guilty. His old face flushed red. Your crime is stupidity, I said bluntly, but I have seen your loyalty. Your merits and faults cancel each other out. This will be the last time. From now on, use the blade in your hand to earn back the honor you lost today. Simple and direct, straight to the heart. Zhao Taizhan trembled all over, his eyes reddened, and his countless words boiled down to two. At your command. With the three commanders back in place, the morale of the three camps was as steady as Mount Tai. Just as everyone thought it was settled, I dropped the real bombshell. The commander of the southern camp, Qianzhan, has been executed for treason. His position cannot remain vacant for long. My gaze swept to the side of the stage, where a slender figure clad in red soft armor, hand resting on the sword hilt, stood silently. From today forward, my elder sister-in-law, Lu Hanyan, will take over as commander of the southern camp. At these words, the entire hall fell silent. Over 50,000 eyes turned in unison toward the tall, stunningly beautiful woman, filled with shock. A woman commanding a camp? Leading tens of thousands of troops? What a joke! Not just the soldiers. Li Hu and Lei Lai were dumbfounded, thinking they had misheard. Young Marshal, absolutely not. A thunderous shout erupted like lightning from the clear sky. Everyone turned toward the voice. Zhao Taizhan, who had just sworn loyalty and was tearful and grateful, stepped forward once again. His purple face was suffused with anger, veins bulging in his neck, spitting as he pointed at the platform. Young Marshal, I do not doubt the young madam's bravery, but since ancient times, there has never been a woman commanding an army. This breaks all regulations. Regulations? I slowly turned my head, staring coldly at him, a grim smile curling at my lips. Zhao Taizhan, tell me, what the hell do you call regulations? Boom. The murderous aura around me exploded suddenly, pressing down on Zhao Taizhan until his breath caught, leaving him unable to utter another word. My father and brothers died in battle. The court withheld military pay. The northern garrison could barely even eat. That's the regulation? Corrupt ministers run rampant. 50,000 loyal souls buried in foreign lands. That's the regulation? Step by step, I closed the distance until I was almost nose to nose with him. In this northern garrison camp, whatever I, Xiao Chun, say is the regulation. My people are the regulation. My blade, even more so. Do you disobey? Zhao Taizhan staggered backward repeatedly, his face deathly pale, cold sweat dripping, unable to say a single word in rebuttal. I turned to face the entire army, my voice booming like thunder. I know what you're thinking. That a woman has no right to lead you? Fine. I'll tell you why she does. I suddenly pointed at Lu Hanyan. Because in the 118th year of the Great Xia calendar, under the Yanmen Pass, she charged alone into the enemy ranks, personally slaying 3 captains of the Black Wolf tribe and over 100 of their wolf cubs. In this battle, who among you has killed more than her? Silence blanketed the crowd. Many veterans hung their heads in shame. Because she is my Shao family's eldest sister-in-law. Father and brothers dead, the eldest sister-in-law fills the role of mother. Her orders are my orders. Is that reason enough? The hall was utterly silent. Zhao Taizhan bowed his head. Lu Hanyan, accept the command. My elder sister-in-law stepped gracefully to the stage, kneeling on one knee. Lu Hanyan accepts the command. I nodded in satisfaction. The deputy commander of the southern camp will be the 4th sister-in-law, Zhong Liyan. Huh? Me. 4th sister-in-law Zhong Liyan was stunned, then sped forward carrying her massive, drum-beating golden hammer, taller than most men, and knelt down with a thunderous clang, shaking the ground. Zhong Liyan accepts the command. Whoever disobeys from now on, I'll smash flat with one hammer. The generals twitched their lips, unable to utter a single word of refusal. With a fearsome elder sister-in-law and a powerhouse 4th sister-in-law, the southern camp was sure to be more terrifying than a den of dragons and tigers from now on. I scanned the crowd and slowly spoke. One last thing. I have decided to select 500 elite soldiers from each of the 4 camps, 2,000 in total, to form a new unit, the King of Hell Brigade. This unit answers only to me, and I will personally train them. Boom. Even more shocking than appointing Lu Hanyan. The faces of Zhao Taizhan, Li Hu, and Lei Lai changed drastically. 500 elites are the treasure held in reserve by each camp, Taking them away is like cutting off half their lifeblood. Young Marshal, this. Zhao Taizhan blurted anxiously. What's the matter? I shot a cold glare his way. You think I, Xiao Chun, can't even mobilize the troops of the northern garrison? That one sentence made him swallow his words. Facing the entire army, I shouted with a highly provocative tone. I know your generals are reluctant, but being selected into the Hell King Hall is the greatest honor of your lives. I will give you the fullest rations, meat at every meal, the finest armor and weapons. 3 months of harsh training to turn each of you into a battlefield grinder capable of taking on 100 enemies. I want the name Hell King Hall to become the deepest nightmare in the hearts of the grassland barbarians. Who wants in? I do. Willing to join Hell King Hall. To serve the young marshal. The soldier's fervor was completely ignited. I raised a finger. 1 incense stick time. Each of the 4 camps must bring me a list of 500 men. If after an incense stick's time the numbers don't add up, I will personally go to your camps and borrow 1,000 men. 1,000 men. The faces of the 3 commanders instantly drained of color. 500 was already a heart-wrenching cut. 1,000 was like stabbing a piercing hole straight through their chests. Zhao Tieshan's Adam's apple bobbed. He wanted to plead, but when he met my gaze, every word got stuck in his throat. Elder sister-in-law. I tilted my head toward Lu Hanyan. Lu Hanyan took out a Padok incense stick from her sleeve, ignited it with a discharge of true energy, and steady blue smoke rose straight up. When the incense burns out, I want to see 2,000 men below the command platform. Yes. Zhao Taizhan clenched his teeth fiercely and growled at Li Hu and Lei Lai. Go. Back to your camps to select the men. Damn it. If we're cutting flesh, then let's cut it. Lei Lai cursed and stomped his foot. 3 burly figures sprinted toward their respective camps. The soldiers below the platform erupted into a frenzy, their talk mingling excitement and yearning. 8th sister-in-law Xiao Linger tugged at my sleeve. 9th brother, won't they harbor resentment? The coldness on my face instantly softened. I patted the back of her hand. There will be resentment, of course. Does cutting flesh ever not hurt? But soon they won't resent it anymore. They'll only anticipate. Anticipate what kind of divine weapons I'll forge from these 2,000 pieces of fine iron. When Hell King Hall first bares its fangs, they'll only regret not pushing in more men back then. The old dowager Xiao Qin, seated in the Grand Tutor's chair, eyes murky but flashing with sharp light, was moved. Rule with both kindness and severity. Be firm yet gentle. This grandson was already forming into the shape of a famed general. Ancestor, it's windy. You should go back to the mansion first. No. The old dowager's dragon head cane thudded heavily. I want to watch with my own eyes how my Xiao family's prodigy reshapes the soul of the 300,000 northern garrison troops. I silently took off my fox fur cloak and draped it over her. When the incense had burned a third, thud, 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 heavy footsteps came from the west. Zhao Taizhan led 500 soldiers clad in iron armor, radiating a fierce aura, striding forward, faces filled with both pain and pride. Young Marshal, the West Camp's 500 elite troops are here to report. My gaze swept over those 500 resolute faces. Hell King Tactical Sand Table initiated. Number of soldiers, 500. Average combat power, 78. Loyalty, 82. Average battles participated, 47. Overall evaluation, qualified. True elite who crawled out from piles of the dead. Very good, I said calmly. The West Camp soldiers are good soldiers. Zhao Tieshan's bleeding heart was instantly warmed by those words, and he lifted his head fiercely, pride rising uncontrollably on his old face. Thank you for the praise, young marshal. Immediately after, Li Hu and Lei Lai also arrived with their elite 500 troops each. A total of 1,500 iron-blooded warriors gathered together, a fierce aura shooting straight to the clouds, tearing a path through the wind and snow. When half of the incense had burned, everyone thought the grand show was ending. But I turned my head, eyes fixing on my elder sister-in-law Lu Hanyan, clad in a red soft armor. Still missing 500 men. My voice fell lightly, yet countless hearts suddenly sank. 1,500 elites stood like 3 iron mountains beneath the platform, but all eyes instinctively avoided the direction of the south camp. It was empty. Qian Zhengang had been quartered, leaving the South Camp leaderless and the soldiers in panic. Young Marshal, the South Camp. Zhao Tieshan's face darkened. Should we share some from our 3 camps? I didn't answer, only looking at Lu Hanyan. Elder sister-in-law, need my help? I can have Lei Lai lead 1,000 from the trap formation camp to invite men from the South Camp. I emphasized invite heavily. Lu Hanyan glanced coldly at me, her phoenix eyes full of pride and stubbornness. My South Camp's matters do not trouble the young marshal. She turned to Zhongli Yan. 4th sister, let's go. Time to work. Got it. Zhongli Yan's eyes sparkled. She slung the golden hammer over her shoulder. I've been itching for this. Under tens of thousands of stunned gazes, one cold as ice, the other fiery as flame, walked directly down from the command platform. Zhao Taizhan was restless and stomped his foot anxiously. I merely stood with my hands behind my back, silently watching the incense. Just as the final spark was about to die out. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps came from the south. Amidst the wind and snow, Lu Hanyan and Zhongli Yin led the charge, followed by a dense, dark mass of troops. The entire crowd gasped sharply. Lu Hanyan's red armor was marked with several fist and footprints, her black hair disheveled, her exquisite face smudged with dust, and a trace of fresh blood still lingering at the corner of her reddened mouth. Zhongli Yan's golden hammer seemed to still have scraps of fabric stuck to it. Looking behind them at the 500 soldiers, each was bruised and battered, clothes disordered, utterly miserable. Yet their eyes were unusually unified, mingled with intense pain, defiance, fear, and awe. They stared fixedly at the 2 women ahead. Scan, 500 personnel. Combat power, 75. Loyalty, 68. Unstable. Morale, anger 30%, resentment 40%, fear 20%, fighting spirit 10%. Evaluation, qualified. A group of forcibly subdued ringleaders, huge potential, extremely dangerous. What's going on? Lei Lai was dumbfounded. Hee. Zhongli Yin puffed out her chest proudly and shouted loudly. Your sister-in-law and I beat every captain and colonel in the southern camp. Anyone who could survive 10 moves under our hands qualified to join. That's how these 500 were gathered. The entire field fell silent. All the soldiers' eyes changed. The ruthlessness and dominance of these 2 who defeated the entire camp was terrifying. Lu Hanyan stepped forward and knelt on one knee, her voice cold with a slight hoarseness. Southern Camp's 500 soldiers, reporting for duty. As her words fell, the last wisp of smoke curled and dissipated. 2,000 elite troops, assembled completely. I scanned the 2,000 faces below, some resolute, some rebellious, and took a deep breath. My voice boomed like a bell. From today on, you have only one identity. New recruits of the Hell King Hall. All your past merits and glories are wiped clean. A murmur rose among the ranks, the veterans showing clear dissatisfaction on their faces. A scar-faced man stomped forward fiercely, reporting, Young Commander, I'm Zhang Hu. Served in the northern garrison for 15 years, beheaded 83 barbarian heads from the grasslands. I'm no green recruit. I looked at him calmly and asked, from 300 paces, can you shoot the enemy in the throat with an arrow? I'm infantry, not skilled with the bow. Can you dash 300 paces within 10 breaths? Zhang Hu's face stiffened. Can't do that. Can you march 100 miles through mountain roads wearing 50 gene of armor? Sweat beaded on Zhang Hu's forehead. That'd tire anyone to death. My tone suddenly turned cold. Then can you, with 10 brothers, break out alive from 100-man encirclement? Zhang Hu was utterly silenced, unable to utter a word. I stepped forward, sweeping the 2,000 men with my gaze, my voice like thunder. You can't. None of you can. Your so-called bravery is mere reckless courage. Your so-called achievements are built on others' lives. Here at Hell King Hall, that's all garbage. I don't want fools who only know how to swing a blade. I want battlefield meat grinders who can complete tasks against all odds, 100 fighting as one. From today, you are the most worthless new recruits of Hell King Hall. My words scorched the 2,000 fierce soldiers, yet no one dared to refute. Zhang Hu's scarred face turned from red to white as he lowered his head in shame. I smirked lightly and announced another appointment. 6th sister, Han Yu. Among the women, one clad in black light armor with a black longbow slung on her back lifted her head, eyes solitary and sharp. "You are appointed vice commander of Hell King Hall, assisting me in training the new recruits." Han Yu's calm eyes suddenly sparkled. She took a step forward and knelt on one knee. "Han Yu receives the order." I glanced around, issuing the order with unparalleled fanaticism and grim killing intent. "All troops, listen. Tomorrow at dawn, 2,000 new recruits of Hell King Hall are to assemble here and begin a 3-month hellish training. After 3 months, I want the name Hell King Hall to become a nightmare that makes the entire northern border, and even the grasslands, tremble. Do you dare? Dare! Dare! Dare!" The fighting spirit of the 2,000 fierce soldiers surged to the sky, as if they could roar away the dark clouds. I lifted my head slowly against the wind and snow, my gaze passing over the walls of Yinmen Pass toward the vast grasslands beyond. "Father, 8 older brothers, wait for me. After 3 months, blood debt will be paid in blood." In the deepest bedroom on the 3rd floor of Zui Xianlu, Aunt Huang's usually cheerful face was gloomy enough to drip water. She stared fixedly at the corner where the green bricks had been removed, revealing an empty secret compartment behind them. Her well-manicured nails dug deeply into the rosewood bed frame. It was gone. The ledger documenting the entire Yinmen Pass officialdom's corruption, enough to implicate everyone in Zui Xianlu into 9 families of ruin, was missing. A chill surged from her tailbone to her crown. This ledger was her foundation, her capital to curry favor with the major figure known as Si Hai Tong, and the lifeline by which she controlled countless high officials in the city. Who? Who exactly is it? Only she and that fool Qian Wansan knew the secret compartment's location in the Zui Xianlu, but Qian Wansan would never dare to make a move. The only one with access to her chamber and the chance to get the key. A figure suddenly became clear. Hong Xiao, the courtesan she personally trained, the proud yet most adept at winning people's hearts. A few days ago, when I caused a commotion in Zui Xianlu, I specifically named Hong Xiao. Because she had to attend to more important guests, she gave the chamber key to Hong Xiao to go and fetch the pre-rain dragon well tea. The missing ledger could only have been touched by her. At this very moment, in the underground secret chamber of Zui Xianlu, Mother Huang was dousing a basin of filthy water over Hong Xiao. "You treacherous little bitch who bites the hand that feeds. Take her away." The chamber was dark and damp. The walls hung with iron chains, leather whips, branding irons, bamboo skewers, and there was even a tiger bench. This was the true back kitchen of Zui Xianlu. No one who entered ever walked out alive. Hong Xiao was shoved inside, her face pale as death, yet she bit her lip hard. Mother Huang held a teacup, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Where is the ledger?" "I don't know." Smack! A slap cut across her face, blood seeping at the corner of Hong Xiao's mouth, but her eyes remained defiant. "Hang her up. Torture her." Iron chains wrapped around Hong Xiao's slender wrists, hoisting her high off the ground until her feet dangled. Mother Huang picked up a bullwhip soaked in brine and lashed out viciously. Crack! The thin fabric tore open, bloodied wounds stark and painful. The salt water seared into them, agonizing beyond words. Hong Xiao gritted her teeth, refusing to utter a sound. 1 lash, 2 lashes, 3 lashes. Blood marked the snow-white skin, her dress in tatters. She had become a bloody mess, pools of blood gathering beneath her. Her consciousness began to waver, flashes of 3 years ago, a family ripped apart, appearing in her mind. The image of that playboy clad in white, bursting into her room with a kick. He had promised he would save her. Those eyes were her only light in darkness. She had to hold on to that light, even if it meant shattering her body to pieces. "Speak, or else." Mother Huang panted, flogging mercilessly. Hong Xiao slowly opened her eyes, voice clear. "I don't know. Bitch." Mother Huang threw down the whip and pulled from the brazier a glowing red-hot branding iron, sneering as she pressed it close to Hong Xiao's face. "This face of yours. I hate it most of all. I'll ruin it." Hong Xiao shut her eyes, tears streaking down her cheeks. "Young Master Xiao?" Hong Xiao had done her best. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and mustered her last breath. "I gave the item to someone who can take your miserable lives. Your end is near." The branding iron rose high. Boom! At that exact moment, I arrived. That 3-inch thick, 1,000-pound iron door was kicked open by me, crashing to the ground and creating a large pit. Dust billowed, the entire chamber shook. Stepping over debris, I entered. The branding iron in Mother Huang's hand clattered to the floor, her face filled with terror. Young? Young Master Jio. I immediately spotted the blood-soaked, barely breathing figure suspended in midair, whip scars deep as though carved into flesh. In that instant, the murderous intent in my eyes could no longer be suppressed. The temperature in the chamber plummeted. "Stop him!" Mother Huang screamed. Two muscle-bound enforcers drew short knives and lunged at me from left and right. I didn't even glance at them. When the blade on my left came close to my neck, I lifted my foot and kicked. Crack! The sound of a breaking sternum echoed through the chamber. The stout man flew into the wall, slid down, twitched twice, then fell silent. The other turned to flee in fear. I closed the distance in one step, iron clamp hands gripping the back of his neck. "Next time, keep your eyes open." Crack! 2 breaths later, both enforcers lay ruined. Mother Huang collapsed in a heap, trembling violently, a foul stench creeping out from beneath her skirt. I approached the wall, looked up at Hong Xiao, gripped the 2 iron chains about thumb-thick, and strained with all my strength. Clang! The iron chains snapped apart under my force. I caught her carefully, gently cradling her in my arms. Hong Xiao barely opened her eyes. "Young Master Xiao, don't speak. I've never spoken so gently before. I'm here." I removed my spotless white brocade robe and wrapped her battered, nearly nude body tightly. "I promised to pull you out of this mire." I whispered in her ear. "I always keep my promises." The person in my arms trembled softly before slipping into unconsciousness. Slowly, I turned and faced the collapsed Mother Huang, flinging down a blood-stained blue cloth ledger. "Qianjun, former commander of the southern camp. 1 hour ago, at the training ground of the northern camp, in front of 53,200 soldiers, quartered by 5 horses." Mother Huang's pupils dilated sharply, as if her blood suddenly froze. "This ledger shows his treason. And the hidden ledger of Zue Xianlu is in your room's secret compartment." The key was given to me by Hong Xiao. She completely broke down, crawling towards me like a worm. "Young Master Jio, spare me." I kicked her away and crouched down to grab her chin. "Here are your 2 choices. First, everything at the Drunken Immortal Tower stays the same, just under new ownership. Starting today, this place will be the largest branch of my 3rd sister-in-law's Wind Whisper Tower in Yinmen Pass, and you will work for me. Second, I hand you over, along with that black ledger, straight to the study of the county magistrate Zhao Defang." Madame Huang's face went pale. With Zhao Defang's ruthlessness, she would die even more miserably than Qianjun. "I choose the first. I am willing to serve the 9th young master to the death." She kowtowed repeatedly, as if pounding garlic. "Good." I stood up. Lei Lai. The towering Lei Lai led a team of assault camp soldiers, kneeling on one knee. "Leave 50 brothers here, change into plain clothes, and take over this place. Not a single fly is allowed to fly out. Anything they shouldn't see or know. Clean it all up." "Yes, sir." Madame Huang's eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. I bent down, lifting the unconscious Princess Hongxiu into my arms, and walked through the main hall. The guest girls there were all cornered by soldiers brandishing knives, trembling in fear. Step by step, we left the Drunken Immortal Tower. The cold wind mixed with snow fell on her pale cheek. She slightly relaxed her brows in my embrace, a faint, satisfied smile curling at the corner of her lips. In a quiet room at the back courtyard of the Wang mansion, the scent of medicine filled the air. Second sister-in-law Shin Jingshu had just finished treating Hongxiu's wounds, her brows tightly furrowed. They hit too hard. Another half-hour late, and this young lady would have been ruined. I had changed into black tactical gear, my face expressionless, only giving a slight humph. "Second sister-in-law, I leave her in your hands. Use the best medicine. If you need anything, go straight to 5th sister for supplies. Don't spare anything." I didn't linger any longer, turning and leaving the quiet room. Passing through the corridor and circling around the artificial hill, I arrived at a secluded courtyard. 2 men dressed as laborers, both steady and composed, pushed open a heavy wooden door. Following a narrow stone staircase down about 100 steps, the space suddenly opened wide before me. It was an underground stone chamber half the size of a training ground, dozens of luminous pearls embedded in the walls glowing as bright as daylight. Maps, dossiers, and strange weapons hung all around. In the center stood a 3-meter-long Zeton with battlefield sand table, every mountain, river, and pass in the Northern Territory vividly displayed. Third sister-in-law Su Mei, clad in a tight black night outfit with a black veil, held a small yellow flag, quietly standing before the sand table. The head of the Wind Whisper Tower. She didn't turn around. The person was rescued? Yes. Skin torn and flesh shredded, bone visible, but alive. She stared at me for a moment. What do you plan to do? I walked to the sand table and picked up a small yellow flag representing the drunken immortal tower. The flag was light, but I felt it weighed 1,000 pounds. Behind it were Hongxiu's wounds, the countless souls of betrayed Jinbei army soldiers, the blood feud of my father and brothers. My hand trembled slightly with rage. Taking a deep breath, I viciously stabbed the flag back into the sand table, the Zetonwood shaft sinking 3 centimeters deep. There are 37 footholds of the Four Seas network in the northern border, right? Correct, Sume said calmly. Tea houses, inns, pawn shops, grain stores, and fabric shops, you name it. They have almost infiltrated all the commercial lifelines of the northern border. They're all information relay stations for that old Thief Chin song. Her delicate finger pointed at several flags one by one. Treasure Gathering Pavilion inside Yinmen Pass City acquires military outflow materials to siphon off equipment losses of various camps. Good Fortune Inn in the South City collects gossip and Jianghu intelligence. 10,000 Families Grain Store to the north. It's the most poisonous nail, controlling the entire grain distribution in the northern border. Even our Jinbei army's grain procurement goes through them. That's why the rations are expensive, poor quality, and withheld. With each site she named, it was like opening a bloody wound. My face grew colder and colder, murderous intent thickening. When she finished, I calmly spoke. Then, we'll root them all out. Su Mei's finger halted abruptly on the sand table. She looked up, and for the first time, shock flickered in her cold eyes. All of them. Her voice uncontrollably rose. Xiao Chun, do you know what that means? What does it mean? I turned to look her in the eye. It means you're going to completely tear ties with the entire Four Seas network, with Minister of Revenue Zhou Papai, and with the Prime Minister Qin Song, who wields power over court and state. The court's pressure will weigh down like a mountain. A single imperial edict, several impeachment memorials, maybe even troops sent to besiege you. Have you thought about these consequences? I sneered coldly. Third sister-in-law, do you think they still leave us a way out now? I stepped closer to her. The murderous aura forged by 49 days in hell surged out like a tangible force, and even top assassin Su Mei instinctively stepped back half a pace. They killed my father. They killed my 8 brothers. And you expect me to wag my tail and beg? Their intelligence network is like a venomous snake burrowing deep into the Jinbei army's insides, causing the near annihilation of 50,000 elite troops. You want me to pretend I know nothing until all of us are left with no burial place. Every step felt like treading on her heartbeat. Sister-in-law, I came today to tell you. From now on, we will no longer be merciful. The air inside the stone chamber was as cold as if it had solidified. I turned toward the sand table, my fingers gliding over the 36 yellow flags representing the Seheitong outposts, 36 venomous fangs deeply embedded in the flesh and blood of the northern border. The blood of our father and brothers must not be shed in vain. Suddenly, I raised my hand, pressing my index finger hard onto the farthest outpost. Sister-in-law, I give you 3 days. Within 3 days, I want every single yellow flag on this sand table to disappear. 36 outposts, managers, accountants, corps guards, not a single soul spared. Su Mei's mind buzzed loudly. 3 days? To uproot 36 outposts? And leave nothing behind? This was no longer madness. It was an absurd fantasy. Xiao Chun, do you even know what you're saying? Su Mei's voice lost its calm for the first time, sharp as a knife. The Fengyu Tower only has 200 active dark guards and death soldiers at most. Each Seheitong outpost is a small fortress. They have visible guards and countless desperate men secretly sheltered. Places like Zuaitian Tower and Jubao Pavilion have defenses comparable to military camps. To use 200 men to attack 36 outposts simultaneously? She let out a bitter laugh. This isn't killing enemies. It's sending Fengyu Tower's brothers to their deaths. Who said I'm only using your men? I turned slowly. The glow of the night pearl reflected coldly in my eyes, sharp as iron. Sumei froze. Lele's northern camp and Zhao Tieshan's western camp. I'm pulling 500 elite troops from each, I said calmly, as if mentioning a trivial matter. 1,000 fully armed veterans at your disposal. You're insane. This time Su Mei was genuinely horrified, losing her voice. She suddenly stepped forward, gripping my arm so tightly her nails nearly pierced the flesh. That's the Jinbei army, the Daxia border troops, not Zhao's private soldiers. Using public army resources to suppress local merchant guilds. That's treason. High treason. Her voice trembled. If this news reaches the capital, that old bastard Qin Song won't even have to embellish it. One imperial edict, and we'll all be wiped out, and our families destroyed. She thought these words would bring me back to reason. But the corner of my mouth curled into a cold sneer. Sister-in-law, do you still not understand? I twisted her wrist behind her back with enough force to furrow her brows. From the moment I ordered Qianjin to be quartered at the training ground, we had no way back. You think if we back down now and pretend nothing happened, Qin Song will let us off? The emperor will show mercy? Don't be naive. My tone deepened sharply, every word like an iced steel needle. They will only see the Shao family as weak and exploitable, only press harder and push us to the brink. I shook off her hand and stepped closer. My father, the Prince of Jinbei, guarded Daxia's northern gates all his life, and all we got was White Wolf Valley turned to bones not left. My 8 brothers, all loyal martyrs, spilled their last drops of blood, and in return, the army's pay was withheld. 300,000 troops barely had enough to eat. And now they want to seize our command, to hold the slaughterer's knife to our necks. Why? I slammed a fist onto the rosewood sand table beside us, the hardwood leaving a clear imprint of my fist. If they won't give us a way out, then I'll carve a path through with my own blood. A frenzy burned in my eyes. I want the whole world to see whether the Shao family's blade is still sharp. I want Qin Song and all those parasites in the capital to know. The moment they provoke the Prince of Jinbei's mansion, they'll pay in blood, even if it rips a hole in the sky. Sumei was utterly stunned. She looked at me and suddenly understood. I wasn't negotiating. I was issuing orders. After a long pause, she drew a deep breath. All right, I'll go crazy with you this once. Her voice turned cold again, but her eyes kindled with fire. But I need time to consolidate intelligence, plan routes, allocate manpower, at least 3 days. 1 day, without hesitation. No, 1 day isn't nearly enough. Acting rashly will just get us all killed. Sister-in-law, you handle intelligence. You know better than I do the meaning of timing. I walked to the sand table and tapped on Yinmen Pass. Today the northern camp caused such a commotion. Qianjin was quartered publicly, and I announced the purge of inner traitors. Are the eyes and ears of Seheitong in the city blind or deaf? In no more than 12 hours, the news will have reached all outposts. What will they do? I sneered. Transfer the ledgers, destroy evidence, gather forces, prepare a death trap. When your 3 days are up, all we'll see are empty forts. Or worse, traps. Speed is everything. A grim ruthlessness flashed briefly in my eyes. We must strike when they're still shaken, before they can react, strike to kill. Sumei fell silent. After a moment, she nodded. I understand. Good. I turned and headed toward the stone steps. Just as I stepped up, I spoke without looking back. There's one last thing. Sumei lifted her head. From now on, every undercover agent in the Wind Whisper Tower must keep a sharp eye on the military commanders, especially those whose gaze has been restless on the training ground today and who have been spending money lavishly lately. If anyone is caught secretly passing messages or making excuses to leave the barracks. I paused, my voice dripping with a chilling bloodlust. No matter who they are or what rank they hold, shoot on sight without approval and hang their bodies at the gate as a warning to all. The next day, before dawn, the abandoned valley behind the northern camp at Peking University was overnight transformed into the exclusive training ground for the King of Hell's unit. 2,000 elite soldiers, drafted from the 4th camp, stood straight as pines against the biting cold wind. The pride of being selected still lingered on their faces. They thought this so-called hell training was just a bit tougher than usual. What hardships hadn't veterans who crawled out from piles of the dead endured? But when I walked up to them, everyone sensed something was off. I wasn't wearing the heavy black Iron Swanee armor, just a thin black training suit. Yet the murderous aura I emitted was 100 times heavier than when I donned heavy armor. Behind me followed Sister Six, Hanyu, clad similarly in a training suit with a longbow on her back. Her expression was blank, and her eyes cold as ice, as if looking at a herd of livestock awaiting slaughter. From today on, forget your previous identity, forget your past achievements. My voice wasn't loud, but it pierced into everyone's ears clearly, cold as if dredged from an ice cave. Here, you only have one code, the number on your chest. No names, no past, only obedience. My gaze sliced across each face like a blade. The soldiers lowered their heads one after another. Now, take off your jackets. The order stirred unrest in the crowd. In the dead of winter, at -20 degrees, wouldn't taking off their jackets freeze them to death? What? Didn't hear me? I narrowed my eyes. Or are you scared? Reporting, young Marshal, we're not scared. Zhang Hu, the defiant veteran from yesterday, stepped forward again, stiff-necked and shouting. It's freezing cold out here. Taking off our jackets will cause frostbite. We're here to train, not to die. In his heart burned a stubborn pride. He'd fought alongside old Lord Wang for 15 years and counted 83 enemy heads he'd severed. Why should he listen to some cocky rookie? Exactly, young Marshal. This makes no sense. How can we train if our bodies are frozen? I looked at Zhang Hu, not angry, but smiled faintly. That smile was light, yet inexplicably made Zhang Hu's heart skip a beat. Without a word, in front of them all, I stripped off my training suit one piece at a time. A robust, muscular upper body, covered with fierce scars, was exposed to the freezing wind. Every muscle was forged like steel, scars old and new overlapping in intricate patterns, silently telling the tales of hell endured. Everyone stared dumbfounded. How did this sickly weakling from just over a month ago train himself into such a terrifying physique? Marshal, those scars more than mine. One old soldier swallowed hard. Ignoring their shock, I went to a wooden tub prepared beforehand. The bucket was filled with icy water steaming cold vapor, with shards of broken ice floating on the surface. Under 2,000 pairs of incredulous eyes, I took a deep breath and plunged the entire bucket of ice water over my head. Splash! The ice-piercing cold stabbed straight into my bones, my skin instantly flushing red, lips turning purple, veins bulging on my forehead. But I clenched my teeth, didn't utter a sound, standing straight and firm like a spear, unyielding. 3 breaths, 5 breaths, 10 breaths. Water trickled down my body, freezing into a thin frost on the ground. I turned around, grinning to reveal a set of white teeth. My exhaled breath formed 2 white dragons in the air. Now, still feel cold. Silence. Zhang Hu stared at this bare-chested figure, frost-covered but standing tall. His face burned painfully. Is this still human? This is a monster. I'm telling you. My voice suddenly shot up like thunder. On the battlefield, will the enemy spare you just because it's cold? When you lie and wait 3 days and nights in the snow for a kill shot, will you quit because of the cold? When you wade through icy rivers for a sudden assault on the enemy camp, will you retreat because you feel cold? Each word hammered their hearts heavily. A true warrior must adapt to any extreme environment. Biting cold, scorching heat, hunger, thirst. These are the most basic trials. If you can't even endure this cold, how can you call yourselves the elite of the northern garrison? How can you enter my King of Hell's unit? I stepped toward Zhang Hu, the murderous aura thickening with every step, looming over him. Zhang Hu, you said you chopped off 83 enemy heads. Yes. He gritted his teeth to hold firm. How many of those 83 were one-on-one kills? Zhang Hu paused. How many were done when you were wounded, starving, out of ammo? How many were fought when you were deep behind enemy lines, surrounded and isolated? His face paled, sweat beaded on his forehead. The ones you killed were protected by fellow soldiers and under advantageous conditions, right? His lips trembled, unable to speak, because all I said was true. I'm not belittling your achievements. You're a good soldier, a brave warrior. But I shifted tone. You're not strong enough. None of you are strong enough. You think you're elite. But to me, you're just a group of slightly tougher ordinary soldiers. True elites can fight 10 men alone, 10 elites against 100, kill enemies in any desperate situation. I will forge you into such a force. I suddenly turned to face everyone, my voice booming like a great bell. I'll ask again. Take off your clothes. Any problem with that? No. 2,000 people shouted in unison with fierce determination, their voices echoing through the valley. Everyone, including Zhang Hu, didn't hesitate to strip off their shirts, revealing bodies marked by countless scars. Good. I nodded with satisfaction and pointed to the row of ice water barrels. Each of you, pour the water from head to toe, then run 20 laps around the valley. If you can't finish or collapse halfway, crawl out of the Hall of Yama yourself. We don't keep dead weight here. The moment the order was given, everyone gasped sharply. 1 lap is 3 miles. 20 laps is 60 miles. This wasn't training. This was risking their lives. But no one dared to question further, because I had already charged out ahead, chunks of ice still clinging to my skin, each step releasing white steam, my stride steady like a hunting leopard. Roar! Zhang, who was the first to react, growling like a beast as he grabbed a wooden barrel and poured the icy water over his head. The instant the ice water hit him, he felt as if his blood was freezing, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, his whole body trembling violently. But then he thought of my upright figure. He thought of my cold, resolute eyes. I can't lose. He clenched his teeth and roared furiously as he charged forward. Fuck it. Go all in. Hall of Yama. Hall of Yama. One after another, the soldiers let out cries of pain and exhilaration under the baptism of ice water, like enraged beasts, flooding into the thick morning mist behind me. The thunderous sound of 2,000 footsteps rolled through the valley. Hanyu stood atop a high place, watching coldly, her hand resting on her longbow, a faint, barely perceptible curve appearing at the corners of her lips. An utterly perverse, hellish training session officially commenced. The soldiers thought it would be over after running 20 laps. But what awaited them was an even crueler challenge. When 2,000 people, gasping for breath, finished a 60-mile run back to the training ground, many already had weak legs, almost collapsing. I cast a cold glance and said, pair up in twos, carry each other on your backs, and do deep squats. 100 reps. If you can't finish, no lunch. What? After running 60 miles, they still had to carry someone and do squats? This was a death sentence. But no one dared resist. They saw Leilai already climbing onto my shoulders. Leilai weighed a full 200 pounds, yet I felt like I was carrying a straw bundle, effortlessly doing deep squats. 1, 10, 50, 100. Throughout, my breathing was steady, and not a trace of strain showed on my face. See that? I set Leilai down and clapped my hands. If you can't do it, get the hell out. The soldiers gritted their teeth and began. Some collapsed after 50 reps, some pushed on to 80 and faltered, and some, like Zhang Hu, shakily endured all 100. He set down his partner and collapsed to the ground, legs no longer cooperative, but his eyes glistened with excitement. I did it, he smiled, gasping for air. Next came tug of war. The losing side got no lunch. After running 60 miles and doing 100 squats, their stomachs were already growling. Everyone fought desperately. The rope stretched taut, creaking. After a 15-minute stalemate, the left team narrowly won. The losing side collapsed on the ground, eyes full of despair. If you lose, you pay the price, I said without pity. This is the battlefield's rule and the rule of the king of Hell's court. Remember, losing on the battlefield means death. In the afternoon, came crawling. They had to crawl 500 meters through mud. Anyone who dared to lift there but would have a freezing arrow zip past their scalp. That arrow belonged to 6th sister-in-law Hanyu. She stood on a high platform, her longbow like death's scythe. Start. 2,000 people dropped into the mud and crawled with difficulty. Elbows and knees rubbed raw, blood mixed with mud. Horrifying to see. Swish. An arrow grazed a soldier's scalp, shaving off a lock of hair. The soldier was terrified out of his mind. Next time, it won't be just hair, Hanyu said coldly. Her archery was incredible. Each arrow missed by mere millimeters, but never actually hurt anyone. Yet that near-death terror burned deeper than any punishment. Some peed themselves out of fear, others bit their teeth and pressed their bodies lower. 500 meters took an entire hour to crawl. Everyone looked as if they'd been pulled out of a quagmire. By the end of the day, half of the 2,000 elite soldiers collapsed from exhaustion, sprawled on the ground like dead dogs. They didn't eat the usual communal stew, but a kind of black cake made from bean flour, jerky, and herbal compress. Dry and hard, but upon eating, a warm current spread through their bodies, swiftly replenishing strength. "What is this?" someone frowned. "Marching elixir," Lei Lai explained. "Specially made by the second madam, restores strength quickly. Very precious." The soldiers finally understood. Though my training was brutal, the logistics were well funded. This was modeled after compressed biscuits from my previous life, refined by second sister-in-law Shin Jingshu. At night, when everyone thought they could rest, I gathered them again. Torchlight illuminated the training ground, but the flames brought a chilling dread to the soldiers, because they saw the bloodthirsty gleam in my eyes. "Starting today, you have only 3 watches of rest each day." My voice whispered like a demon in the silent night. "By day, train endurance and strength. By night, train the art of killing." I pointed to the dark woods behind us, like a giant beast yawning with a bloody maw under the night sky. "Pair up. Enter the woods. Your task: make no sound and find and kill your partner. Only those standing by dawn get breakfast. As for those killed," I paused, "they await punishment." I glanced at Hanyu. She flickered like a ghost and disappeared into the darkness. She was the judge of this hunting game and the deadliest hunter. Those who broke rules or performed poorly would receive her gift, a tranquilizer arrow potent enough to put someone out for 3 days. 2,000 soldiers stared at the woods resembling a giant beast's mouth, chilled all the way from their feet to their minds. Son of a, they were being raised like wild beasts, forced to slaughter each other. "Now begin." My voice sounded like the tolling of hell's bell. The night was as deep and impenetrable as spilled ink. In the forest behind the mountain, it was so dark that one could not see their hand before their face. Moonlight leaked through the gaps in the clouds, casting tree shadows that twisted and writhed like snarling spirits. The cold wind carried the stench of wild beasts' dung and the smell of decaying leaves and mildew, biting the face like a knife. 2,000 soldiers were on edge in this dark forest, nerves stretched taut to the limit. Back to back, every rustle of wind or trembling grass made their hearts pound fiercely. The self-inflicted training during the day had already drained most of their strength. Now, they had to battle both their physical exhaustion and the unknown terrors lurking in the dark. What was even more deadly, before dawn, they had to kill a comrade. Otherwise, there would be no breakfast. "Old Wang, did you hear something?" One soldier whispered, palms sweaty. "Stop scaring yourself, damn it," Old Wang said, but his hand gripping the wooden sword was trembling. "Besides the wind in this forest, there's nothing." Before he could finish speaking, whoosh, a barely audible whistling sound cut through the air from the canopy above like a snake striking. They both jerked their heads up sharply, pupils narrowing. Before they could see what it was, a chill ran down their necks. A silver needle, as thin as a cow's hair, precisely stabbed into the vital point on the side of the neck. A wave of numbness spread rapidly throughout their bodies. Fuck. I stood atop the massive rock at the highest point of the valley, overlooking that pitch-black forest below. In my mind, the King of Hell tactical sand table was running at full speed. The entire terrain of the forest, every step taken by the 2,000 soldiers, all perfectly clear before my eyes. Like a god's perspective, I saw Old Wang curse 3 words, then be struck silently and fall face first onto the fallen leaves with a thud. Another soldier was about to shout when a cold arrow pressed against his throat, the sharp tip piercing his skin, blood droplets oozing out. Sixth Sister Hanyu floated down silently from the treetop 10 meters above. Dressed in black night clothes, her face smeared with camouflage mud, she blended seamlessly into the darkness. "Too much chatter. Too loud," she said coldly, tossing out a sentence before flicking her wrist, causing the soldier to collapse weakly. Similar scenes played out repeatedly in every corner of the forest. Screams echoed and then abruptly stopped. These seasoned veterans who had bravely charged on battlefields were witnessing for the first time what it meant to be silently, and fatally hunted. In less than an hour, over 300 were hunted down, clueless about where the enemy came from. My gaze fixed on Zhang, who hidden in the bushes. This kid was somewhat clever. He even thought of making an eastern attack, then striking in the west, having a comrade fake a snakebite to lure the hunter out. His comrade's pitiful scream was quite convincing. Unfortunately, the two approaching men were seeds personally brought by Hanyu. Zhang, who leapt out from the grass, swinging his knife fiercely. The strike was fast and ruthless. He was confident even the army's martial arts instructor would find it hard to evade. But the two men dispersed like phantoms and caught the two wooden swords reversed against his neck. One on the left, one on the right, like the sides of death. Too slow reaction, too loud movement, too much killing intent. Hanyu was standing behind him before he realized it, a longbow string drawn with an arrow aimed straight at his brow. "You lost." Burning with frustration on his face, Zhang, who stubbornly asked how he had been discovered. "Your voice carried for 300 paces. The chosen spot was too obvious. Any experienced hunter wouldn't be fooled." Hanyu turned to the two seeds and nodded rarely. "Well done, using the enemy's mistakes skillfully." Then she looked at Zhang, who, her voice icy. "In the real battlefield, you've died at least 10 times over. Starting tomorrow, you too will learn from me what real sniping means." Zhang, who froze, then excitedly nearly jumped up. "Thank you, sixth young madam." I watched the scene unfold, the corners of my mouth curling slightly. Scan complete. Survivors, 1,647 eliminated, 353. Assessment, qualified. Such performance on the first day exceeded my expectations. Is all the intel organized? I didn't turn around. Sume pulled out a thick stack of dossiers from her, handing them over. 36 strongholds, all here. The people at the Whispering Tower didn't sleep all night. Her voice carried fatigue, but even more so, the excitement of accomplishing the impossible. I flipped through a few pages: geographical locations, personnel deployments, defensive strength, escape routes, even the personality weaknesses of each stronghold's leader marked clearly. "Well done." Sume was taken aback. This was the first time I praised her. "People only unleash their true potential when driven to the brink," I said, looking at her. "I don't want obedient tools. I want warriors who can create miracles in desperate situations." Sume was silent. She looked at me, a complicated emotion flashing in her eyes. "When will you make your move?" "Tomorrow night." "After tomorrow night, I want the entire Northern Territory to know what happens to those who offend the Shao family." At that moment, a scream echoed again from deep within the forest. Sume's hand immediately pressed down on the short blade at her waist. But I just smiled. "It's not about the situation. It's that the fish have taken the bait." I pointed toward the moving black shadows in the distance. "See them? They've already learned to cooperate as a team, using sound to lure enemies, then ambushing and surrounding them. Their methods are crude, but at least they've started thinking. This is the Yama Hall I want. Not a bunch of reckless brutes charging madly, but a killing machine that thinks and coordinates." Sume looked at me, her gaze growing more complicated. Suddenly, she spoke, her voice barely a whisper but sharp as a knife. "What kind of person are you? What kind of soul dwells inside you? What exactly do you want?" She had held these questions in her heart for a long time. From the verbal battle in the spirit hall with the supervising general, to establishing authority at the training grounds with an iron fist, and then the thunderous tactics at the drunken immortal pavilion last night. The me before her now was like a completely different man from the timid, cowardly ninth young master she once knew. No, they were two entirely different people. Facing her interrogation, I did not evade. I slowly turned around to meet her scrutinizing eyes, laced with a hint of caution. "Me?" I pointed to myself and smiled. "I am Shao Chun, the ninth son of the Shao family. A man who wants to avenge my father and brothers and wants all of you to live well. Don't use that kind of nonsense to brush me off." Her voice turned cold as she pressed her hand on the short blade. "Those methods of yours, those thoughts, they're not something an 18-year-old boy could possibly have." "Does it matter?" I asked back, my smile slowly fading. "Third sister-in-law, is it really so important who I am?" I stepped forward. She instinctively moved back half a step. I stopped and looked up at the cold, bright full moon in the night sky. "What matters is that I can lead the Shao family out of this desperate situation." What matters is that I can avenge my father and brothers. What matters is, I turned my head, staring directly at her, that I can make all of you, all 300,000 brothers of the northern garrison, live with dignity. Each word struck her heart like a heavy hammer. Each strike drew blood. Sumei's body trembled slightly. She parted her lips, but couldn't utter a single word. Yes. Does it really matter what kind of person I am? What matters is that my last name is still Xiao. What matters is that I am still fighting desperately for this family. That's enough. I understand. She took a deep breath and slowly knelt on one knee. This kneel was willing, wholehearted. From now on, Fengyu Tower follows only the orders of the ninth young master. Sumei, please take orders from the ninth young master. A flame of fervor ignited in her eyes. I patted her shoulder in satisfaction. From this moment on, the sharpest hidden blade of the Xiao family was firmly in my hands. Rise, third sister-in-law. There's work for you ahead. A cold curve lifted the corner of my mouth. Our first strike tomorrow night starts with the Treasure Pavilion. Sumei visibly flinched. The Treasure Pavilion, the largest stronghold of the Four Seas Tong at Yinmen Pass, and one of the core hubs of the entire Northern Border Intelligence Network. Ninth young master. She spoke with concern. The Treasure Pavilion's connections are tangled and deep. The county governor's office, the city defense forces, even the military all have their people there. If we move against it, I fear. Fear what? I interrupted her. Fear they'll go all out. Fear the court will be enraged. I spoke each word sharply. Third sister-in-law, ever since my father and brothers died at Yinmen Pass, there's been no peace between us and them. They want the Xiao family's life, I want their heads. I'll make them know whether the Xiao family's blade is still sharp. The next night, deep into silence, while the new recruits of Yama Hall were still on the back mountain honing their killing intent, another real bloodbath had already begun quietly and without a sound. Inside Yinmen Pass, at the Treasure Pavilion, the three-story redwood main building had flying eaves and upward curving corners. The courtyard walls stood 3 meters high, topped with shards of broken porcelain and iron caltrops. 2 stone lions guarding the entrance glared fiercely like beasts ready to devour under the night's darkness. Usually bustling with people, now it was deathly silent, punctuated only by the occasional night watchman's call. Several guards patrolled up and down the courtyard walls, their footsteps heavy and dull. But they did not know. In the unseen darkness, the angel of death had silently arrived. Inside the Treasure Pavilion, the shopkeeper Wu San was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, cold sweat trickling down incessantly. Damn it! That useless Qian Zhen was kicked to death by that sickly Xiao Chun. His hands trembled so badly he could barely hold his teacup steady. With Qian Zhen's death, the Four Seas Tong's northern stronghold now hung like a sword above their heads. Although he had immediately sent someone to notify County Governor Zhao Defeng and sent urgent secret letters to Minister Zhou and the Prime Minister's office in the capital, distant help could not rescue them from the immediate fire. The news from the northern camp startled him even more. The ninth young master of the Jinbei prince's mansion, who had once been a sickly figure hiding from everyone, was now a bloodthirsty beast. Beheading Qian Zhen in public, wielding an iron fist to reorganize the army, even establishing something called the Yama Hall. That madman would never let things slide. He's right. I, Xiao Chun, have no intention of letting them live. No, we must act immediately. Wu Sin took a white-feathered, blood-red-eyed pigeon from a secret compartment and tremblingly wrote 8 characters on thin paper. Plan exposed. Destroy immediately. He wanted to notify other strongholds to burn all account books and evidence related to the Jinbei army. As long as the evidence was gone, no matter how much I, Xiao Chun, caused trouble, they'd be powerless to stop me. He stuffed the note into a bamboo tube strapped to the pigeon's leg and pushed open the carved wooden window. Swoosh. A sound as light as wind rustling through leaves cut through the darkness outside. Wu San's pupils suddenly shrank, his vision blurred, and the pigeon, just about to be released, stiffened suddenly, its blood-red eyes instantly going vacant. A black-shafted, red-feathered arrow pierced through the pigeon's body with deadly precision, pinning it to the window frame. The arrowhead embedded 3 inches into the wood. Wu San's face instantly turned deathly pale. Enemy attack. Assassin. Swoosh. The second arrow shot faster than the first, flying like a ghost and striking his throat, passing clean through. Bone fragments clung to the arrowhead. Wu Xin clutched his neck with both hands as blood gushed madly from between his fingers. His eyes bulged almost out of their sockets. He staggered, then collapsed heavily onto the Persian carpet, blood rapidly pooling beneath him. He couldn't understand even at death how, after shooting the pigeon, less than half a breath had passed before delivering this fatal arrow. That was my wife, Han Yu's arrow. On the rooftop, Han Yu calmly lowered her longbow. Under the moonlight, she wore black night gear, exposing only a pair of cold eyes sharp as blades. Her breathing was steady, her heartbeat normal, as if the arrows she just shot weren't murderous, but merely two blades of straw. Around her, a dozen or so Wind Whisper Tower covert guards watched in awe. These two arrows were beyond superb archery. They were the work of a master of the bow. "Sixth Madam, your archery," one guard whispered involuntarily. "Shut up," Han Yu replied coldly. The young marshal's orders: quick, ruthless, absolute. Leave no survivors. "Yes, ma'am." In the courtyard, the guards of the treasure pavilion heard Wu San's agonized scream. Dozens of men wielding knives and sticks charged out from all corners. These were desperate outlaws from all over the seas, heavily recruited and all with blood on their hands. But as soon as they burst into the courtyard, whiz, 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 dozens of black arrows rained down from rooftops and walls from all directions, like a swarm of locusts in the dark night. "Ah! Uft, uft, uft!" Screams rose one after another. These guards didn't even catch a glimpse of where the arrows came from before they were pierced in vital spots. Some arrows pierced throats, some hearts, and some went straight through eye sockets into brains. Every arrow was deadly. In less than 10 breaths, over 30 guards lay dead in pools of blood. Blood streamed over the bluestone slabs, and the air was thick with the stench of iron. On the rooftop, Han Yu said calmly, "Clearing complete." From the darkness, a burly figure stepped out slowly. It was Lei Lai. Behind him followed 50 elite soldiers of the frontline battalion, each holding a cudgel, their murderous aura palpable. They were battle-hardened veterans crawling out from mountains of corpses. "Sixth Madam, incredible archery," Lei Lai praised sincerely. "Cut the crap." Han Yu's voice remained icy. "Proceed as planned. You clear the building. I'm on perimeter watch." The young marshal's orders: leave no one alive. "Rest assured." Lei Lai grinned fiercely and swung his big hand. "Brothers, follow me. Those sons of bitches killed the prince and the young marshals. Today, they'll pay with blood." Roar! The 50 warriors of the frontline battalion pounced on the 3-story redwood main building like tigers descending the mountain, silently and ruthlessly. Inside the treasure pavilion, the remaining staff, accountants, and servants were terrified out of their minds. Some hid under beds, others squeezed into grain jars. But could they hide from my men? Bang! Lei Lai kicked open a door. 2 trembling employees huddled together, staring at him in horror. Spare us. When you killed the prince and the young marshals, did you ever think of sparing them?" Too late. The flash of a blade. 2 heads flew up, blood splattered all over the wall. Inside the treasure pavilion, a silent massacre unfolded. The frontline battalion operated in pairs, one breaking down the door, the other finishing off the prey, clearing every corner from the first to the 3rd floor, leaving not a single survivor. Only the sound of flesh piercing and bodies falling echoed softly. Half an hour later, Lei Lai walked out of the treasure pavilion, drenched in blood. Reporting to 6th Madam. 127 people inside the building, all cleared with no survivors. Additionally, over a dozen abducted women were found in the basement. Han Yu nodded, leaping down from the rooftop, her movements as light as a night owl. "Give each of them 10 taels of silver and send them home. Tell them it was the Northern Duke's mansion that saved them." "Yes, ma'am." Lei Lai pulled out a token. "This is the warehouse token we seized from Wu San. The young marshal commands. All gold and silver treasures are to be taken away. The ledgers, letters, and documents are all to be handled by 3rd sister-in-law." "Understood. Brothers, empty this den of thieves for me." The iron door creaked open, and the sight inside the warehouse made even these battle-hardened veterans gasp. Damn! Inside the 100-square-meter warehouse, gold and silver ingots were piled like small mountains. Jewels and jade filled 3 rows of shelves. bundles of silk, jars of fine wine, and boxes of precious medicines. This was no mere merchant warehouse. It was clearly a treasure trove. These sons of bitches, one soldier ground his teeth. While our brothers on the front lines starve and freeze, these bastards are hoarding gold and jewels here. Enough talk, load it up. This money is for the families of our fallen brothers and the soldiers still fighting. The soldiers ransacked the place frantically, and soon over a dozen large carts were loaded full. Elsewhere, Han Yu and her secret guards packed the ledgers, letters, and files onto a separate carriage. She casually flipped open a yellowed ledger. March, 119th year of the Great Xia calendar. Assisting Prefect Zhao Defeng to bribe military officers and conceal military grain losses. July, helped Minister Zhou of the Household Department to set up hidden granaries in the Northern Territories. Winter, received a secret letter from Chancellor Qin Song ordering strict surveillance on the Northern Duke's mansion with monthly reports. Han Yu curled her lips coldly. Each book was ironclad evidence. Each was soaked with the blood of our Northern Duke soldiers. Madam Sixth, those scumbags deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. A secret guard clenched his fist tightly. Han Yu closed the ledger and lifted her gaze to the night sky. Those self-righteous nobles who were always so sanctimonious. How would they kneel and beg for mercy when faced with these proofs? From tonight onwards, a bloody storm sweeping across the entire northern border was about to begin. This storm was named Revenge. Madam Sixth, loading is done. Just the gold and silver alone is 300,000 taels, plus jewels and antiques, at least 500,000 to 600,000 taels. Enough to supply our Northern Duke's army for quite some time. Leilai exclaimed excitedly. Han Yu nodded. Move out. To the next location. The dozen carts quietly left the treasure pavilion at Yinming Pass. And this was only the first step in my revenge plan as Xiao Chun. While the treasure pavilion at Yinming Pass was being bloodied and cleansed, the 34 other strike squads I dispatched moved like 34 paths of Yama summoned from hell, hunting every hidden prey in the Northern Territories. They were still dreaming sweet dreams, dreams filled with gold and silver bought with the blood of the Northern Duke soldiers. Tonight, that sweet dream would be utterly shattered. Northern Territory, Fengzhou City. Late at night, the largest inn in the southern part of the city, the Fulai Inn, had long since closed. In the stable out back, several fine steeds snorted restlessly, as if sensing the murderous intent in the air. Several black shadows slipped onto the stable roof like ghosts. Leading them was my fourth sister-in-law, Zhongli Yin. She wasn't wearing her heavy armor today, but a tight black leather suit that outlined her explosive figure in the moonlight, a poised leopard ready to pounce. Instead of her usual war hammer, she wielded two short hatchets that glinted sharply, their blades still stained with dark red blood. Target confirmed. Wang Ermatzi, the innkeeper of Fulai Inn, intelligence chief for Seheitong stationed in Fengzhou. Zhongli Yin lowered her voice, eyes sparkling with uncontrolled excitement. At my command, the entire Northern Territory had become a blood-soaked battlefield. Zhongli Yin led the elite onslaught troops to the outside of the inn. These men were the fiercest from her heavily armored cavalry, each burning with the fire of vengeance. Wang Ermatzi and about a dozen corps members stay on the third floor. There are over 20 guards inside and out. She licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Those bastards sold our secrets back then, causing so many comrades to die. Today, I'll make them pay with blood for blood. She waved her hand. Her deputy would lead half the men in a brutal charge through the front door, while she personally led the other half sneaking through a rear window to the third floor. Remember the young marshal's orders. No living witnesses. Boom. The red lacquered main door was smashed to splinters by a battering ram as the deputy and his men stormed the yard with furious roars. The guards, still groggy from sleep, rushed out but were engulfed by a flash of blades. Screams erupted nonstop. On the third floor, Wang Ermatzi and several others were drinking and bragging. Have you heard? That sickly bastard from the Northern Duke's mansion has been making waves at the camp lately. Just struggling to breathe. The minister said he won't last long. Here's to our riches and glory, cheers. Listening outside the window, Zhongli Yan's knuckles turned white with tension. Hearing the commotion downstairs, Wang Ermatzi's face went pale as he spun around and tried to run. Bang! The back window was kicked open, and Zhongli Yin leapt into the room like a female war goddess. Trying to run? Did you ask my axe for permission? The hand axe flew like lightning. Puff, slicing deep into Wang Ermatzi's back, the blade embedding itself deeply as blood spurted out. He lay on the ground, dying with eyes wide open in refusal to rest. Spare me. We're just laborers. One accomplice kowtowed until he bled. When you killed my comrades, did you think about mercy? Too late. The axe rose and fell. The screams abruptly ceased. Half an hour later, not a single one of the 47 people in the entire inn remained alive. The deputy general presented the warehouse token and a yellowed ledger book seized from Wang Ermatzi. Each entry a stain of the North Town Army soldiers' blood turned into dirty money. At the same moment, Yinzhou City. Fifth sister when Ryu sat inside the carriage, holding a hand warmer, lazily watching the Yongchang pawn shop. Let our people begin. Act a little more convincingly. A group of rich merchants disguised themselves and stormed inside with large chests. When opened, the chests gleamed with gold, making the old shopkeeper with a goat beard nearly pop his eyes out. This is just part of it. We fled from the south and are in a rush to sell. Several more carts are outside. The old shopkeeper's heart pounded wildly as he hurriedly invited them into the inner hall. The door slammed shut, and the smiles on the rich merchants' faces vanished instantly as daggers were drawn. The ones sending you off. You old dog helped Sehetong to extort the people's blood and sweat. Don't you know how many you've killed? With a sharp PSH, a line of blood appeared across the old man's throat, and he collapsed weakly. One by one, the people in the pawnshop had their throats slit and hearts stabbed cleanly and decisively. Inside the carriage, when Ryu took a sip of tea, the corner of her mouth curling into a charming smile. Younger ninth brother's move is truly effective. Using money as bait, there's no fish that can't be caught. Tonight, all of Sehetong's decades-old enterprises will bear the surname Shao. At the same time, tea houses, taverns, cloth shops, salt merchants, grain stores, inns, more than 30 strongholds in the northern region all suffered simultaneously. Outside the Brotherhood Tea House in Yinzhou City, second sister Shin Jingshu stood at the door, commanding the hidden guards from Finjaila. All the Sehetong members were quietly slaughtered in their sleep without a single scream. When the ledgers were brought out, she said calmly, "Burn them. Let them turn to ash along with their sins." At the Fuyuan cloth shop in Qingzhou City, eighth sister Xiaolinger was the youngest but had the fiercest hidden guards. She entered to find the floor already littered with bodies. Tears welled in her eyes. "Father, brothers, Linger has avenged you." Though the methods varied, the outcomes were the same: no survivors. 1 hour. 36 strongholds, all wiped out. Hundreds of core Sehetong personnel eliminated. Countless treasures, ledgers, and documents all fell into the hands of the Junbei prince's mansion. In the secret chamber of Finjaila, Sume stood before the sand table, pulling down yellow flags and tossing each into the fire pit. When the last flag was thrown in, not a single yellow mark remained on the entire sand table. 10 years of planning, wiped out in one night. Qin Song, you never dreamed this, did you? And I, sharpening my blade at the rear mountain training ground, felt as if I had merely squashed a few ants casually. The next morning, at the Yinmen Pass prefect's mansion, Zhao Defeng slumped in the Grand Master's chair, his hand shaking so violently that the cold ginseng tea spilled. The news of the Jiubao Pavilion's massacre, with over 100 dead without a single survivor, struck his face like a slap. Xiao Chun, Xiao Chun. He gritted his teeth, repeating my name, the porcelain cup creaking under his tight grip. He couldn't comprehend how the sickly ninth young master he had underestimated had turned into a bloodthirsty beast. No, it couldn't be delayed further. He rushed to the desk and quickly penned several secret letters. The Jiubao Pavilion is lost. Xiao Chun is violently retaliating. Immediately initiate the highest emergency protocol. Destroy ledgers. Relocate personnel. Cut communication. Better to lose money than lives and evidence. A masked confidant knelt ghost-like in the study, took the letters, and vanished. Zhao Defeng leaned back, sweat soaking through his clothes. He sneered cruelly. "Xiao Chun, you're too young. When the Prime Minister's wrath descends, I'll make you pay 100-fold. But he did not know that as he sent out his messenger, An even greater hunt was unfolding right before his eyes. At the northern part of the city, Wanjia Grain Store. This was Sehaitong's largest stronghold at Yanmen Pass after the Jiubao Pavilion. Its rear yard granary could feed all the city's military and civilians for 3 months. The storekeeper's son Dahai, a fat man, was currently hugging a concubine he'd redeemed from the drunken immortal tavern, snoring loudly. He felt an itch on his face accompanied by a strong smell of blood. Suddenly opening his eyes, a demonic face painted black was inches from his nose, eyes glowing faintly green in the dark. "Ah!" Son Dahai screamed, flipping over and realizing he was tightly bound with hemp rope, his fat shaking beneath the bonds. "You damned ghost's head." A basin of ice water was poured over his head, finally revealing 5 or 6 painted men standing beside the bed. The leader, Lei Lai, had a face daubed with black and red paint, like a hellish revenant. What do you want?" Lei Lai sneered fiercely, the dagger lightly scratching his fat face, leaving a streak of blood. "Our young marshal said he wants to borrow something from you." Borrow what?" "Borrow your granary for a bit." With a buffed sound, the dagger plunged into the pillow, its tip less than half an inch from his ear. When Lei Lai made that strike, I was already waiting for the outcome. "Don't kill me. I'll pay 200,000 taels. All of it to you." I had long anticipated Son Dahai's wailing screams. Unfortunately for him, his worthless life and the mountains of grain in that granary were all bought with the blood and flesh of my Jinbei army soldiers. Debts must be repaid. It's only right and proper. I made sure Lei Lai delivered this phrase to him exactly as it was. A flash of the blade, and it was all over. The next morning at dawn, I stood atop the northern Great Camp, imagining the scene at the prefect's mansion. Zhao Defong had not slept all night, his eyes red-rimmed. Not a single messenger had returned. When the steward scrambled desperately into the study, even his last shred of luck should have shattered. "Sir, Wanjia Grain Store was raided. Son Dahai and more than 100 people. All dead. Not a single grain left." The teacup in Zhao Defong's hand snapped against the ground. That was his largest stronghold at Yanmen Pass, containing grain worth 1,000,000 taels of silver, and more than half of it he planned to sell to my Jinbei army at a high price. And now it was all gone. Who did this? He grabbed the steward by the collar, as if insane. 8 blood characters were left on the wall. Debt must be repaid. It's only right and proper. Zhao Defong spat a mouthful of blood onto the pristine Xian paper. He knew it was me. No one but Xiao Chun had the courage or the capability. This was exactly the reaction I wanted. Soon, one bad news after another bombarded the prefect's mansion. Fengzhou Fulai and burned to the ground. Yunzhou Yongchang pawnshop completely looted. Shuzhou Juyi tea house bloodied. More than 100 people wiped out. 36 strongholds uprooted overnight by me. The fruits of years of toil by him and the prime minister. I, Xiao Chun, wiped them out in one night. Report, sir. All the messengers you sent out have returned. A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhao Defong's eyes. They were pulled back by cart. 37 heads, not one missing. I specially ordered these heads to be piled neatly at his mansion's gate, with a blood-written Xiao banner posted on top. This was the first gift I gave him, a blatant provocation, a clear and naked death warning. It is said when Zhao Defong rushed to the gate and saw the 3 carts of bloody heads, he spat blood again and collapsed. Outside the gate, thousands of commoners gathered, pointing and whispering. "Oh my, so many heads." The Jinbei prince's mansion is declaring war on the prefect's mansion. This was precisely the effect I wanted. I wanted the entire northern border to know the Xiao family's blade had moved. I had Lei Lai personally lead the squad to deliver the second gift to Zhao Defong. Lei Lai, clad in black iron armor, the fierce Xiao character on his chest glaring like a beast, led a unit of ferocious soldiers directly to the prefect's mansion gate. Zhao Defong. Calling his name directly, without any official title, he was a second-grade prefect of the dynasty. Yet this was how my Jinbei army operated. Our young marshal asked me to pass along a message. Debt must be repaid. It's only right and proper. You have eaten so much of my Jinbei army's grain funds, withheld countless military expenses, and caused the deaths of many comrades. This account must be settled. With that, Lei Lai slapped the King of Hell notice I prepared onto Zhao Defong's face. Smack! A black ebony plaque with 3 large golden characters, King of Hell Notice. Tomorrow at noon, Northern Great Camp, the Marshall Platform. Our young Marshal invites you to watch a good show. A show exclusively prepared for you. All the messengers you send out will not return. We have fully taken over the entire northern border. Not even a fly can leave without the Marshal's order. Leilai lastly made a cutting motion across his own neck. If you don't come, your head will hang here tomorrow. Zhao Defeng slumped to the ground, picked up the King of Hell Notice, and muttered, "It's over. All over." He had no choice but to come. Meanwhile, at the training ground behind the northern camp of Peking University, my King of Hell's palace training had entered a white-hot phase. 2,000 soldiers, bare-chested, charged through knee-deep snow carrying heavy loads, each with 50 pounds of stone on their backs. Whoever dares to fall behind today won't get a single meal. The long whip in my hand cracked against the ground with sharp snaps. These days, they'd tasted what hell truly meant, sleeping only 4 hours a day, swallowing bitter and astringent marching pills, enduring weighted cross-country runs and ice water immersion by day, and fighting each other in the dark forest by night. Over 300 had broken down, eliminated, and sent back to their original camps. The remaining 1,700 looked like starving wolves, their muscles as hard as steel. They were no longer ordinary soldiers. They were warriors of my King of Hell's palace. Very good. I surveyed their resolute faces. As a reward, tomorrow I'll treat you to a good show. The soldiers' eyes brightened. A show built on human heads. Tomorrow at midday, on the general's platform, I'll let you see with your own eyes how those vermin who caused your comrades' deaths and withheld your pay will lose their heads, one by one. Kill, kill, kill. Long live the young marshal. The roar of 1,700 men shook the valley to its core. Tomorrow at midday, I would let the entire northern border know the Shao family's blade had never dulled. Those who owe debts must pay with their lives. The next day, at noon, on the training ground of the Northern Expedition Army Camp, the north wind whipped the snow powder against faces like blades. Tens of thousands of soldiers of the Northern Expedition Army stood upright like pines, motionless, their gazes all focused on the reviewing stand. I wore the dark iron Swanee armor, my hand resting on the Pu Dao at my waist, sitting on the Grandmaster's chair draped with white tiger skin. The 60-pound armor weighed on me, making me look like a god of war. Behind me, Lu Hanyan, Zhonglian, Su Mei, Wenruyu, Han Yu, and Xiao Linger, several of my elder sisters-in-law, stood on either side, each clad in military attire, their bearing heroic, eyes icy cold. Lu Hanyan's hand rested on her long sword, her gaze sharp as a blade. Zhongli Yan's lips curled into a cruel smile, as if anticipating a feast. Su Mei held a thick stack of dossiers in her arms, enough to send countless people's heads rolling. When Ryu fondled her ledgers, her smile hiding an eager anticipation for wealth. Hanyu played with a black arrow, cold and indifferent as ice. Only the youngest, Xiao Linger, looked pale, clutching tightly at Grandma's sleeve. The old empress sat beside the stage, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. Her cloudy eyes gleamed with sharp light. She looked at me with both pride and emotion. This once worthless grandson had finally grown into what the Shao family needed. Below the stage, Zhao Taizhan, Li Hu, and Lei Lai, 3 commanders, each led their subordinate officers, standing solemnly. Zhao Taizhan gripped his battle knife tightly, knuckles white, recalling fallen comrades at White Wolf Valley, his rage nearly burning to ashes. Li Hu's eyes were red, a low growl escaping his throat like a tiger ready to pounce. Lei Lai stood at the front, a cruel smile on his rugged face. He had waited too long for this day. The entire training ground was suffused with a killing intent that felt frozen solid. Here he comes. That damned official is here. A splendid carriage drawn by 4 sweat-blood horses rolled onto the ground. The carriage was gilded and inlaid with silver, glaring absurdly against the snowy training field. Bah! An old soldier spat fiercely. We're starving at the front, not even a hot meal, and that damned official is living high on the hog. Today we must skin him alive. The soldiers' curses rose in a roaring tide. The carriage stopped, and Zhao Defeng emerged, dressed in a brand-new second-rank official's robe. Flying cranes and auspicious clouds embroidered on it, an imperial belt, and a black official hat displayed his high rank and power. Yet no splendid clothing could mask his paper-white face. His lips were purple, cold sweat poured down, and his legs trembled so much he almost couldn't stand. A man aged 20 years overnight. When he looked up and saw me standing on the reviewing stand, his legs went weak, nearly collapsing to his knees. Before the stand, Leilai stepped forward with a muffled voice and a sinister grin on his coarse face. "Lord Zhao, we have been waiting for you." The word waiting was chewed like gnawing on a bone. Zhao Defeng trembled all over, struggling to look up at me on the platform. His lips quivered. Not a single word came out. He couldn't understand how a great second-rank court official had ended up in such a state, being invited into a military camp by a brat barely out of his diaper, in such a humiliating way. This wasn't an invitation, it was a death warrant. "Come up," I said, 2 words as chilling as the call of death. Zhao Defeng looked up at the towering reviewing stand, his legs heavy as lead. Tens of thousands of eyes around him stabbed into his body like blades. Anger, hatred, mockery, anticipation. He gritted his teeth and ascended the stand step by step. Standing before me, head bowed low, he dared not meet my gaze. "Zhao Defeng, do you know your crimes?" "Your Excellency, this subordinate has been loyal to Great Xia. How could I be guilty?" He forced out a faint smile. "Loyal?" I sneered coldly. "Then tell me, how much military pay have you embezzled over the years? How much grain have you withheld? How many of my northern expedition troops have died because of you?" This subordinate is innocent. Innocent. A cruel arc lifted the corner of my mouth as I signaled to Sume. Sume stepped forward, pulling a thick bundle of files wrapped in black silk and stamped with the seal of the Wind Whisper Pavilion from her arms. Zhao Defeng's pupils contracted sharply. His face turned deathly pale. He recognized those as his irrefutable evidence. "In the 101st year of Great Xia's calendar, you were first appointed governor of Yinmen Pass." Sume's voice was cold and sharp as a blade. "In your first year, under the pretense of repairing city defenses, you requested 300,000 taels of silver from the court. Less than 100,000 was actually spent on repairs. 10,000 taels were sent to Prime Minister Qin Song's mansion in the capital, and the other 100,000 went into your own pocket." A wave of uproar spread through the crowd. 300,000 taels? He only used 100,000. The rest was stolen by him. The soldiers' angry shouts erupted again and again. Beads of sweat dripped from Zhao Defeng's forehead, splashing on the ground. These old debts from over a decade ago. He had burned the ledgers himself, so how did she know? In the 111th year of Great Xia's calendar, the northern borders suffered a great drought, and disaster-stricken people were everywhere. Sume continued, her voice growing colder. The court allocated 500,000 stones of relief grain and 500,000 taels of silver. You colluded with Si Hai Tong to exchange 300,000 stones of grain for moldy, spoiled rice, pocketing 200,000 taels of silver personally. Tens of thousands of disaster victims starved to death. Outside Yinmen Pass, the ground was strewn with dead bodies. And you, using the disaster relief funds, built a 30-acre mansion in the city, took 3 concubines, and lived a life of debauchery every day. Many soldiers in the crowd had tears in their eyes, their fists clenched tightly. For many of them, their hometowns were in the northern territories, and during that year's severe drought, numerous family members and friends had died in that disaster. In the 115th year of the Great Xia calendar, during the northern expedition of the Jinbei army, you colluded with Si Hai Tong, passing off inferior goods as quality ones, and personally profited 500,000 taels. The soldiers on the front line ate moldy rice and drank murky water. Many fell ill, drastically weakening our fighting strength. Sume recited the list one by one. Every item was a damning crime that was too many to write down fully. Kill him, this corrupt official. Cut him into 1,000 pieces and still, it wouldn't satisfy my hatred. The roar shook the entire training ground violently. Zhao Defeng collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. "These are all slanders, all frame-ups." "Are they?" I took the ledger from Sume, flipped it open, and began to read. In the 119th year of the Great Xia calendar, March, received 50,000 taels of silver from Si Hai Tong as a bribe. Reason: illegal resale of 30,000 dan of military grain. With each item I read, Zhao Dafeng's face grew paler. This ledger is fake, he murmured. I threw the ledger at his face. It was seized from the secret room of your confidant Wu San. It bears your signature and your private seal. Fake or real? He was utterly hopeless. I stepped in front of him. My father and brothers died in battle. 50,000 elite soldiers of the Jinbei army lie buried in a foreign land. Shouldn't this account be settled on your head as well? It wasn't me. He shook his head desperately. It was the Prime Minister's orders. It was Qin Song who told me to do it. I was only following orders. At this moment, he finally brought up the heavy weight behind him, thinking it would stop me from acting. Qin Song. I laughed. He won't get away either. But today, you're the first. Turning to face the tens of thousands of troops, my voice thundered. Zhao Dafeng, governor of Yinmen Pass, guilty of corruption, dereliction of duty, treason, and wanton disregard for human life. A criminal of the gravest nature. By the laws of Great Xia, you shall be. I paused deliberately, enunciating each word. Ling, Qi. Executed, to death. No. Zhao Dafeng let out a desperate roar. Lei Lai and Zhao Taizhan, on either side, lifted him up like a plucked chicken and dragged him to the black execution post at the center of the parade ground. Its surface still stained with blood, clearly not the first time it was used. Xiao Chun, how dare you? I am a government official. This is rebellion. Zhao Dafeng raged hysterically. The emperor will never let you go. Your Xiao family will have no grave to rest in. He tried to crush me with the weight of imperial authority and the court, his last card. I approached him and whispered in his ear, just loud enough for the two of us to hear. The moment my father and brothers died in battle, the skies over the northern territories changed. Here my words are law. I took a thin, wing-like dagger from my personal guard, the very instrument used for Lingqi punishment. Rebellion. I sneered, my voice rising sharply. From the moment my father and brothers fell on the battlefield, and the court only thought of reclaiming the military command, weakening the Xiao family, our family was forced into rebellion. A blow if you stick your head out, a blow if you duck. Why should I die standing without a fight? Memories flooded my mind. The image of my father patting my shoulder before departing, my 8 brothers smiling on the training ground, the bloodstained battle report. I want to kill you, this national traitor, before the tens of thousands of Jinbei troops, so that the emperor in the capital and the all-powerful Qin Song will see clearly. We Xiao family members are not lambs to be slaughtered. Even if it costs the lives of my entire family, even if the northern territories run red with blood, even if I stand against the whole world, I am willing to pay that price. The tens of thousands of soldiers below boiled with rage, veins bulging, eyes reddened. Those who had their pay withheld, who ate moldy grain, who helplessly watched their comrades starve and freeze to death. The fire in their hearts was utterly ignited. Kill him, avenging the prince, avenging the young marshals. Long live the young marshal. Long live the Xiao family. The roar like a tidal wave shook the snow off the eaves in torrents. Zhao Dafeng broke down completely, snot and tears mixing. Please spare me. I'll give you 3 million taels of silver. I know many secrets, the Prime Minister's secrets, Qin Song's weaknesses. I'll tell you all. Too late. I cut him off coldly. When you killed my father and brothers, did you ever think this day would come? When you embezzled soldiers' pay, letting tens of thousands starve and freeze, did you ever think this day would come? When you colluded with the Black Wolf tribe, causing 50,000 elite soldiers to die in a foreign land, did you ever think this day would come? Each sentence was a knife piercing his heart. Now, it's your turn to pay with your life. The dagger moved in my hand. The blade sliced a cold arc through the air, precisely peeling thin slivers of flesh from Zhao Dafeng's right cheek. Ah! A piercing scream, so dreadful it was almost inhuman, shattered the sky. Blood gushed out like a breached dam, dripping onto the bluestone ground, steaming upon contact. This slash is for my father, the king. The second slash cut down from the left cheek. This slash is for my eldest brother. The third slash struck the forehead, revealing stark, white bone beneath. This slash is for my second brother. This slash is for my third brother. This slash is for my fourth brother. This slash is for my fifth brother. My voice was cold and mechanical. Each strike was as precise and ruthless as a butcher carving an ox. The size and thickness of the flesh sliced off with each blow were almost identical. Every cut sent a splash of blood flying, each accompanied by a shriek more harrowing than the last. On the command platform, blood splattered like hell on earth. The soldiers below weren't terrified by the spectacle. Instead, their eyes gleamed with excitement and a sense of cathartic relief. It was as if they saw the withheld wages, the moldy rations, their brothers who had died from hunger and cold, and the mountains of corpses piled up in White Wolf Valley. Good. Well done. That damned official deserves this. Long live the young commander. Among the crowd, a scarred veteran clutched a tattered token close to his chest, the keepsake of his fallen comrade. Gazing at me on the platform, he muttered, "Old Zhang, do you see this? Someone is avenging us." By my side, Lu Hanyan watched my cold expression and the dagger in my hand, her heart racing. She had witnessed killings and taken many lives herself, once riding alone into the fray, slaying over 100 enemies, earning the name Blood-Colored Azura. Yet she had never seen anyone turn killing into such a ritualized act of revenge, each slash practiced 1,000 times, each drenched with overwhelming hatred. This man before her was no longer the same. He had undergone a profound transformation, becoming a force so formidable it made her heart tremble. When Ryu's face turned pale, she covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, but her calculating eyes shone with an unusual light. She realized, as Zhao Defeng's screams echoed, the prestige of the Shao family was soaring at an incredible rate. This was a bargain too good to pass up. 360 slashes, no more no less. Zhao Defeng had already become little more than a bloody shell. No patch of intact skin remained on his body, only raw, bleeding muscle and stark white bones. The flesh peeled away lay in piles at his feet, emitting a nauseating stench of blood. His wails had long since turned into hoarse gasps, his eyes vacant, pupils dilated, filled only with boundless terror. I threw down the dagger, which clattered on the ground. Walking up to him, my voice frigid. 360 slashes, not one more, not one less. This is only the beginning. I will collect every debt owed to the Shao family with interest. You may leave now. Suddenly, I lunged for the broadsword at my waist, the blade that had accompanied my father through countless battles, now finally tasting the blood of his enemy. Schlitch, a flash of steel, and Zhao Defeng's head soared into the air, tracing a blood-red arc before falling heavily from the platform, rolling to a stop at Zhao Tieshan's feet. The headless corpse collapsed with a crash, blood poured forth, turning the entire platform crimson. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. Time passed unknowingly until the first scarred veteran dropped to one knee, pounding it on the ground. Long live the young commander! Then the second, the third, the 100th followed, like peals of thunder rolling across the land. Long live the young commander! Long live the Shao family! We swear to die for the young commander. Tens of thousands of soldiers knelt in unison, voices like a roaring tide shaking snow from the city walls, even reverberating to distant Yanmen Pass. I slowly turned, raising the bloodied broadsword, my voice like a great bell. Today, I offer Zhao Defeng's blood to honor the spirits of my father and brothers. In the coming days, I will lead you to trample the Black Wolf tribe's court, avenging the 50,000 brave souls who died for Great Xia. My gaze swept over every face. Who among you dares to fight by my side? Dare! We dare! We dare! 3 cries rose in increasing thunder, stirring the winds and clouds into a frenzy. Watching this scene, an indescribable emotion surged within me. From this day on, the northern garrison truly belonged to me. In my mind, the cold light of the King of Hell's warm map flickered with data. Northern garrison morale, 98 out of 100, historical high. Loyalty, 92%, up 27% from yesterday. Rage level, 95%, recommendation, assign clear objective within 72 hours. Fear level, 83%, peak reverence for the commander. Overall assessment, troop spirit reliable, recommend immediate deployment of next phase. A cold smile curled at the corner of my lips. Fear is the most effective means of control, but it must coexist with worship. Reward and punishment both must be wielded. forging them into a sharp blade that strikes terror into our enemies. I slowly put down the broadsword, the tip slanting toward the headless corpse. A few crows perched on the eaves, cawing, adding a sinister touch to this hellish scene. Lei Lai, I'm here, Commander. Lei Lai strode forward, dropping to one knee, his eyes still burning with the thrill of vengeance. Hang Zhao Dufang's corpse at the highest point of Yinmen Pass City Tower. Expose it for 7 days. My voice was icy. Let all the city's people see the fate of this traitor. Let everyone with ill intentions see the price of offending the Shao family. I paused, then my voice suddenly rose in intensity. I want the entire Northern Territory to know the Shao family's blade is still sharp. At your command. Lei Lai grabbed the corpse as if it were a dead dog, striding away briskly. Zhao Taizhan. I'm here, Commander. Zhao Taizhan stepped forward, standing straight with no trace of his previous rashness. You shall personally lead men to the prefect's office and seize all of Zhao Dufang's properties, not leaving even a single coin. All money will be confiscated and used for military pay and widows and orphans' relief. Any hoarding will be punished on the spot as treason. My gaze sharpened. Also, bring back all account books, letters, and secret correspondence from the Bureau. Leave not a single page behind. I want the capital to know that I'm fully aware of every dirty thing they've done in the Northern Territory. At your command. I will not fail your trust. Li Hu, I'm here, Commander. The Eastern Barracks commander stepped forward, his face full of respect. You will lead men to hang the heads of all Shahetong leaders in the Northern Territory on city towers. Fengzhou, Yinzhou, Shuazhou, Yinzhou, each city must have at least 3 heads displayed. My tone was flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. Remember, not secretly or quietly, we will drum up a storm. I want the whole Northern Territory to know that Shahetong is finished, and Qinsong's spies in the north have been uprooted completely. At your command. I once again scanned the training ground, gazing into those pairs of eyes filled with fervent admiration. Good. This is the army I wanted. I slowly turned around, the murderous aura around me ebbing like the tide, and looked toward my grandmother seated to the side. The old consort held the dragon-headed cane bestowed by the late emperor, standing upright like a towering pine. Her cloudy old eyes now gleamed with satisfaction and pride. I took a deep breath, stepped down from the reviewing stand, and walked over to her, gently supporting her arm. Grandmother, the wind and snow are heavy. Let's head back first. My voice softened. Today's affairs, your grandson handled them properly, right? Grandmother extended her withered hand, gently patting the back of mine. Good boy, you've done very well. Your father and brothers in heaven would be proud of you. But the capital side will probably be in uproar. A flash of cold light lit up in my eyes but was soon veiled by a gentle smile. Rest assured, grandmother. When the enemy comes, we block them. When the water rises, we dam it. Your grandson has his own countermeasures. Grandmother gazed at me deeply, then nodded. Supporting her, I slowly walked toward the outside of the training ground. Behind me, Lu Hanyin stood rooted, her hand unconsciously pressing down on her sword's hilt, her knuckles turning white. I knew she had always believed that Shao family men should be like father and eldest brother, standing resolutely in battle, charging headlong. She despised all cunning stratagems. But today, with the bloodiest and most direct method, I shattered all her preconceived notions. I did not charge into battle. I merely stood on the reviewing stand, and with a few words and a single sword, executed a second-rank official by Lingqi, compelling tens of thousands of soldiers to submit. Ninth brother, wait for me. She hurried to catch up, her voice unusually hesitant. I looked back, smiling gently at her. Sister-in-law, slow down and be careful on the slippery ground. When Ryu gripped the account book tightly, knuckles white as well, I knew her mind was racing. 500,000 taels at the prefect's office, 300,000 at the treasure pavilion, 200,000 at the Wanja grain depot, and over 30 bases. Her eyes sparkled with near reverence. Su Mei's gaze remained fixed on me. This woman, who had tried every means to test me, now showed the faintest, almost imperceptible curve at the corner of her mouth. She spoke softly. Ninth brother, I will increase surveillance in the capital. As for Prime Minister Qinsong, something big is about to happen. I paused mid-step. Third sister-in-law, The more detailed the intelligence from the capital, the better. I need to know how Qin's song will act next. Understood. Zhongli Yin clenched her fist, the bones crackling audibly. Ninth brother, next time there's a good opportunity like this, remember to bring me along. I want to try what it feels like to slice someone one slice at a time. I laughed helplessly. Fourth sister-in-law, if others heard you say that, they'd be scared out of their wits. What's to fear? Our Shao family should make the enemy afraid. Han Yu remained silent, then spoke coldly like ice. Ninth brother, I will intensify training at the Hall of Hell King. Thank you, sixth sister. Xiaoling tightly clutched her grandmother's skirt, her little face as pale as death. She glanced at me furtively, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and dependence. I knew that from today onward, the Shao family would rise again in the Northern Territory with a completely new posture. And those blood debts owed, I would collect them, one by one, in full. Ninth brother, eighth sister-in-law, Shao Linger, called me timidly. She was the great-grandniece of the dowager consort and had grown up with me. We shared the closest bonds. I turned back and smiled at her. Eighth sister-in-law, scared? She shook her head, then nodded again, whispering, a little, but I know ninth brother is protecting us. I reached out and ruffled her hair. You won't have to see such things ever again. Her eyes reddened as she nodded firmly. Our party walked out of the training grounds, dozens of thousands of soldiers' gazes following our backs. Only when our figures disappeared into the blizzard did Zhao Taizhan slowly stand up, turning to the tens of thousands of kneeling troops, his voice like a thunderclap. Everyone rise. What the young marshal commanded, we must execute perfectly. Yes. The roar of tens of thousands rose as one, shaking the heavens. Zhao Taizhan took a deep breath and cast a glance at the blood pool still wet on the general inspection platform, his eyes complicated. He knew that from today, the Jinbei army had changed, the Shao family had changed, and he, Zhao Taizhan, must change with them. Only by following such a young marshal could the Jinbei army have a future. With long strides, he headed toward the prefect's mansion, followed by 500 elite soldiers, exuding murderous aura. Swords and blades glimmered coldly in the wind and snow. Brothers, today let all of Yinmin Pass witness what happens to those who offend the Shao family. Kill, kill, kill. Inside Yinmin Pass City, news spread like wildfire through every street and alley. Did you hear? The prefect was dismembered by the ninth young master of the Jinbei prince's mansion, someone whispered in a tea house. What? Dismembered? That's a second-rank official of the court. Another person dropped his teacup in shock. It's true. My cousin saw it with his own eyes at the North Camp. 360 cuts. Not even a semblance of a person left. Hiss, that ninth young master is so ruthless. Ruthless? Should be. An old soldier with a beard slammed the table. Do you know how many wicked deeds Zhao Defang committed? Cutting soldiers' pay, selling off military grain, causing so many brothers to die. My son died in White Wolf Valley. He was betrayed by his intelligence. The old soldier's eyes were red, voice choked with grief. In front of tens of thousands of soldiers, the ninth young master laid out all the evidence. That corrupt official couldn't deny anything. My son's vengeance has finally been served. Tea houses and taverns, streets and alleys, everyone talked. Some applauded with delight, some trembled with fear, and some secretly schemed. Meanwhile, a carrier pigeon soared through the snowstorm toward the distant capital city, its destination, the Prime Minister's mansion. Inside the prefect's mansion, chaos had erupted into a complete mess. Servants ran around like headless flies. The cunning stuffed gold and valuables into their pockets, searching for dog holes to escape. The dull-witted clustered around the weeping ladies of the house, clueless. Heaven had fallen. Zhao Defang, who had ruled with arrogance for over a decade, had been cruelly dismembered with 360 cuts. When the news came back, Zhao Defang's favorite concubine rolled her eyes and collapsed to the ground, mumbling, "Master, the Jinbei army is coming." Someone screamed from the back courtyard, and the whole mansion collapsed. A groom carrying a blue porcelain vase rushed out the moon gate, colliding with a maid clutching calligraphy scrolls. Bang! The official kiln vase worth 3,000 taels shattered on the ground, the calligraphy stomped to pieces. Both scrambled to their feet and fled, rolling and crawling. Don't run. The master is dead, Where could you run to? The old accountant hollered hoarsely, but nobody paid him any mind. Fear spread like plague. Boom! The main gate was smashed open with immense force from outside. The two doors fell on several servants. Zhao Taizhan stepped over the threshold clad in blood-stained iron armor, gripping a dripping ring-headed blade, expressionless. His boots struck the bluestone slabs with every step, echoing in every heart. Behind him were 500 elite troops from the Western Great Camp, clad in heavy armor and wielding sharp blades, marching in perfect order, radiating killing intent, instantly silencing all cries. The air froze. The old steward trembled as he knelt, banging his head repeatedly. General Zhao, spare us. I'm willing to lead you. All the treasures in the mansion are stored in the treasury. I will take you there immediately. Blood welled from his forehead, soaking into the snow. Zhao Taizhan didn't even glance at him and spoke roughly. Seal all exits. Don't let a single mouse escape. Yes. 500 soldiers answered in unison as snow fell softly from the eaves. They were an invisible net enveloping the entire prefect's mansion. Zhao Taizhan swept his cold gaze over the trembling servants, as if looking at a herd of livestock to be slaughtered. He ordered his guards, "Bring me a wooden board and a brush." Soon the ink and brush were delivered. With a steady wrist, he wrote 6 characters on the board, stroke by stroke. "Those who hide possessions shall be executed on the spot." Each word was like a blade. "Nail it to the main gate. Let everyone see clearly. Anyone who dares to hide goods will be executed without mercy." Thud, thud, thud. Each hammer strike struck deep into the hearts of everyone in the mansion. The old butler trembled even more violently. Zhao Taizhan said coldly, "Lead the way to the storeroom." "Why, yes, yes." Along the way, every servant who tried to climb over the wall was pierced precisely by a cold arrow pinned to the snowy ground. A young servant had just climbed onto the wall when an arrow pierced his heart. He fell convulsively from the wall and then stopped moving. Blood spread a glaring red patch over the white snow. The others were terrified, their souls nearly fleeing, and dared not move recklessly. Zhao Taizhan was strict in his military discipline. When the young marshal said it was to seal off the warehouse, it was definitively not a robbery. Every item was registered and accounted for. Every 2 taels weighed and verified. The heavy iron door of the storeroom creaked open slowly. Squeak. The sight inside made everyone gasp in shock. Boxes of gold ingots and silver ingots shimmered under the torchlight, forcing everyone to squint their eyes. Rare antiques were piled in a corner like trash, fine silks gathered into a small hill, and in the innermost part sat dozens of jars of aged fine wine, each worth a fortune. The soldiers' eyes reddened. They thought of their withheld military pay, their wives and children at home struggling to get by, and their comrades who died in battle without even a funeral. Damn it! A young soldier couldn't contain his anger. These corrupt officials have been living off our blood. He remembered the brothers who died in the White Wolf Valley. One had grasped his hand before dying, asking him to care for his old mother and wife. Yet his own military pay had been cut in half, and in the end, he watched helplessly as that mother died of illness in a broken hut. This gold and silver should have been the soldiers' pay, the compensation for the fallen brothers. The other soldiers' eyes reddened, too. Some clenched their teeth, some trembled, some had tears welling up. A wave of sorrow and rage surged in Zhao Tieshan's chest. He had followed the old prince for 40 years and had never been this angry. He recalled the war-godlike old prince, who had ultimately died from betrayal at the hands of his own people. He remembered the young marshals buried before their prime in the White Wolf Valley. The culprits were nothing but these parasites. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. He had to remain calm. He was the commander of the Western Grand Camp and had to execute the young marshal's orders flawlessly. He pointed to the treasures and barked at the secretary. "Record it. Not a single tael can be missing. This is the blood money of my Jinbei army soldiers. Gold ingots, 500 taels each, 120 ingots total. Silver ingots, 50 taels each, 380 ingots total." Every entry was crystal clear. The women were gathered and supervised in the ancestral hall. The servants were ordered to stay put. But there were always fools who thought themselves clever. In the backyard woodshed, 2 soldiers kicked open the door and dragged a burly figure out from the pile of firewood. It was Zhao Ming, son of the prefect, his brocade robe covered in grass fragments, clutching a heavy bundle tightly in his arms. Let me go? You treacherous rebels. My father is a second-rank official of the court. Smack! A loud slap from one soldier spun him around on the spot. Your father? The soldier sneered. Your father's already reported to the king of hell. The young marshal said the corpse should be exposed for 7 days so the whole city can see the fate of corrupt officials. The soldier ripped open the bundle. Clatter! Gold bars, jewels, and ornaments spilled across the ground, dazzling in the torchlight. The general just ordered no private hoarding, and this brat actually breaks the rule, another soldier sneered. According to the general's rules, how do we deal with this? Zhao Ming was completely panicked. He saw the 6 blood-red characters at the gate. Those who hoard will be immediately executed. And his pants soaked, a foul stench spreading. No, don't kill me. These belong to my father, not me. I'll give you money. I have plenty of money. He kowtowed so hard that blood streamed from his forehead. Disgust flashed in the soldiers' eyes as they dragged him like a dead dog to the front courtyard and threw him at Zhao Tieshan's feet. Zhao Taizhan looked down at this good-for-nothing, his gaze completely calm. General Zhao? Grandfather Zhao? Zhao Ming clung to his calf, sobbing, snot and tears smearing his face. Spare me. I know nothing. What my father did really has nothing to do with me. Zhao Taizhan slowly lifted his foot, shaking off his hand, his voice eerily calm. When your father was embezzling soldiers' pay, what were you doing? Zhao Ming was stunned. You were throwing money around at the Drunken Immortal Tavern, partying every night. When your father was trafficking military grain, what were you doing? You were losing 3,000 taels in one night at the gambling den without batting an eye. When your father sold out 50,000 brothers' lives, what were you doing? Zhao Tieshan's voice finally trembled, the fury suppressed to its utmost. You were in the mansion holding concubines, drinking the good wine stolen from the troops, eating grain robbed from disaster victims. He bent down to stare Zhao Ming in the eyes, speaking slowly and clearly. Nothing to do with you? Zhao Ming opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. His face went as pale as paper, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Taizhan straightened and said coldly, "Drag him to the gate and behead him in front of the entire city." No. Zhao Ming screamed like a pig being slaughtered, struggling wildly in the snow. I was wrong. Qin Song. It was Qin Song who forced my father to do it. I have secret letters here. They can bring down Qin Song. They're hidden in the secret compartment of my father's study. Just set me free. Those letters contain records of all the dirty deeds Qin Song has done in the Northern Territory over the years. Embezzlement, selling official positions, treason. They're all in there. With those letters, we can avenge Xiao Zhan. Zhao Taizhan paused in his steps and glanced back at him, his eyes like he was looking at a corpse. The young marshal said it clearly, rules are rules. And today's rule, from me, has only 6 words. Those who harbor secrets will be executed on the spot. He turned to his guards and ordered, go to the study and find every single secret letter without missing one. Yes. Zhao Taizhan gave Zhao Ming one last look, his voice icy cold. You no longer have the right to bargain. Go. Behind him came Zhao Ming's desperate wails. Please. I'm still useful. No one paid him any mind. At the entrance of the prefect's mansion, the crowd of onlookers grew thicker and thicker. Heavens have eyes. This dog father and son finally got their comeuppance. An old man leaned on a cane, tears streaming down his face. My field was forcibly seized by those Zhao men, and when my son reported it, they even broke his leg. My younger brother served in the army for a year without receiving a single bit of pay. When his wife gave birth, they couldn't afford a midwife. 2 lives lost. A woman wiped her tears, crying bitterly. These corrupt officials live off the blood of us commoners. Good kill. Well done. Someone threw rotten vegetable leaves and stones at Zhao Ming. Kneeling in the snow, disheveled and defeated, Zhao Ming finally understood. His deeds over the years had long been hated by the people. They dared not resist before, but now, the young marshal of the Shao family had given them the chance. Under the watchful eyes of countless bystanders, the ring-headed blade was raised high, slicing through the air with a piercing arc. Puffed. The fat head shot up into the sky, rolled twice, and dropped onto the snow, the face still frozen in utmost terror. Blood gushed forth, dyeing the white snow red. The crowd first fell into a deathly silence, then erupted into thunderous applause. Well done, young marshal of the Shao family, ridding the people of evil, the might of the northern garrison. Some cried, some laughed, some knelt in the snow, kowtowing towards the direction of the northern camp. That day, the sky over Yinmen Pass seemed brighter than ever before. Inside the study, the soldiers quickly found the secret compartment behind the wall next to the desk. Inside were dozens of neatly stacked secret letters, each stamped with the Chancellor's private seal. They carefully packed them into a specially made iron box. These letters were worth more than all the gold and silver in the prefect's mansion combined. They were the fatal evidence to bring down Chancellor Qin Song, the sharp blade for the young marshal's revenge. Zhao Taizhan stood at the storeroom doorway, watching box after box of gold and silver loaded onto the carriage. At last, a slight trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. This money would finally return to where it belonged, to the hands of the bloodied soldiers, to the families of fallen brothers. He looked up towards the north, the direction of the northern camp, where their young marshal waited. In his heart, he silently swore, "From now on, my life is his. Wherever he points, I'll strike without hesitation, even through mountains of blades and seas of fire." Night had deepened. Above the northern prince's mansion, dark clouds pressed low, cold winds like knives scraped over the eaves with sharp howls. The entire residence was enveloped in an eerie silence. The servants tiptoed, afraid even to breathe loudly. They all knew the bloody dismemberment earlier that day had thoroughly changed the power dynamics in the Northern Territory. The once sickly ninth young master had become the king of hell, feared by all. The heavy scent of blood lingered in the air. It was the blood of Zhao Defong, 360 cuts, each one cutting to the bone. Yet that scent stirred excitement. It was the smell of revenge, the smell of the Shao family rising again. Inside the study, candlelight flickered, stretching my shadow long upon the wall. Dressed in black regular clothes, I sat behind the rosewood desk, blending into the dimness like a silent statue. Before me lay piles of files and ledgers, the treasure pavilion, the 10,000 families' grain shop, confiscated from the prefect's mansion. Every page recorded shocking crimes. Every entry was stained with the blood of the soldiers of the northern garrison. My fingertips brushed over the covers of those ledgers, trembling slightly. Behind those cold numbers were my father, my 8 elder brothers, and the 50,000 elite soldiers buried in White Wolf Valley. Anger churned within me like molten lava, threatening to consume all reason. But I forced it down. Now was not the time for venting. Who? I took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Ninth brother. A cold voice shattered the silence of the study. I didn't even lift my eyelids. Third sister-in-law, come in. Sume slipped through the door like a ghost, clad in black, blending into the night. Had she not spoken, I might not have noticed her arrival. Her face bore undeniable exhaustion, dark circles shadowing her eyes. Clearly, she hadn't rested all day. Yet in those always cold eyes now flickered an unusual light. Excitement, shock, disbelief. Junior ninth, all the assets of the prefect's mansion have been sealed off. She approached the table, her voice cold yet trembling slightly. Zhao Taizhan mobilized 500 elite troops from the western camp, spent the entire afternoon inventorying. Every item was handled 3 times, every 2 silver ingot weighed and verified. She paused, drawing a deep breath. Just in cash and gold bars alone, there is 3,170,000 taels. Even she found the number incredible coming from her own lips. 3,170,000 taels. The northern garrison's 300,000 troops receive no more than 2,500,000 taels in annual pay. This sum is enough to support the entire northern garrison for more than a year. And this is only the cash and gold. My fingers tapped lightly on the table, producing a rhythmic thump, thump.